Hey family, welcome back to my video. Today we will see what if Naruto was assaulted Albedo with clones. Before we start, I would like to extend my sincere thanks to the original author of this story for granting us permission to use it in our YouTube video. Your generosity is greatly appreciated. The author's creation and the original story's link in the descriptions. Please do check that first. Now enjoy the video. A boy dressed in an orange jumpsuit was handcuffed by the wall and he was bleeding and beaten beyond imaginable. His eyes were red from the amount of sleep deprived as he wasn't allowed to sleep, and they were big purple plums on them as well as giant bags under them. His once spiky and blonde hair is downward and covered with blood. His throat was dry and damaged. His arms and legs have a lot of cuts on them. The boy looks down sighing, "What did I do wrong? I brought back Sasuke like they wanted. He's supposed to be here instead of me." Before any more questions are asked, the doors open, revealing a woman with long blonde hair and her companion, a man with spiky albino hair. The boy looks up to them with hope-filled eyes, hoping they're here to save him. "Pervy Sage and Granny, thank heavens the two of you are here. I was arrested for beating up the last Uchiha when he was the one who defected." He laughs a little, "Am I right?" However, the two weren't laughing. They approached the boy, sat down and punched him in the jaws and stomach. "Ugh, what's the big idea?" he shouted with what little his voice cords could consider shouting at this point. "You little brat, you'll respect us and refer to us with our names and titles. Do you hear me?" the woman shouted on his damaged eardrums. "Tsunade is right, brat. We have tolerated your behavior long enough. Now we'll show you who's boss," the man shouted on his other damaged eardrums. "What did I do?" the boy asked in a hurt, broken voice. "Heh, you actually need to ask." Tsunade mocks until her face becomes furious. "First, your birth caused the death of the fourth Hokage Minato Namikaze, the Red Death Kushina Uzumaki, Biwako Sarutobi, and many shinobis and civilians. Second, you have cursed the third Hiruzen and made him lose to Orochimaru. Thirdly, you not only driven the last Uchiha, but you also beaten him to near crepulation. Fourthly, you have been doing annoying pranks on everyone and spreading diseases and plagues all over Konoha because every food and drink you have is ruined one way or another." "What? I didn't do any of these things aside from the pranks and beating Sasuke. The Kyuubi is the one who killed the fourth and the others. The old man was aging terribly and lost because of that. Sasuke ran to the snake bastard by himself and I never spreaded diseases and plagues. The shopkeepers are the ones who gave me outdated food and drink." The boy defended himself. "Yeah, right, evidence and public witnesses say otherwise," the man said. The boy got angrier. "The public has been unfair to me ever since the day I was born, and they never gave me the benefit of the doubt, all because of something that isn't my fault," he shouted, but immediately coughed from the stress on his throat. "It doesn't matter, in 3 days you'll be executed for your crimes, brat," Tsunade said with venom. "Who decided that?" the boy asked weakly. "The fifth Hokage, the advisors and both sides of the council, the shinobis and the civilians," Tsunade said, looking towards her companion. "Did we forget anyone, Jiraiya?" Jiraiya nods. Yes, the daimyo and the nobles of Fire Country had also agreed to this. The boy looks broken. "No, it can't be," he said as his voice gives the tone of sadness. "Yes, it can, so savor what little time you have left, monster." Jiraiya said the last word in a venomous tone as the two of them left. "And don't try asking the Kyuubi for help. I applied the 5-element seal on it." The boy looks down and immediately starts crying a lot since he kept all his feelings of loneliness, fear, lack of companions and nobody loving him. He shed a lot of bottled-up tears into the grounds. However, hell is still coming for the boy. Day 1 before the execution. The boy sat down broken after emptying all his eyes, having mostly lost the will to live, as today was a hate parade on him as the torturers had basically allowed the whole village in for one last beating. The ones that hurted him the most were from those he thought of and even called friends. They called him a monster and a liar. Niji in particular said, "You said can be defied and I believed you, but it seems you were lying. You were born a loser, lived as a loser and will die as one." He laughs. "Just like the Uzumaki clan, it seems that their blood is that of trash." And then his crush Sakura. "You bastard, how dare beat up Sasuke-kun? I asked you to bring him back safe, not beaten." Sakura-chan, I try, he couldn't continue as she started beating him up. Day 2 before the execution. The boy was beaten again by the people, this time verbally, and was put in a hellish genjutsu by Kuniai, and everyone continued laughing at his pain from whatever he's forced to see. However, the one that hurted him the most was his so-called sensei, whom he took teachings to heart. I'm disappointed in you, Naruto, you ignored my teachings and didn't give Sasuke the benefit of the doubt and beat him the hell up. Naruto glares at his sensei. I did give him the benefit of the doubt and he shoved not one but two chidoris in my chest. He coughs from the pressure. All you taught me was chakra control and some advices which I took to heart, and Sasuke and Sakura didn't. His sensei closes his perverted novel and gets up. He makes his way to him and shoves the 1,000 years of death in his former student's chest, causing him to cough blood. You demon, don't ever dare praise yourself over anyone, much less Sasuke, and walked away. Day 3 before the execution. The boy has remained in his position for a while now. Then he hears the door opening. TCH, who will beat me up today? And how will they do it? He looks up and sees two figures, an adult woman with purple hair and a girl in his age with short lavender hair. He's surprised, since these two didn't come to see him like ever, but he immediately started to get angry since they're most likely are here to beat him up too. Hurry up, kid, there's no one around. Whatever business you have with him, finish it, shouted the woman to the girl. The girl nods and says her thanks. She makes her way to the boy and leans forward. Naruto-ku, just hit me, I don't want to hear what you have to say, Ju. Before he could continue, she kissed him in the lips. The boy's eyes widen as he looked up to her. I love you, she said. What? I love you. You always inspired me by never giving up even when the whole world was against you, and because of that I saw you as my role model and I fell in love with you. She looks down, gritting her teeth. I just wished I was brave enough to tell you this before now. Hinata, the boy's eyes produce tears of joy. Thank you, at least I can die knowing someone loved me like you did. Naruto, I'm sorry, Hinata said, giving him a comforting hug. They stayed like this until the visit time was over and Hinata was forced to leave. Day of the execution. In Konoha Square, everyone was gathered in order to finally see their wishes come true, that the village's demon pariah to finally meet his just deserved end. As they shouted for his death, Naruto was nailed on the cross, watching all these people whom he always dreamed and wished to acknowledge him, to believe in him, to treat him as one of their own, and to look him in the eyes instead of looking down on him. The very idea that he had these thoughts are disgusting him to no end now. They're nothing but hypocrites, Naruto thought to himself. The fifth Hokage Tsunade Senju is standing on the ramp getting the people silent. People of Konoha, we had long been the most proudest shinobis and civilians. Our long beloved history had served us greatly, but today we finally will rule the world, for our researchers and seal masters have figured out a way to take advantage of the Kyuubi's chakra and create weapons, seals, and even bloodlines. The people cheered. In order to do this, first we'll take the Kyuubi from this undeserving individual, Naruto Uzumaki. The people booed at the boy's name. Naruto is everything that a shinobi, much less those of Konoha, must not be. He took his missions as if they were jokes and didn't contribute anything in them. He then tries to take credit for them, and finally driving away one of our best genins and beating to near crepulation just to have the glory for himself. The people continued to boo until Tsunade silenced them. For his crimes, Naruto is going to be executed by none other than Sasuke Uchiha. At least before his death, Naruto is going to do one good thing in his good-for-nothing career and let Sasuke gain the Manjiko Sharingan. The people cheered as a healed-up Sasuke appeared in the ramp looking like the asshole that he is with his smug smirk. Naruto let out a tch, all the things that which said about me are in fact all Sasuke's fault, not mine. Seeing how bad has Konoha fallen, or rather they were always this rotten, he just didn't see it. Sasuke made his way in front of Naruto, cracking his knuckles. Are you ready to die, Dobe? Don't worry, be content that at least your death will have meaning in serving an elite Uchiha such as myself. Naruto laughs. Elite Uchiha, you say? This causes a tick to appear on Sasuke's forehead. There aren't that many of your clan anymore for the standards of an elite from them anymore, aren't I right? Sasuke shoves a punch in Naruto's gut, getting a cough from him. You'll respect me, you hear me? He shouted, then laughed. Your opinion doesn't matter anymore, or rather it never did, you know. Why? Naruto just silently glares at the duckass, because you'll die today and help me achieve the power my brother acquired by killing someone who's close to me. Naruto spits on Sasuke's face, come on, kill me, I don't consider you someone who's close to me, I hate you with all of my heart and guts, so kill me and see that it's for nothing. Sasuke grits his teeth in anger, I'll shove those words right down your throat, he shouted as he activates the Chidori and attempts to shove it as hard as possible at Naruto's chest, but a pillar of light appears around Naruto and everything stopped. Naruto looks around seeing everyone's frozen, questioning what's going on. Naruto, a woman's voice gets his attention. He follows the sound of the voice and sees a woman with long crimson hair in a green dress along with the fourth Hokage. The fourth? Naruto asks. Then the two approach him. They kneel down and embrace him in a tight hug and sob loudly and shed a lot of tears for him. What's going on? Why are you hugging me? Why are you crying? How can't we cry for our own son? The fourth asks. Naruto is taken back. What? We're your parents. Kushina Uzumaki and Minato Namikaze. Silly, the woman said. After another what from Naruto, the two had explained everything to Naruto, how they're his parents and Kushina was the Jinchuriki before him and that Mito was before her, and how a mysterious man had appeared and used the Kyuubi to attack Konoha and they had no choice but to seal the Kyuubi in him, but they made plans to ensure Naruto is safe. First they appointed Jiraiya as his godfather, but he walked out on him, placing 3 fail-safes on his seal. First one is Minato, who'll stop him from being consumed far too late by the Kyuubi's chakra. The second is Kushina, who'll help him to control said chakra, and the third, which Kushina suggested as she had for a long time suspected that Konoha behind Saratobi's back had a major hand in destroying her home country. Whirlpool along with their clan and told Minato about it during the attack out of fear that they'll fool Naruto and steal their clan's knowledge for themselves while using their hatred of the Kyuubi as a cover. Minato believed his wife and made a deal with the Shinigami that should Konoha kill Naruto, he'll send Naruto to a new world to live a much better life, and in return they'll be the Shinigami's most loyal vessels, and the Shinigami agreed, and there you have it. You two sacrificed me on purpose for a bunch of ungrateful bastards, Naruto shouted while crying. What kind of parents would do that? How can you be so cruel to your child? Minato gets down, embracing his son more. Yes, we're shitty parents, you deserve much better, much more better than us. I should have listened to your mom when she suggested to allow the Kyuubi to rampage a little more while making a seal urn to put it in, but no, I made you suffer. Kushina looks sadly towards Naruto. I hope you never find it in your heart to forgive us. A portal appears, and a copy of Naruto appears, replacing Naruto's possession and absorbs the Kyuubi from him. This is? Naruto asks for confirmation. Yes, it's the finale fail-safe working. Its magic will be the Shinigami's slaves now, but at least you can have a better life, Minato said, giving a sad smile to his son as the Shinigami appeared collecting them while the portal sucked Naruto in. Then time started flowing back as Sasuke shoved the Chidori in the chest of the fake Naruto copy while smirking, but something wrong. His eyes are supposed to be evolving by killing someone who was close to him, but nothing changed. The people chanted the death of the demon while Umbuz sucked the Kyuubi's chakra in a jar. Then Sasuke lets out a cry of rage as Naruto had the last laugh on him in his weak, pathetic, dying body. In the other world, the world was much safer and more modern than Naruto's old world, but it wasn't much safer. Finding himself without assistance or money, Naruto found himself jumping from one street gang to another until he was finally captured by the police, who reformed him and let him out from jail after serving his time. Eventually Naruto opened an odd jobs business due to Konoha's people always ignoring him. Naruto had to cook his own food, fix his stuff, lying out traps for thieves, forge his own weapons, and much more. Luckily for Naruto, it seems due to the advance of modern technology, the people of his new world didn't have as much skill as he had, so he immediately became popular and made lots of money. Naruto had adapted to this new world way better than he did to his old one, like he became a successful freelance worker and an incredible gamer, but due to his past traumas Naruto refused to interact with people as friends, fearing they'll betray him. However, one day a genius named Kayaba Akihiko had invented the Nerve Gear, a device that allows people to play games by being part of them, and released the first Morpg Yggdrasil online as the launching title. Being a pro gamer, Naruto got the Nerve Gear and the game and customized his avatar as a lich, but then Kayaba appeared claiming that Yggdrasil is now a death game and its survival for the fittest. Of course, players started on each other's in order to survive. Eventually racist fantasy was adopted and many human avatar players started attacking or abusing demi or hetero avatar players. Naruto found himself abused by them, and just about they'll kill him, something drops on them, being a bomb, killing them. Naruto looks up to his savior, being a white armored insect with a red cape. "Who are you?" Naruto, or in this case his avatar Momonga, asks. "I'm Touch Me," the knight answered. "Why did you save me? Is it not obvious? Saving someone who's in trouble is common sense," he replied, giving a helping hand up to Naruto, who with great effort accepts it. Ever since then Naruto tagged with Touch and they saved other players like them, eventually starting their own guild, the Nine Zulgaun, which was eventually, after recruiting more members, became Ain Zulgaun, one of the most powerful guilds in the game. Despite having only 41 members, they conquered the seemingly impossible dungeon of Nazarick and turned it into their own headquarters, made lots of powerful NPCs. And using their loads of money they got themselves cash items, which gave them a huge advantage over other players, and got almost all the world's items, making them nearly invincible, as a single one of their members was ever killed. The guild continued gaining more and more power, leaving their rivals the Yggdrasil Liberation Army, the Silver Dragon Knights, the Warriors of Hope, and especially the Knights of the Blood Oath, in the dust. Eventually the leader of the latter guild was discovered to be indeed Kayaba, and after killing him the servers were shut down and everyone was free to go back to their homes and happy, except for Naruto, for this game became everything's to him. In it he became what he wanted to be, back in his old life, and learned to trust people again and make friends with Touch Me and the others, forming an unbreakable bond that he desired and longed for back then. But the hands of destiny had plans for Naruto. After a little girl was about to be crushed by a truck, Naruto pushed her out of the way, getting his head flattened, and dies. The afterlife. Naruto, now an older man in his 30s, wakes up finding himself in a chair in a seemingly empty purple-colored space with chess-themed floor and another white chair that has a drawer next to it. In front of him a maiden comes that has white hair and purple eyes, dressed in a nun attire, found her seat on the white chair. She looks towards Naruto with a saddened look and pity. "Naruto Uzumaki, welcome to the afterlife." "So I died. Death isn't as bad as I once thought it would be," Naruto says without emotion, which causes the maiden to flinch. "Yes, I have seen your life, both the old and new. I have to say you're the most person I pity," she says with a voice of sadness. She composes herself. "Ahem, I'm the goddess Eris. I'm in charge of the dead of this world." Before Naruto could ask a question, Eris, knowing it, answers it for him. "Yes. You're from a different world, but you became a resident in this one, so I'm in charge of you." Naruto nodded, accepting the answer. Now, Naruto being dead and living your life as a good person, you have two options: either you go to heaven or reincarnate. Which one would you prefer? Naruto sits in his chair, not really caring anymore. Going to heaven, he'll just be immortal in a paradise, which sounds boring to him, and reincarnation will be just starting a new life, which he already experienced. Eris keeps looking at Naruto with pity, but before she could say anything, an angel comes to her. "Lady Eris, I brought back word from the Council of Gods. They believe this man will qualify to that mission, so send him to that world." "What? No way, Naruto was already used enough. I'll not allow it again," Eris shouts, getting up from her chair and stands in front of Naruto in a protective manner. Naruto seemed to be touched by the goddess' kindness, but his curiosity told him to ask the angel girl about what she's talking about. "For what reason do the gods need me? I'm just curious, is all. Like their gods, can't they solve it themselves?" The angel girl nods. "Yes, the gods are powerful, but to keep balance they don't involve themselves in mortals' affairs. They instead give assistance and guidance to chosen mortals to carry out their plans." Naruto nods. "So what problems are the gods having?" "It seems a powerful demon king had gained too much power and has ravaged more than half of a world. In order to deal with this, the Gods decided to send mortals who died from other worlds to it, but not before equipping them with weapons and powers of their choosing in order to stop the Demon King. The angel then sighs, but unfortunately many of them died and chose the other options, while others, like the one that has Aqua's company, had instead chose to use their gifts to live happy lives and outright refusing to fight the Demon King. She looks towards Naruto with hope, seeing your life had given the gods hope due to your past experiences in battle. Natural talent and battle smarts makes you the perfect hero candidate, so will you help us? If you do, the gods will reward you. Naruto smiles, I can have anything I want to the journey. When the two nod, Naruto's smile widens further, I wish to have my avatar in Yggdrasil along with Nazarick and its NPCs along with all its items from my party members to the ones we bought and acquired. Eris nods, seeing all of this stands under one request, thus making it granteable, and did just that, and Naruto was reborn in the new world as his Yggdrasil avatar in Nazarick's throne room accompanied by the NPCs. Just like last time, Naruto, or now Ains, he adopted the guild's name in honor of their memory, had adapted well to the new world and took steps to defeat the Demon King, first by introducing himself in an adventuring persona, Mammon the Black Knight, along with his companion Nabe, who is in fact a member of Nazarick's battle-made Narbril. Gamma, second, using the first step, became involved with underground gangs. Thanks to his experience he crushed them and took control of them. Thirdly, using the second, find economic ill nations and took over them by establishing the Sorcerer Kingdom. With it he made alliances with other countries and built a large enough army to attack the Demon King's territory, whom felt threatened, used his powers to open a portal to another world which was similar to World Wars I and II, hoping to use the Empire's army to crush the Sorcerer Kingdom, but instead it was the opposite. In a different fashion, Ains had crushed the Empire's unit, the 203 RD Division, and then revived them by using a revival item from Yggdrasil. In Yggdrasil, when players' HP hits 0, players can be saved using a revival staff, and discovered from his new ally Tanya von de Gerchuff that the gods will betray him if he grows more powerful and influential than he already is, so in a countermeasure, using Tanya's powers that forces her to pray to a god to activate and absorbing the then defeated Demon King's power. Ains had the gods in their knees, and he continued looking for new worlds, dimensions and alternate universes and timelines to conquer, and became the most powerful dictator in existence. Nazarick Ains' bedroom. The skeleton sorcerer woke up from his bed in a shock from the dream memory of who he once was. He sighs, what was that? Why am I remembering this now? They most likely had disappeared, considered failures, Ains tells himself after reaching godhood. Ains learned that worlds can disappear via the existence, deleting them as if they were never there, and seeing he couldn't find the hypocrites, he believes that they suffered such a fate. Not that it matters anymore, since I would just crush them with my above godly powers. He sighs again, but it would have been nice. Before Ains could think any further, the doors of his bedroom slammed open, revealing two figures in distraught. The first is a beautiful succubus with long black hair and deep yellow eyes, with horns on top of her head and black wings in her hips, dressed in a white dress that has spiderweb design in the chest area and matching white long gloves with a golden ring with a red jewel on it on her index finger. The second is a vampire with silver hair styled in a ponytail and deep red eyes, dressed in a purple dress and has the same ring on her index finger. Ainzi-sama, they both shouted at the same time. Something's wrong, Ains-sama? I sensed with my wifely senses that you were in danger, the succubus said. The vampire grits her teeth a little. I sensed you were in danger with my beloved senses. The succubus smirked in victory for her better choice of words, which causes the vampire to release killer intent, and the succubus launches them back before a fight could take place. The skeleton dictator coughed, gaining back their attention. No, I'm alright, I just had a bad dream is all, so no need to worry yourselves, Albedo and Shaltir. Not to worry myself, milord, I can't bear you having any trouble, much less a terrible dream. Let me go to the Well of Dreams and discover who was responsible for your bad dream, so I may crush them to cause you distraught, the succubus Albedo said, while a black aura surrounded her and her eyes flashed. Ains decided to think. After all, he discovered that dreams can mean signs and warnings, On top of that, since he conquered the well of dreams, the source of dreams, it means someone is messing with his property and he'll be damned if he allows it to happen. Very well, you have my permission, you may go. Albedo kneels lightly, as you command, my lord, and she leaves. After that, Ains continued with his morning routine and found himself in his office doing paperwork, but due to being a powerful overlord, Ains had long figured out numerous ways to solve the bane of every ruler's existence, from making clones to using tactical spells that don't make mistakes. As he muses about why he dreamt of his old life, a noise from his ear snaps him back to reality. He presses on his ear to activate the communication skill, which was in Yggdrasil, and was able to recreate it so his close minions can call him immediately. Yes, how's with me? Ain-sama, it's me, Albedo. I found the hooligans who were messing with your property and captured them, but there's something weird about them. Ain's eyes flashed for a moment. In what way? They seem to not belong to any world you own. Rather, they are souls and don't belong to the many afterlives you own. This caught Ains curious. Bring them to me now. Yes, my lord. After a few seconds, a knock on Ains' office doors was heard. Ain-sama, I came back with the intruders. May I come in? Yes, the doors opened, revealing Albedo and a bunch of guards surrounding whom he could assume are the intruders, being a woman with black hair and blue eyes dressed in a blue kimono, and the other being a man with red hair and purple eyes dressed in samurai armor. You have a lot of nerve in not messing with my property but also using it against me, he said with venom as an icy black aura surrounded him and his eyes flashed. We only wanted to contact you, Naruto, the woman said, taking Albedo and the guards back. Ains got angry. Where did you hear that name? Back when you were a child, we watched over you, Naruto, the man answered. This got Ains more furious. What do you know of my past? And don't dare use that name again. The captured intruders sigh in sadness and look towards Ains with pitted looks. We know what happened to you, Ains, and came to ask for help, the man answered. Many of Nazarick came feeling their lord's aura, fearing he might be in danger. Amongst them are Cocytus, Demigure, the Dark Elf twins Aura and Mare, the Battle Maids, and the Spriggan 12. Ain-sama, are all right? Demigure asks. Ain sighs a little and calms down, seeing he released his aura throughout Nazarick. Yes, sorry I went too far. Mare then looks towards the last remaining supreme being with fearful eyes. Ain-sama, if I'm allowed to ask, who is this Naruto person? Ains looks down a little, knowing that the time had came for his loyal subjects to know of their lord's past. He looks towards them. I'll tell you, but promise that this will not cause problems. His subjects all nod and agree. Very well, I'll tell you of one Naruto Uzumaki. He was a fool, idiotic, annoying and naive human boy whom his parents died on his birthday and left him to the wolves. He was violated and hated by those around him for something that wasn't his fault. He only had the village's old leader and a ramen stand owners as his only companionship. He longed to prove himself to the people that continued to hate him. One day his teammate had abandoned their village and Naruto was sent to take him back, and he succeeded. Was he thanked? Was he acknowledged? No, he was punished for doing his job and was to be executed, and just as he about to meet his end, his dead parents appeared to him and made a deal with a death god to give him another life in exchange of their servitude. The subjects nods. August, the leader of the Spriggan 12, asks his master, Naruto's story didn't end yet, right? Ains nods. Correct. When he got to the new world, he bought a game where he met a white knight named Touch Me. This gets everyone, especially in Nazarick's NPCs, shocked that the boy of the story met one of the great supreme beings in a game. Ains-sama, the knight, does he happen to be Touch Me-sama? The aged butler Seabass asks. Yes, it is Touch Me. This earns Ains a collective gasps from the NPCs. After Touch saved him, they continued on recruiting the other supreme beings and begin their glory. However, after the game shut down, Naruto was alone again. One day he saved a little girl from being crushed by a truck and died, where he was tasked with saving a world from a demon king, and he asked to be reborn as his character Momonga, and the rest is history. This got even more gasps for the NPCs to discover that their master and their creators are in fact humans, and they have been indirectly insulting their supreme beings by the way they treated and talked about humans most of the time. Ains sees this, knowing he'll have to deal with this for the better of his time now, but before that he looks to the intruders, so answer me. The man nods, I'm Genshin the mysteriously blessed and this my wife Suzuki Senju, we are the founders of the Uzumaki clan. This get Ain's attention and he gestures for him to continue. After we died we watched over our descendants how they developed better and made a nation while the world was at war and continued to be on the top. Genshin gets angry, and how their so-called allies from Konoha had betrayed them and let their enemies through their defenses to destroy them, and how they abused and violated one of our last remaining descendants, and how they continue using their knowledge for themselves as they own it. Ain's nodded and told them to continue, revealing that Naruto's old world has with the Sage of Six Paths who considered the Council of Gods untrusted and separated his world from them and turned his pantheon into masks to be used by mortals, and that the two of them and the summons, especially the Toads, got angry at how Konoha is ruining everything right now, so the Toads got a mask of the messenger god and used it to send the two spirits to seek help, as well as using the mask of the time god to discover of Naruto's rise as Ain's old gown. And there you have it. We're sorry to remind you of your past Ain's, but please help us. Suzuki bowed. Ain's eyes flash in joy. Well, what you know, this morning I was just thinking about destroying them. Albedo looks to her overlord with a wide smile. The troops will be prepared by your orders, Ain-sama, she says, bowing to her lord, and everyone follows suit. Yes, tell them a new world will be added to your lord's collection. A/N, done. So what do you guys think? I liked the idea of Ain's being Naruto in his past, but unfortunately it seems not many people are up to the idea, so I decided to do it. Thanks for reading and have a nice day. Chapter 2. A/N, hello, I'm back with an update. I actually didn't expect this story to get this much attention since I initially written it as a joke and some satisfaction, but here it is with 75 favorites and 81 followers, more than any of my other stories. Anyways, numbers and my own satisfaction demand that I update and hopefully finish the story. Thanks to everyone that reviewed, favorite and followed. On with the show. Ain stood in front of the gate that he successfully made to his old home. He was somewhat nervous going back to a place where he was nothing and a loser instead of the great overlord that he is now and has everything. Ain-sama, are you alright? Albedo asked, snapping her master out of his musings. Yes, it's just I never thought I'll ever go back there is all. He looks up and stares into the horizon. Don't worry, Ain-sama, you have your army and minions with you, not to mention. She shifted uneasily, poking her index fingers, then looked up to him with a crimson face. Your beloved queen with you. Hey, I'm his queen, you wide-mouthed gorilla, shouted Shaltir as she jumped on Albedo, tackling her to ground as they started another fight. Sigh, why does this always happen? He asked himself as he remembers that Shaltir's creator Perorancino was a huge pervert but more tamed than the sage, and made any NPC by him to have a fetish. Shaltir's fetish is of necrophilia. As for Albedo, before the finale battle in Yggdrasil against Kayaba, Ain's thought he'll play a prank on Tabula Smaragdina, Albedo's creator, by using the guild staff to change her personality from bitch to in love with him, but he never got to see his surprise as they beat Kayaba and logged out the game. This now came to bite Ain's now, since he forgot about the prank when he was resurrected in his new life. Ain-sama, Demigure had came to his master and kneels down. Our soldiers are ready at your command. Ain's nods and lays his orders. Very well, first me and Albedo will travel to Suna and convince an old acquaintance of mine to join us. Albedo giggles at her victory while Shaltir is mad. Ahem. They returned their attention to their master. Shaltir, you'll go to Wave, taking anyone you want with you, just like Suna. Wave is an important place for me, and due to its geographical location will make a good base of operations. The 7 deadly sins along with Keijo players, dancers and wrestlers will go and do their things while getting us resources along with money, and most importantly will act as our spies. His red eyes flash. Am I clear? Yes, Almighty Overlord, they all said at the same time. Then let's go. His eyes flashed again, and he turned around, walking into the gate followed by his chosen minions. Unknown location, Elemental Nations. Ain's along with his chosen minions arrived at their destination. Ain's looks at the supposed spies Meliodas along with his group, who'll use the Boar Hat Bar as their base to gather information and gossip through making customers drunk or entice them with Ban's cooking. The others are Keijo players, being the Satoshi and Suruga elite teams, with some pros like Shiryuki with Demigure who'll act as the promoter of Keijo. Here their job aside from making money is to get a certain pervert to reveal his spy network and steal it from him. The fighters along with wrestlers will gather test subjects for chakra research, and finally Shaltir's group consisting of herself with Lupus Regina Beta the werewolf cleric of the Battle Maids, Galen of the Ten Commandments, Melascula of the same group, Sakata Jintoki of the Four Juis, Brandish of the Spriggan 12 and 2 of Shaltir's brides. Let's move out. Yes, Almighty Overlord Ains-sama. Land of the Wind. Ains teleported himself and Albedo to the hot desert land of the elemental nations. Ains-sama, your acquaintance lives in a desert? Somewhat, he lives in a village that is located in this desert. I teleported us here about 50 miles away from it as to not draw attention to ourselves. He buttons up his rope as to not show his skeleton body while wearing the red mask of envy and gloves. Albedo casts a spell and wears her black armor. They walk without trouble towards Suna, and when they were close to it they can see a giant black smoke coming out of Suna and going upwards through the sky. Seeing this, Ains decided to pick up the pace and arrived at the village's gates. Stop right there, shouted a guard, revealing himself as Baki. Baki, I see you're still alive after 3 years, thought Ains, remembering the Suna Jonin from his time as Naruto, being the sensei of Gaara's team. Baki adjusts himself and stares at the strangers. Who are you? And what business do you have here? Ains coughed, clearing his voice. I'm Ains Ulgaun the Sorcerer King, he said with a high and royal tone, then gestures at Albedo. This my follower Albedo. As for our reason to come here, we came here to meet an old acquaintance of mine. He stares at the Jonin's eyes. I believe you know him, Gaara of the desert. Is he available? You're here for Gaara? Asked a female voice, revealing herself to be Temari. She meets the eyes of the masked overlord. I don't know who you are, but I don't recall my brother saying anything about a sorcerer king, so what are you up to? Ains isn't nervous in the slightest, since he dealt with similar things before during his conquest and knows how to deal with this. I assure you I am an old acquaintance of your little brother Temari. He along with you and Kankuro knew me by a different name. So how about we go together, just the 4 of us along with your elites, and Albedo won't be joining us, as well as being free to add any and all weakening seals on me to ensure your safety, he said with his calm regal tone that got Temari and Baki baffled, as no one would suggest such things unless they're extremely confident or stupid. This a nice deal, right? Temari sighs. Well, I can't say no to that. But we were attacked last night by the Akatsuki, and Suna is in an uproar due to our Kazekage Gaara being kidnapped. So Gaara is the Kazekage. I should congratulate him when I see him, Ains thought to himself, but then caught on what Temari said that he for a moment ignored due to being happy for his friend. Wait, if your Kazekage is kidnapped, then why are you here? Shouldn't a rescue squad had left to search for him? Temari grits her teeth in anger as to what the stranger said is true. Yes, but unfortunately we don't have the resources to go after them, so we called for help until they arrive. We'll wait. You don't need to wait any longer, my beloved sand nymph. Your elites are here, shouted a voice filled with arrogance. Ains turned around and had to keep himself in check at the people who had arrived are his old team that he loved and trusted once. Being the arrogant Sasuke, who despite not getting his Mangekyo still got training from nearly every Jonin in Konoha, as well as weapons made using the scrolls of the Uzumaki clan. Ains isn't impressed with the Uchiha, as he doesn't hold a candle to his minions. He would put him somewhere near Clementine, but that's being nice. That dog chick would mob the floor with the Uchiha brat 100 times over. Then there's Kakashi, the man who betrayed the teachings of his father and will of his fallen teammate, reading the perverted novels written by another traitor to the family Jiraiya, whom Demigure will be dealing with. Like always, the man is living in his little world, uncaring aside from glancing at the pair of strangers from time to time. Then there's Sakura, a girl whom he gave his heart to and crushed it multiple times. Ains can only sigh in sadness, as the girl hasn't improved at all during the 3 years. Rather, she's even weaker than before. Sensing her chakra, she's only support. Finally, a new face, being a pale boy coming from Root, who acts both as Danzo's spy and as his replacement, giving an obvious fake smile. Temari sighs in anger. I'm not going to be your concubine Uchiha. She glares angrily at him. Why don't you drill this into your head? Already? Sasuke smirks arrogantly while staring at the Suna Kunoichi with lust that of course gets Sakura angry, mistaking the look to that of love. You'll be mine along with the Hyuga. Anyway, before we start our search for Gaara we need to save Kankuro, who was poisoned by the Akatsuki, Baki said, bringing everyone back at the task at hand. Ain's eyes flash behind the mask. Take me to him now, he commanded. After a while they entered Suna's hospital where the poisoned Kankuro is lying on his bed breathing heavily and sweat pours out of him like waterfalls. Sakura smirks, cracking her knuckles a little. Well, this the job for M-. She couldn't continue her sentence as Ain's violently pushed aside, making her fall on the ground, making his way towards the poisoned Kankuro. Sakura gets angry at what's in her mind. An idiot. Hey idiot, what's the B-? Albedo moved in a blur and had her axe at Sakura's throat. I suggest you keep that foul mouth of yours shut. Not only is it disturbing patience but it's also a great sign of disrespect to Lord Ain's, Albedo said in a whispered tone filled with venom, malice and killer intent, making the fangirl turn pale. Albedo looks at her with contempt behind her helmet, having heard her master's past from the two strangers who are now their allies working with Demigure for his chakra research, and how this girl was a bitch, not appreciating her lord's love which she craves, that she has to hold herself from killing the girl in the most brutal way imaginable by orders from her master who would like to leave her for last. Kakashi, Sasuke and Sai on the other hand were caught off guard how this woman wearing heavy armor had moved in such way like the armor isn't holding her back at all, not to mention she fouled their chakra sensors. Rather, she didn't have any, which is weird since it's a life energy. Ain's had approached the paled Kankuro and positioned his hand above his body, casting a checking spell to look for the problem to heal it. After finding it, Ain's raised his other hand as a black circular shape appeared, which his hand entered grabbing something, and the circle of darkness closes off as soon as he pulled out his hand holding a bottle with red liquid inside. He lays his hand under Kankuro's head as he raises him and forces him to drink the liquid. Temari, seeing this, attempted to interfere, asking the man what he's doing to her brother, but Albedo stopped by appearing in front of her in a blur, making Kakashi and Sai confused again, while Sasuke grits his teeth in anger how this chakra-less woman is faster than him. As Ain's finished, Kankuro's breathing retuned to normal as his body gained back color and fell asleep as Ain's laid him down. The doctors look at the Sorcerer King with fear as he stares at them behind his mask and gets up, then makes a gesture to check on Kankuro. After another gesture, the medics gulp, approaching Kankuro. The medics gain a look of surprise. Master Kankuro, he's alright. No, he's better than alright, the chief medic cried out, shocking everyone in the room but Albedo, who smiles behind her helmet at her lord's miracles. Temari rushes towards Kankuro and sees that he's better now. She looks at the overlord with bugged-out eyes. What did you do? I healed him using a special potion, Ain's answered simply before Temari could ask more about the potion. Ain's stops her. Your brother is alright, he'll be okay after some rest. Now that he's safe and the rescue squad is here, can we start saving Gaara? Temari nods, seeing this Sorcerer King having saved her younger brother. Maybe he'll save her other brother. Yes, she affirms before bowing, and thank you for saving my brother. Mention nothing of it, it's only sensible to help an old friend, Ain said, raising his hand. Before Temari could ask exactly how he's friends with her as well as her brothers, a banshee screams, "You, how did you heal him without chakra? Rather, how are alive without it as well as this woman?" pointing at Albedo. Ain's laughs, the answer is simple, through magic. Sasuke gets angry seeing this man is mocking them, or more specifically in his mind him. What do you mean magic? There's no such thing. Ain's laughs, the world, no, the universe, no, existence is larger than you think, little Uchiha. Sasuke grits his teeth, more ready to attack this man but is held off by his teacher. Alright, let's go save Gaara. Do you have anything that belongs to him? Temari nods and gets the Kazekage's hat out, which floats, making everyone confused as a pink ball surrounds it. Their instincts make them look towards the overlord, who has his hand gestured forwards while also being enclosed inside a pink ball. He stops and the hat falls back to Temari's hand. I found him, he's in the land of rivers inside a cave hidden behind a large rock, Ains announced, shocking everyone how he found this information using this mysterious power. The overlord on the other hand looks at Albedo. Let's go, Albedo. Yes, milord, she said, kneeling as her master opened a black portal which they went through, and like with the circle it closed as soon as it did. The elemental people are completely shocked seeing this many miracles in one day. The Suna shinobis pray this stranger is really their ally, while the Konoha shinobi are either livid or on their guard. Sakura, while surprised, believes that Sasuke would do similar things once his Mangekyo is unlocked. Sasuke is livid seeing this man as a major stepping stone for him to kill his brother. Kakashi keeps note of what he saw and would report it back to the Hokage and Jiraiya, while Sai was like Kakashi but would report it back to Danzo. Land of Rivers. Ains and Albedo went through the portal, arriving at their location, a land filled with clean water, rivers and lots of slopes. They find themselves in front of a cave blocked by a large rock that has a red seal on it. Ains moves forwards inspecting the seal while using a magic spell on his eyes to see through the rock. Seeing the Akatsuki are beginning their ritual of taking the tailed beast out of Gaara using a giant statue which they use its fingers to stand on. On the fingers are 9 figures wearing their black robes with red clouds. Aside from 2 of them, all of them appear as holograms. Albedo, stand back, Ains ordered, stepping back a little. Albedo nodded and stepped back, letting her lord do his magic. Ains pointed his hand forward while having his index and middle finger risen, and he shouts, "Destroy," as a purple energy envelopes his hand which attack the rock, making it disappear along with the seal. The Akatsuki members are shocked seeing this as Ains approaches them and sends a fireball attacking the statue, making it scream out in pain while returning all the chakra it sucked. The 2 real members fall out of the statue, landing on their feet. "This a failure," shouted the leader, Pain Deidre. "Sasori, get rid of them and contact me once you're done so we can resume," he ordered, making the statue disappear in a smoke screen as he and the other members disappeared as well. Getting up, Deidre looked at the Nazarick duo with a bland glare. "You guys are really bothersome, you know that? Do you know how long it took us to get inside Suna and catch this guy?" Ains and Albedo remain silent, which angers the explosive blonde more. "Oh, I didn't you hear me?" Albedo releases killer intent. "We heard you, and yelling in Lord Ains' presence is heresy," she said, shouting the last bit, making the explosive blonde be taken back at this woman's temper. Albedo looks towards her master. "Milord, please allow me to destroy this foul creature." Ains nods, "As you wish." "Hey, don't look down on me, I dash." Deidre was about to continue, but Albedo charged forward, making him back off before the axe caught off his head. Albedo starts laughing, staring at the blonde Akatsuki member eyes as her own shine yellow behind her helmet. "You're quite pathetic, all of you foul, weak lifeforms. You only know how to run your mouth, and just to be clear, I allowed you to back off in order to entertain me." Deidre tchs as he puts his hands inside his pockets and throws acrobatic explosives towards Albedo, who easily parries them off. "Well, that leaves us, mister?" Ains said, asking. "Sasori of the Red Sands," the chubby member says as he takes off his robe revealing his puppet. He launches poison needles from his mouth which are countered by Ains' affinity protection, making them disappear at touching the overlord's body. Sasori, confused, launches more needles and ends up with the same results. Ains disappeared in a blur, making Sasori taken back as a powerful force lands on his puppet, destroying it. Sasori recovered, taking off a black robe he was wearing, revealing his other puppet that looks more like his real past self. "I'll make you pay for destroying Hirako, for he's one of my favorites," he said in an angry bland tone towards the Sorcerer King, whom gestures to Sasori to bring it on. Sasori feels rage at being underestimated and brings out his favorite puppet, the 4th Kazekage. Back to Deidre. The blonde is breathing heavily, riding his clay bird while a cloud of smoke stands in front of him. "I did it, that bitch is dead." He then laughs. "Hey, bitch, how do you like my art? Be grateful for it was the last thing you saw before dying." He starts laughing manically before he feels a sharp steel object presses against his head. He looks up, seeing Albedo being fine and without a scratch. "I tolerated you long enough, foul creature, now die," she says. Deidre sweats waterfalls as he smiles nervously. "You know, when I called you a bitch, I meant it as a comply dash. He couldn't continue pleading as Albedo cut his head in half, making the clay bird fall as it melts. Back to Ainz, he successfully destroyed the fourth Kazekage without much effort, making Sasori use his triumph card, releasing all his puppets and sending them at the sorcerer who keeps destroying them. Ainz appears in front of Sasori, who's kneeling before him. Are you done already, Mr. Sasori? Sari prostitutes himself. Yes, he answered before smirking and using his finger, using a fallen puppet to attack the sorcerer from behind with a needle that hits him, making fall and die. Sasori starts laughing manically and gets up overjoyed at the fallen corpse in front of him, only to feel a pierce at the only human part of him. Shatter Kyoka Suigestu, said the regal voice of the overlord behind Sasori as he hears glass shattering along with the corpse. He sees a catania piercing his only organism and follows it, seeing the overlord holding it. How? I putted you under the illusion of this Zanbakuto, and as you see, not even the Uchiha clan Sharingan can come to compare, Ainz said. With arrogance. Sasori smiles towards him. You're powerful like a god who descended from the heavens above. Perhaps you'll be of use to me. I have a spy inside Orochimaru's circle. He's his most trusted subordinate. We were supposed to meet 2 weeks from now at the bridge of Kusa, but be careful, he may not be as loyal as I once thought. Ainz kept what he heard in his memory while the puppeteer died. The overlord removes his Zanbakuto from him as he falls down on his face. Incredible as ever, my lord, you showed this weakling his place at your feet, said Albedo, praising her lord and having her helmet off, revealing her beautiful face with a large smile accompanied by a huge blush. You were quite dreamy when you explained your Zanbakuto ability. She starts her crazy mumbling as Ainz sighs, making the Zanbakuto return to its original form. This weapon was made by Chief Blacksmith, one of the NPCs made by his friends, being Aminoma Hitotsu, their main blacksmith, who made the character as his apprentice back to the sword when Ainz invaded Soul Society. One of the members of the Zero Squad was the blacksmith of the Shinigamis, thus his Bankai mode was replicating the other Zanbakutos. This impressed Ainz, as after absorbing the Soul King, he grabbed the soul of the Shinigami and took his Zanbakuto and had it remodeled and improved by Chief Blacksmith. It was incredible as it continued serving Ainz, being one of his favorite weapons. Ainz continues sighing at Albedo's day dreams, looking away from the succubus as his eyes landed on Sasori's collection. Albedo, return to Nazarick and take these puppets with you. They could be useful after Chief Blacksmith along with the dwarves improve them. Albedo goes back to her serious mode and bows to her master. Yes, my lord. Anything else? Now that you mention it, Ainz said, approaching Gaara, and after casting a spell on him sees that he's alive. He gets down and focuses his magic on Gaara's seal as green flash appears, taking the form of a ball. "Whh, what's going on?" yelled a small terrified voice inside the ball. Looking around, why is my voice like this? He panics, the creature inside the ball being a tanuki with sand fur. Albedo looks at the creature with curiosity. Lord Ainz, this creature, is it? Ainz nods. Yes, it's Shikaku, the one-tailed beast, one of the 9-tailed beasts. Who are you? You don't have chakra? Shikaku asked, terrified how this person had not only taken him out of his seal but did it without chakra. Bow, you weakling, you're in the presence of Ainz Old Gown, the Conqueror, the Sorcerer King, the Undead King and the Master of the Great Tomb of Nazarick, Albedo announced in a booming voice of anger. Bow. The tailed beast is terrified as he's imprisoned in a far more powerful seal that isn't made out of chakra and bows, trembling before the Overlord. Please forgive my ignorance, O great King of Sorcery. Ainz shakes his head. No need, I'm here to succeed where the Sage of Six Paths failed. He looks at the tiny tailed beast. Do you know how to revive the old system before the Sage cut this world off from the other ones? Shikaku sits back rather impressed, hoping this stranger is the child his father spoke of. Now that you mention it, father, or the Sage as you call him, told us not to use the statue of the outer path along with the 10 tails rings, also the masks of gods. Albedo stares at the tailed beast with suspicion. Why are you telling us this? The Sage is your father, so why are you disobeying him? Shikaku sighs, looking at the succubus. Listen, I really hate disobeying father's wishes, but, he sighs deeply, things aren't getting better, rather they're getting worse, and the supposed child of prophecy is dead, meaning the world is doomed. So there's nothing for me and my siblings anymore aside from being weapons. He takes another sigh, one of anger, and we're tired of this, so if you claim you're succeeding where father failed, then I'll help you since it's useless to do otherwise. Ains chuckles, good observation, don't worry, I promise you in the name of Ains Ul Gown I'll not let you be used as weapons. Again, he hands over the ball to Albedo, then gets a cube out which sucks in Sasori's puppets which he hands over to her. Finally he approaches the corpse of Deidre and takes his ring off and hands it over to Albedo along with Sasori's ring. Albedo, like I said, take these puppets to our blacksmiths. Take the rings to our researchers and the tailed beast to the dark elf twins' floor. Albedo bows, yes milord, your wish is my command. She looks at her lord with concern, what will you do? Like I said, Gaara is an old friend, so I'll catch up with him and make an alliance between us, Ain said before firing rapid fireballs around the cave making it black. With this damage the rescue squad will think that the Akatsuki members are blown up and nothing left of them. Albedo once again smile brightly, your wisdom and mind are as sharp as always Lord Ains. She opens the portal and enters, leaving her lord to catch up with his friend. Land of Waves. The once prosperous country is now under surveillance from the tyranny of Konoha as they refuse to be a puppet state, thus promoting Konoha to use their newfound powers and crush the people of Wave, and executed Tazuna the bridge builder as he refused to rename the Great Naruto Bridge to the Great Sasuke Bridge, despite that many people tried to repel only to be crushed. At the Great Sasuke Bridge 2 Konoha shinobi are standing on guard carrying spears. Man, these people really were something, huh? His companion smiles and nods, yeah, by the end we won, and tomorrow we'll execute the last of the repels and add this land to our borders. He smiles sickly, with Wave under us we'll weaken the other lands, making them unable to receive supplies, turning the tides in our favor. When wasn't it in our favor? His companion asks sarcastically as they both laugh. Still, it's great we finally removed that demon's name from this bridge and made it better. His companion nods, seeing how not did the bridge's name change but its design being larger with flags of Konoha, the Senju clan and the Uchiha clan around it, and of course a giant golden statue of Sasuke in his prideful pose on the side of the middle. Before they can continue their propaganda of Konoha's superiority, they see 8 figures approaching, being Shaltir's group. The 2 men raise their spears as they were ordered to not allow anyone in today by their commander Shikamaru Nara. Hold it, identify yourself. Shaltir looks around the bridge in total disgust. This bridge is ugly. True, it's disgusting with an all-over design, Brandish said in her monotone voice. Shaltir then gazes at the statue of Sasuke and vomits a little in her mouth. And here I thought this bridge can't be more disgusting. Who has a statue of someone like that? Doesn't Lord Ains do the same? Galen asked. Shaltir sends a powerful aura on Galen, making the demon fall on his knees. How dare you compare this ugly statue to Lord Ains' statues? Lord Ains' statues don't only look better, but they have use aside from showing his people his beauty. We said identify yourselves, yelled one of the spearmen, looking angry at the group. How dare you mock Konoha's finest creation? Shaltir and her group look at the spearmen with disgust evident on their faces. Beta, get rid of them, Shaltir ordered, snapping her fingers. Yes milady, said the werewolf in a happy childlike tone, approaching the 2 men as they take their positions. Before they knew it their heads rolled off, seeing their headless bodies as their necks jets out blood. Their souls leave their heads as Galen and Melascula eat them. Inside Wave. The people of Wave were gathered in the plaza, forced to witness the execution of their own people as the Konoha shinobi stare down on them. On the podium Shikamaru along with Team Guy stand, seeing the people of Wave giving them stares of anger and hatred. Yosh, soon will make them turn these frowns upside down when we finally execute the last unyouthful supporters of that demon. Yes, they'll acknowledge their fate as weaker people who live under the strong, Niji said in an arrogant tone befitting of his clansmen. Yeah, the world will be better with the Leaf as the supreme rulers, Tenten said, swinging around her new weapon being Zabuza's sword, which she stolen from his grave and improved it with seals. Troublesome, let's get this over with, Shikamaru said, going forwards while the people of Wave are jeering him after his fellow shinobis silence them. Shikamaru starts speaking. People of Wave, for the longest time you were put under the influence of the accursed demon known as Naruto Uzumaki. Naruto is a hero, shouted a woman. Yes, he's the true carrier of the first Hokages. Well, unlike you monsters, shouted a man. After being silenced again by the shinobis, Shikamaru continued. Now to purify this land and its people of the demon's influence, will execute the last of the unfortunate souls that were caught under his influence. They're not under his influence, a boy shouted. You guys are the real demons, shouted a girl. After another silence, Inari along with his mother and other citizens were brought forward crucified. Now let's commence the execution, Shikamaru said, but before he could do anything, they started hearing voices following them. They saw Tazuna and the other citizens along with warriors they executed approaching them. What's going, they're dead, shouted a Konoha Chunin. It must be one of the demon's tricks, shouted a Jonin. I can't believe it, shouted an Umbu, but their eyes along with other Konoha shinobi who refused to believe this burst into flames as they scream in pain holding their eyes. Ho, it seems these tyrants are weak, they fell easily to my commandment, Melascula commented disappointed. The Konoha shinobi take offense to that as they charge forwards at the demon but are stopped as the corpses start biting into them, crushing their shoulders and eat them. Monster, shouted a Jonin who activated the seal of the wood release and creates needle vines sending them towards the commandment of fate, but they burst when they touch her. Impossible, the wood release is the most powerful. Bloodline, he commented scared as Melascula stared at him forcing his soul out of his body as she eats it. Soon Jintoki enters the field cutting through shinobis like butter, living up to his nickname as the White Yakasha. Brandish uses her magic to minimize the size of the weapons and jutsus that come towards her while sending small knives to scratch her opponents and then oversize their scars, killing them. Beta like Jintoki cuts through the shinobis with a huge sadistic smile on her face. Back to Shikamaru, seeing the situation he attempts to escape and request backup but is blocked by Shaltir, her brides, and Galen. Where are you going, coward? Shaltir asks mockingly. We're not cowards, you unyouthful monster, Lee shouts, attempting a leaf hurricane only to be blocked by one of the brides who proceed to lock on his ankle, crushing it, making him wail in pain as he holds it. Then she starts kicking him repeatedly and finally crush his back as he cries out in pain. Seeing this, Tenten and Niji were about to jump in but they are blocked by Galen and the other bride respectively. Going somewhere? Galen asks sarcastically. Tenten, enraged, swings her sword in a wide arc to attack the demon who easily block it. Tenten smirks as she activates a seal which freezes Galen. Just as Tenten was about to celebrate her victory, she smells fire as Galen's body burns away the ice, making the kunoichi back off. Demons are creatures that live in the hottest spots of purgatory, so these icicles of yours are nothing to me. So, you're a demon, Tenten said through her gritted teeth, are in leagues with Naruto? Who? Naruto, the Kyuubi who destroyed Konoha, Tenten yelled as she swings her sword again. But Glan disappears in a blur, appearing next to her as he kicks her hard, making her fall as he catches the sword. Galen laughs at the young kunoichi. You never handled a sword before, right? He looks at her for confirmation as she sends justice at him, but they're nullified by his shields which he received from Ains, making Tenten gasp. I can tell that you're not used to using swords and this sword is probably stolen. Tenten grits her teeth. How dare you, everything belongs to Konoha and as a Konoha shinobi this sword is mine, she shouted before gasping as a purple electric field goes through her body, turning her to stone. Shikamaru sees this with bugged out eyes. What did he do? Nothing, she lied to him. Anyone who lies to the commandment of truth turns to stone, Shaltir answered her prey who till now was watching the fights, making his opponent bored. Galen continues laughing at the stoned Konoha girl as he swings his weapon, crushing her into millions of pieces. Niji and Lee see this, attempting to avenge their friend, but the brides catch them. Lee has his blood drank by the bride as his body becomes pale and falls, while Niji sends powerful palm strikes at the bride, fighting him, making her stop. Niji smirks widely. Weakling, be grateful that the Hyuga fighting style defeated you, he said arrogantly before the bride reigned herself, making him gasp. Impossible, no one survives the Hyuga's invincible style, he said in a whispered, terrified tone as the bride tackles him and pummels him to unconsciousness. Shikamaru sees this with a terrified expression. So are we going to fight or not? Asked Shaltir. Shikamaru gulps, knowing this his end before a forest appears between him and Shaltir. Shikamaru follows its direction, seeing an injured Jonin. Commander Nara, he coughs blood, escape and let the Hokage know of this. Shikamaru nods as he escapes, leaving his dead comrades behind to ensure their sacrifices weren't for nothing. Melascula sees this and was about to send one of her undead at him. Let him leave, this will give us the attention we need, Shaltir ordered. After a while the chaos was done with all the Konoha shinobi dead with the exception of Niji, who was captured to be used in chakra experiments for his bloodline. Shaltir stands on the podium as the revived Wave people reunite with their loved ones and sing praises to her and her squad. People of Wave, she said, gaining their attention, I saved you by orders from my master Lord Ains, who'll now be the daimyo of this country. When he arrives, make sure to make this place look good. Long live Ains, shouted a man, and soon others joined him as Shaltir smirks. This world will be a walk in the park. Good, first let's begin with redesigning the bridge to its original form, Shaltir shouted, getting the people to cheer further to her and her beloved master. A/N, done. Sorry for the late update, I just written this as a joke, yet it gained more popularity than my other stories to the point I was PM'd to continue it. Still, if you guys like it, I'll try to update soon and hopefully finish it. Characters: 7 Deadly Sins, Galand, Melascula, Meliodas. Fairy Tale, Brandish, August. Gintama, Jintoki. Sorry, I'm not complaining about the attention, it's just weird this bashing story has a large audience. Thanks for reading and have a nice day. Chapter 3. Akatsuki Cave. Gaara started trembling and opens his eyes, slowly adjusting to the dim light. He grunts a little as he tries to get up. Don't overdo yourself, take it easy, someone ordered. Curious Gaara follows the direction of the voice and finds the overlord. It's great news to me, you're well, and congratulations to becoming Kazekage after being hated by the very same people that you're in charge of now. Gaara is baffled seeing this stranger he never met before, yet he spoke to him in a natural tone. Yes, thanks, and who are you? Exactly? Ains laughs, is that a way to speak to an old friend? Gaara is even more taken back at this stranger's tone, not to mention his suspicious appearance. Before he could speak, the stranger stops him, raising his hand. We'll speak more of this soon, now we have company. Gaara followed the gaze of the overlord and sees the rescue squad consisting of his sister, Chiyo, Matsuri along with her team, and of course Team 7 from Konoha. The rescue squad looks at the shape of the cave, baffled, seeing no one aside from the Sorcerer King and Gaara. The silence is enveloping the atmosphere, seeing the black burned walls and smelling the blood mixed with fire. You did this? Chiyo broke the silence, asking. She was told about this man Ains and his powers, from saving Kankuro easily to finding Gaara quickly and finally opening a black door. Seeing that door brought him here a lot faster than they took to come. Ains laughs, getting up. Yes, you took your sweet time arriving, I finished the whole thing myself. Sasuke grits his teeth in anger, looking at the overlord. Where's the Akatsuki members? Can't you tell? I killed them with a powerful spell, I ended up burning their bodies to ash, Ains answered mockingly. Then he fakes a disappointed sigh, which was believable due to his acting, which improved greatly in the course of his conquest. Too bad I can't cash in using their corpses, delivering them to bounty collectors. Sasuke continues, looking towards the overlord with rage, since this was his opportunity to face the Akatsuki to get one step closer to his brother and goal, yet here is this stranger took the opportunity from him. Excuse me, Matsuri spoke, how did you get here so fast? We weren't completely slow, since our Konoha allies allowed us to use their hawk summons, which were empowered using the seals. Ains' eyes flash behind his mask, making note of what he heard, since according to information from his intruders that Konoha have abused both the Kyuubi's power and Uzumaki seals for their conquest, using a magical portal. He answered simply before allowing his thoughts to linger longer. You mean that black thing you made? Kakashi asks in a serious tone. Ains nods and gets up, opening up another portal. Let's return to Suna now. In order to calm its people, I'll allow all of you in since you're so slow. The Suna shinobi nod their heads while the Konoha shinobi are enraged further of this man mocking their technology which they stole from the Uzumaki clan corpses. Suna Kazekage office. Gaara sat on his office wearing his robes along with hat, arguing with the Konoha shinobi. I'm sorry, but according to law you don't get paid for your troubles, since it was Ain-san over here who not only saved my brother but me as well. Kakashi sighs knowing the law and then decides to leave, but before they did his star pupil decided to try to get one over the overlord. Hey, where's that chick that was with you? Did she die? The Uchiha asked mockingly, hoping to find something wrong on this man who this entire time was humiliating him. Ains laughs. Please, not even Itachi can stand up to her. She can easily make him her bitch and he'll like it. He fired back, making Sasuke more enraged, but was held off by his teacher as they left. Gaara sighs in annoyance and relief as the Konoha shinobi left. So sorry about that, Ain-san, but these Konoha dastards keep throwing their weight around like they own everything. If so, then why are allies with them? Ains asked. It's not like we want to, we have to, since one, we need allies to trade with, and two, staying in their good graces means they won't invade us. Temari answered, bothered. Things haven't been the same ever since Naruto Uzumaki died, she said, the last bit saddened. Ains decides this the moment of the truth. Naruto is alive and well, he never died that day. Gaara and Temari look at the overlord like he grew another head. What are you talking about? Naruto is dead, we saw his corpse, Temari said, angered as she shouted. I'm Naruto, Ains said, taking off his mask, gloves and unbuttons his robe, revealing his skeletal figure. Naruto, you're a reanimated corpse? Gaara asked, showing signs of being terrified as he wants to believe his friend is alive, but the shinobi world isn't so kind to grant such wishes. Are you really Naruto? Temari asked, terrified as well. She swallows a lump in her throat. Prove it. Ains nodded and coughed before speaking. After our battle in Konoha, Gaara, I told you never in my life I thought I'll ever meet someone who not only shares my pain but has it worse. Gaara's serious expression drops as tears envelop his eyes and cascade down his face. He gets up from his chair, rushing towards the overlord, embracing him in a warm, tight hug. Ains takes a moment to adjust to such emotions of warmness before returning the hug. Welcome back, Naruto, Gaara managed to say between sobs, whilst Temari looks on, wiping tears off her own face at the reunion between her youngest brother and first, not to mention only friend. I'm glad to be back here, Ains said. After a while the party started catching up with Ains, telling them about his adventures of becoming as powerful as he is, while Gaara and Temari update him on what happened after his death, mainly how Konoha turned into dastards using the technology of the Uzumaki clan along with the Kyuubi chakra to invade and capture lands. They captured small villages like Waterfall and stolen their tree in order to empower themselves. Thankfully the Seven Tails Jinchuriki Fu escaped and is currently on the run from them. The other daimyos, including Kazuhana, Toki and Haruna, tried to negotiate with the Fire Daimyo, whom is now a puppet being accompanied by an Umbu agent who does the talking for him, making the daimyo more pathetic than Naruto remembers. This made many and all remaining villages to start a secret alliance against them. Gaara said, our village is part of it, but the fight ahead will be tough if not futile, especially since Konoha captured waves stopping trade there. Ains was about to tell his old friends about his plans to fight but receives a call. He looks towards the San siblings with an embarrassed expression. Excuse me, one of my followers is calling. The two nod, letting Ains push his ear. Yes. Lord Ains, I have captured Wave and it's now yours, Shaltir said from the other side. Good work, Shaltir, make sure everything is in order before my arrival, Ains praised and instructed. Of course, your wish is my command, my beloved lord, Shaltir said from the other side. Ains nods as he cuts off the call. He then looks towards his friends. Not to worry, Wave is mine now, he announced, making his companions gain questionable gazes, expecting an answer to what this means. Seeing this, Ains answered, "One of my floor guardians, Shaltir, captured the country, making me its rightful ruler, and I'll join your alliance, meaning you don't have to rely on Konoha any further." The siblings let out a breath of fresh air as they continued with their conversation. Konoha Hokage office. The fifth Hokage Tsunade sat on her office sighing madly, looking at Shikamaru. "Repeat that again." "I said we were attacked by mysterious individuals," Shikamaru said, swallowing his saliva in fear. "They revived the dead, they made our forces' eyes burst to flames, they cut through our forces like butter, one of them sucked Lee's blood dry. One of them turned Tenten to stone and crushed her to pieces. Finally their leader looked intimidating without even fighting." He breathed heavily, remembering what he saw. "I'm certain they kept me alive to deliver this message, since they would have easily caught up to me." Tsunade looks at Shikamaru with anger, hoping the sloth is lying, but unfortunately the Naras don't lie about these kind of things. Before she could press further, the doors are knocked. Sighing, Tsunade asked, "Who's there?" "Team 7 reporting," Kakashi said from the other side of the door. "Come in," the Hokage ordered as Team 7 entered, looking tired and bothered. Seeing this, Tsunade asks, "Did something bad happen in the mission?" Kakashi sighs. "The whole mission was bad from start to finish," he said honestly. Tsunade's expression darkens. "Explain." "First this man Ains showed up. He cured Kankuro before Sakura could, then he reached the Akatsuki's hideout before us. Not only that, but her defeated them, leaving nothing of them." Tsunade slams her desk as she glares at the closet. "Perverted Jonin, how did this man do all of this? Especially when we have our tech and seals. Magic." "Before you argue this," what he called it, not to mention he along with his companion, a heavy armored woman, didn't have chakra, Kakashi says, shocking the Hokage. "Impossible. Chakra is the energy of life, no creature from plant to animal lacks it," Tsunade says, fearful. "Even Lee has a little chakra." She looks towards her secretary Shizun. "Call Jiraiya now." "I'm here," yelled a voice as the Toad Sage entered through the window. "I already looked around checking this Ains fella." "What did you get?" the Hokage asks, agitated, looking for information about this potential enemy. Jiraiya sighs deeply as he admits, "Just one thing, which is he's the new daimyo of Wave," he says before continuing. "When Shikamaru escaped, I heard the people of Wave singing praises to him and prepare a large welcome for him as the new daimyo." "That's it?" Shikamaru asked, gulping, still remembering the individuals that attacked them. "Since they're this monstrous, then this man is even more so, being able to command such power and respect from them." The pervert sighs. "Nothing else." The Toads even said this the first time they hear of him. Tsunade sighs, taking a deep breath. "Summon the council in order to prepare for this potential threat." "Yes ma'am," Shizun says, leaving in order to summon the council. "Team 7, you're free to go except for Kakashi and Shikamaru. You're coming too," Tsunade orders as Kakashi sighs along with Shikamaru. Konoha Council Champers. The council was summoned as they took their seats. On the table on the right side are the shinobis, including clan heads and other important shinobis. On the left side are the civilians, whom are in charge of marketing and building. Soon the Hokage entered and took her seat on the head of the table. She coughs, gaining attention. "Thank you all for attending on short notice. I have summoned you all today for an important meeting regarding a rising threat." When those words were spoken, most of the attendants gasped in shock, since they believe in Konoha's propaganda, mostly the civilians, while others gain a serious expression, being more evident in the three elders, especially the warhawk Danzo, and finally there's the arrogant people like Hayashi Hyuga. "What kind of threat?" Danzo asks. Tsunade sighs. "Our invasion of Wave was a complete failure." Everyone gasped. "What? Impossible, they don't possess the same power we do," yelled Hamura. "If only we sent Sasuke, they would have been grateful to us, since he's the hero that saved them," yelled a civilian. Tsunade coughed and hit the table, silencing the shouts. "Also the Kazekage Gaara was saved, not by us, but a mysterious individual named Ains. This same person was also the one behind our failed invasion." "Who is he? Bring him here to answer to his crimes." Again, Tsunade hit the table, silencing the dysfunctional council of idiots. "Shikamaru, show everyone what happened." The sloth nods as he approaches Inoichi, whom activates his jutsu, showing everyone in the room the sloth's memories. Everyone is at the edge of their seats seeing the dead being revived by Melascula, whom is able to make soldiers' eyes burst to flames, not to mention the seal of the wood release. The most powerful bloodline didn't even scratch her. Jintoki and Beta cutting through everyone like butter, Brandish minimizing the weapons and jutsus while enlarging small scars, killing their forces. Tenten turning to stone by Galen, who destroys her to pieces, making her sensei, who acts as a guard, grit his teeth in anger, even more so seeing his other students killed by the brides. Niji is captured, but they don't know that. Hayashi on the other hand has rage written on his face seeing his family's perfect fighting style not affecting the bride, as he makes a reminder to put a bounty on them, so they don't shame his family more. This outrageous. Where did these monsters come from? Tsunade again hits the table, silencing the council. I have summoned you here to discuss the next course of action, not to overreact to anything you see. Do you understand? The council became silent. Danzo coughs, gaining attention. So what is our next course of action? He asks, hoping that the Hokage isn't going to make a dumb decision. Tsunade takes a deep breath. Well, Jiraiya will start investigating this individual, while we continue looking for new territories, she said before continuing, and seeing these monsters it's better to take advantage of Whirlpool and build a new base there to launch a navy attack. Danzo hates to admit this, but this an incredible idea. Very well, meanwhile my forces will continue their investigation regarding the secret alliance and the seven-tailed Jinchuki's location, and, he looks towards Hayashi, the former Hyuga heiress. Hayashi grits his teeth in rage of the jab Danzo took at him. I'll go speak to the daimyo to give us his fleet, Koharu offered. Tsunade nodded as she finished the meeting with everyone leaving with the exception of Hisahi Hyuga. Lady Hokage, a moment of your time please, he demanded, more than asked, making Tsunade sigh in anger knowing what he's after. For the last time Hayashi, we don't know where Hinata is, Tsunade stated, knowing that 1 year after Naruto's execution Hinata fell into depression, making the Hyuga clan glee over the fact they finally broke down the weakling whom tried to destroy their traditions and were more than ready to give her the caged bird seal. However, Hinata had other plans as she disappeared, labeling her as a missing nin whom became notorious, in Konoha's eyes, for always standing in the way of Konoha's propaganda, first robbing her sister from the Tenseigan, a higher form of the Byakugan which was discovered in the Uzumaki clan scrolls, where the Hyugas immediately hunted down the cult who guarded the secret for the future Byakugan princess, but Konoha took them down using their new technology, annihilating the cult, and were about to give the power to Hanabi only for Hinata to appear and steal the power for herself. Ever since then Hinata became a constant thorn in Konoha's way, saving the seven-tailed Jinchuki along with starting a secret organization that kept promoting anti-Konoha propaganda. Of course, such acts were abhorred by the Hyuga clan, who kept increasing the bounty on the once failure, wanting her delivered to justice. Hayashi grits his teeth in rage. My clan's honor is being destroyed by every step and breath that failure takes, and you just sit around doing nothing, he shouted, making the Hokage enraged as she chokes him, making struggle for air. Tsunade just stares deeply unto his pearl eyes. Don't you ever treat the Hokage like this, you hear? Because of you do I'll not be hesitant to overtax your noble clan, got that? Hayashi grits his teeth, nodding, accepting the answer as the Hokage lets go of him. The boar hat. The seven deadly sins were having it easy, capturing one Konoha spy after another by using their delicious meads which caught the ears of many, including the spies. Meliodas serves drinks and gets the customers drunk, Ban gets non-drinkers through his cooking, and Hawk the bar's mascot is being harassed by girls who find him cute. Merlin, Elizabeth, Diane and Elaine are being surrounded by love-struck drunks whom they are more than capable to fend off, whilst Gauther, the goat sin of lust, whom is hiding in a secret location, launches his magic at coming customers, getting any sort of information on them, and Iskaner helps out by carrying said customers, making it look like they drank too much. Meliodas, the leader of the group, sits behind the bench writing the report of their findings to his fellow Nazarick army about the identities of Jiraiya's top spies to Demigure, the promoter of Keijo here and the floor guardian of the 7th floor of Nazarick. Meliodas breathes in a huge sigh of relief, which is noticed by Elizabeth. Someone seems happy, huh Meliodas? Meliodas chuckles, yeah, this job is easy compared to the worlds we conquered before or when we were Ain's enemies. Elizabeth chuckles, who would have thought that the great adventurer Mammon was in fact Ain's. When Naruto reincarnated in his first world, the land of Britannia was an isolated land not doing trade with anyone. Soon the holy knights of the strongest kingdom Lioness had turned against their king, whilst his youngest daughter Princess Elizabeth went looking for the legendary order of knights called the Seven Deadly Sins. During her quest she came across Mammon, his partner Nabe and their pet Hamasuk. From there they met Meliodas and found the rest of the sins, defeating the holy knights, the revived 10 commandments, and finally the demon king whom Ain's was originally sent to fight. After that, using his newfound knowledge, Ain's made Britannia do trade with his kingdom and freed Meliodas and Elizabeth from their curses under the condition they serve him. It was a tough decision for the lovers, but they eventually agreed, seeing no other way to destroy their curse, and ever since then they became part of Nazarik's forces along with their friends. Before they can reflect more on their past, the door of the bar is slammed open, revealing a total of 6 figures wearing black capes and hoods, making the sins on guard as they move around carefully, not letting their guard down, and finally sit down on a table where it's easy to jump and get away. Elizabeth approaches the strangers with a clip and pen as she puts on her best smile. "Hello and welcome to the Boar Hat, what can I get you?" The strangers don't speak as they simply get pens marking on their menus as they hand it over to Elizabeth, whom nods and leaves. "Was it a great idea coming here?" said one of the figures, being a girl, to her comrades. "I mean, sure, we found Konoha spies coming here, but aren't we giving ourselves away?" The leader, being another girl, glares. "What's life without a risk? This a great opportunity, many Konoha spies are here, it'll be a waste to let them all go." Another one of the figures, being an old man, yawns. "I just wish to relax and drink some mead." The tallest figure sighs. "Trust me, I have the same feeling, but as long as Konoha stands up with their propaganda we can't rest." "He speaks true, I remember it as it were yesterday, when they destroyed my village and killed its most loyal shinobis," spoke another figure, being a girl. The finale figure was about to say something before Elizabeth came with the orders and some mead. This made the leader suspicious as she glares at the waitress behind her hood. "We didn't order mead." The waitress giggles. "Don't worry, we'll not charge you, it's a gift from the bar." The group simply keep their cool and thank the waitress as they begin eating on their meals, which tasted nice due to Ban's cooking skills. They keep looking around, finding some of the spies sleeping, carried away by a scanner, and one of them was about to go to the restroom, promoting the leader to order the largest one of them to gesture to him to follow him. The large man does as his leader tells him as he goes to the restroom, following behind the spy with the intention to knock him out, only for Gauther to launch his magic at them both, putting them under his control. The figures remain in their place until they notice the bar staff force civilians out, getting them suspicious, especially when they surround them. Meliodas approaches the group with his sword Lostvein strapped to his back. "Now I suggest you guys come with us peacefully." The figures jump up, attempting to escape, only for King to use his spirit spear Chastiful, turning it into a giant bear with 6 arms, crushing the bar's roof whilst forcing the figures down, tearing off their ropes, revealing them as Yudakata, Rashi, Fu, Hataru, and Hinata Hyuga. The sins split, each taking an opponent, with Meliodas standing against Hinata, Ban against Yudakata, Diane in her giant form wielding her hammer against Rashi, Merlin against Fu, King against Hataru. Hinata activates her eyes, attempting to use her sidekick powers on the bar owner, who shrugs them off as he charges at the former Hyuga heiress, drawing his sword, attempting to slash her with it, only for her to barely dodge it through flight, making Meliodas grin as he generates dark wings, following after the leader, whom sends a fireball towards him. Meliodas slashes the ball in half as Hinata disappeared into thin air during that time and appears above him, driving a kuni into the back of his head, which bleeds, making her grin a little before the demon disappears into nothingness. "You did well against my clone," Meliodas said from above, supporting his large grin. "You're really interesting and I would like to drag this battle longer, but my lord wouldn't like that," he said honestly before knocking the girl out. Ban swings his nunchaku as Yudakata activates his seal, getting Two-Tail out as he slashes Ban's hands. "If you don't wish to lose more limbs, I suggest for you to surrender," the 6-tailed Jinchuruki offered. Only for his eyes to widen, seeing Ban's hands grow back out of white smoke as the greedy fox charges at the Jinchuriki with the nunchaku, again swinging it around as Utakata dodges whilst firing water jutsus towards his opponent, whom parries them off using his weapon as he gets closer and slams down, crushing the floor, missing the six tail Jinchuriki by a small margin. "I suggest for you to surrender unless you want me to crush you," Ban offered. "Not that it'll matter since our lord can reanimate you." Utakata gets all tails out, turning into his tailed beast, seeing this man being powerful and capable of regenerating, not to mention needing to protect his student. He decided to go all out. Ban simply smirks as he charges forwards whilst Utakata launches poison needles towards the fox Sin, who just shrugs them off. As he's immortal, he jumps up and shouts, "Martial arts ability increase, greater ability increase. Power strike." As he said these words, his body and weapon shine from yellow to stronger yellow to a violent crimson, hitting the giant slug with the weapon, knocking him out cold whilst turning him back to normal. Rashi launches a fire jutsu of meteors towards the giantess, hitting her head on, making the old man smirk before the smoke clears, revealing Diane with steel skin as she strikes the hammer down, promoting Rashi to dodge. The old man breathes heavily, thinking he was finished just now. Suddenly the earth he's on raises up towards the hand of the giantess, who attempts to crush him in her hand, promoting the aged Jinchuriki to follow the younger Jinchuriki by activating the seal, turning into his tailed beast, crushing the raising pillar as he stands tall face to face with the serpent Sin. Rashi in his bijou form lets out a battle cry as he launches a bijou bomb, not daring to take a risk as the giantess raises another pillar of stone, being wider than the last. Rashi smirks, "You're a fool if you think you can stop the most powerful tailed beast attack with a wall." As he prepares to celebrate his victory, the bomb hits the wall, which doesn't blow up, or is it penetrated? Rather, the bomb digs into it like if it were made out of rubber. Rashi looks confused and scared at this as the wall reflects the bomb, hitting him square on, knocking him out and turn him back to normal. Fu, seeing how her comrade were annihilated, attempts to escape in order to save their plans, even if it were going to leave a bad taste in her mouth, reminding her about her village's fall. Nonetheless, Fu understands the situation at hand as she attempts to escape, only for a black tornado to surround her, dragging her down inside a bottle which shrinks her. Terrified, Fu looks around before a light chuckle is heard from Merlin, who appears as a giant to Fu due to her small size. "Now I can't afford to anger my master. Trust me, I tried it once when I attempted to steal his secrets, but I didn't get away with it as he imprisoned me inside an ice dungeon for what felt like eternity," Merlin simply stated whilst shuddering at the memory of how enhanced drugs made her imprisonment feel like a hell long of time. Hataru grits her teeth, seeing all her comrades taken down easily as she stands no chance, whilst King, who turned his weapon back to its regular form, points at her throat as she raises her hand, surrendering. After that, Gauther was summoned to put the group under his spell along with their fallen member Han, the five-tailed Jinchuriki. Nazarick 5th floor, Glacier. The 5th floor of Nazarick is a glacier-themed floor with ice covering each and every corner, making it look like an icy mountain right straight out of a fairy tale. Within this mountain there's the frozen prison, a hellish cell that looks like a two-story house straight from a fairy tale from the outside, which currently houses the group of missing Nin. Hinata was the first to wake up, followed by the rest of her comrades as they hold their heads in pain. The last thing they remember was the one-sided beatdown from those bartenders. "Oh, you're finally awake," said the dislocated voice of a woman whom appears as a giant green slime with lots of makeup. "Who are you? Where are we?" Han shouts as he grabs the cell bars in anger, but immediately regrets the decision as the slimy woman catches his cheeks in a flirty manner. "If such a handsome-looking man is asking me of my name, it's only sensible I give it," the slimy woman said as her circular tongue presses against the IWA Nin's lips, terrifying him even more. "I'm Neuronist Painkill, the special intelligence investigator in charge of torturing prisoners, my dear." Rashi right now didn't know what to feel as a swirl of emotions envelopes his mind. He feels disgusted at this creature's appearance and would like to laugh at his fellow IWA Jinchuriki luck of attracting her, yet at the same time he's imprisoned in a hellish cold cell, being hellied by this monster in front of them. He puts his hands on his belly, attempting to unleash the Bija chakra, but he doesn't feel anything scared. Rashi takes up his shirt and his eyes almost fall out of their sockets seeing that his seal is gone. It wasn't locked or it was weakened, it was gone. He looks up attempting to announce that to his fellow Jinchurikis only to find them in a similar position. What the hell is happening? Our seals, they aren't there, Rashi thought, terrified. At any other time Rashi and his fellows would gush at the idea of being freed from these curses, yet how are they freed without dying? Neuronist got on this as she chuckles. Don't worry about your curses, she assured before continuing, your beasts, they're under his lordship protection above this floor. Utakata gets up terrified as words keep dying on his throat before speaking. How did you remove the tailed beasts without killing us? He struggled asking this question. After all, the only way a Jinchuriki to be free of their burden is to die either of old age or sickness, and the beast is transferred to the next holder, or if the beast is forcibly ripped out from them. Neuronist chuckles once more. Please, nothing is impossible to his lordship, he's a miracle himself. Before Utakata could ask more, Fu got up and asked, wait, you said the tailed beasts are above us? Neuronist nods. Yes my dear, this the great tomb of Nazarick, an invincible structure built by the hands of the 41 supreme beings acting as their base and home, she answered before continuing, we're on the 5th floor, the glacier. Hataru got up, eyes widening as she breathes heavily. Are you saying all this ice is inside a base? Neuronist smiles. Yes, our supreme creators are the greatest artists in existence, making such great scenery down below the ground. There's so much more, and I would like to see you appreciate the work of art made by our supreme creators, but unfortunately I can't let go of you yet as his lordship is coming to see you. Hinata glares, deciding to ask, who's your lordship? Before Neuronist could answer, a black portal appears behind as she goes down on her knees kneeling. Welcome back to Nazarick, your lordship. Ains stepped out of the portal, scaring the group seeing a skeleton walking around without any flesh covering it. Ains raises his hand. Thank you for looking after these prisoners, Neuronist. I would like to speak to their leader alone. Neuronist gets up nodding as the ice moblins open the cell door, allowing their master in as he approaches Hinata, whom tries to get away but something stops her. Don't bother running. Before you were put inside this cell, a magic spell was casted on you to not allow you escape, Neuronist stated. Ains stands above the former Hyuga heiress, whom closes her eyes in fear. Please don't, I still have something to do, she shouted, hoping their captor would listen to her. She feels his cold bony hand touching her forehead, making her gasp, then looks up seeing he doesn't mean harm, which confuses her. What are you? Hinata tried to ask, only for Ains to cast a spell making her gasp, seeing through memories. Not just any memories, but ones of someone that was precious to her, and she thought he was gone. Ains removes his hand whilst the group looks towards their leader with worry, not daring saying anything as they can't comprehend what they saw. In their view, this skeleton just touched Hinata's forehead. Then the girl gasped as tears run down her face. She looks up with a hopeful gaze. Naruto-kun? Yes, Hinata-chan, I'm sorry it took me this long to come back, Ains stated. Hinata's tears increased as she jumps, hugging the overlord, crying loudly. I don't care, you're finally back, she continues sobbing as tears fall on the undead king, who feels something that he missed all this time, something that no matter what his minions tried to do just couldn't give him. It was the feeling of warmth. Ains slowly raised his hands up, returning the embrace. Soon they were done as Ains removes the spell on them. The undead king stands in front of the group. Sorry about the terrible hospitality, allow me to welcome you all, he coughs before raising his hands up. Welcome to the great tomb of Nazarick. I'm the great master of this dungeon, where all manner of creatures from undead, demons, angels, mortals, demi-humans and heteromorphs call home. I'm Ains Ulgaun the Conqueror, the undead king, the sorcerer king and the master of all. He then activates the ring of Ains Ulgaun. Let's give you all a proper welcome, he said before the red lights surrounded the group, teleporting them. Nazarick 9th floor, Royal Suite. The red light appears as the Grandmaster and the group of missing Nin appear inside this floor. Unlike the other floors in Nazarick, the floor wasn't a dungeon but rather a suite that has hot springs, bar, salons and other stuff the inhabitants use for their everyday needs. Make yourselves at home, the Overlord stated before grabbing Hinata using the ring to teleport somewhere else before the group could object. The homunculus maids came and kneeled before them. "Welcome to Nazarick, your wishes are our commands," they said at the same time in perfect sync. Rashi shrugs off, "Well, this beats prison," he said. "Do you have a bar?" Sixus nods, gesturing for the aged Nin to follow her as Han soon follows after, whilst Fu and Hataru decide to check out the salons and Utakata goes to the hot springs. Somewhere in the wilderness, Jiraiya is already having a hard time and curses his luck seeing that none of his spies are available, already giving his current target loopholes to work with. Where in the hell is everybody? The super pervert asks himself. Then a piece of paper falls on his face, making him mad. He takes the paper out of his face, attempting to tear it off out of anger, but something about it stops him. It was a flyer about a new sport called Keijo, a female-exclusive sport where combatants wear all kinds of swimsuits and try to push the other off using their breasts and ass. Jiraiya has a huge perverted grin on his face as small traces of blood makes out of his nose. This, like one of his wildest dreams, came true that he pinched himself to ensure it wasn't fake, and it was successful, not to mention it'll be held about now and the location isn't far. Well, I can't contact anyone, so I'll give myself a break after waiting so long, Jiraiya excused himself as he shoves the flyer inside his coat as he rushes towards the location. What Jiraiya didn't know is that someone was watching him being Taba, a Rito warrior. He presses on his ear. Lord Demigure, the perverted fish, caught the bite. The demon chuckles. "It was a lot easier than I thought. It seems this man's lust can overpower his logic easily," he stated. "Good job, Taba, you can return to your current duties now. I'll call you when I need your assistant." "Yes," Taba replied, kneeling before cutting off the call and flying off. Stadium. Inside a rural village, the first ever Keijo event will take place as many people, mostly perverted men, bought tickets as if they were children in a candy store. They took their seats as they kept watching the bouts with cheers. The first fight was between longtime friends and rivals Nozomi Kamanashi and Sayaka Miyata, which ended in a draw. The second fight was between Sanai Huin and Kazan Aoba. Sanai possessed great power and speed whilst Kazan possessed incredible thinking and copycat abilities, which prevailed in the end. The last battle was a battle royal between many players which was won by Maya Sakashiro. "Alright, this all, thank you everyone for joining," announced the staff member. Everyone left being satisfied with this, as there's no way this sport won't be a hit. However, one super pervert decided to take liberties and see the combatants changing. He snuck around carefully as if he's infiltrating an enemy stronghold. As gets inside the locker room, he finds no one, which confuses him. "You took your sweet time entering this locker room, Mr. Spy," announced a voice filled with praise. Jiraiya looks behind him, seeing Demigure, the floor guardian of the 7th floor and the commander of defenses. Jiraiya shakes his head. "What makes you think I'm a spy?" The demon smiles. "I believe there's not a single soul in the elemental nations that doesn't know the spy master of the tyrannical village of Konoha." He moves his hands in making a circle as all entrances from doors, windows, and even air holes close, making the pervert terrified, looking towards the floor guardian, whom smiles. "Now that I got you, I won't let you get away." Jiraiya throws a smoke bomb at the ground as he backs off, attempting to use the reverse summon, which doesn't work, making the Sannin eyes widen even more so when the guardian appears next to him, making him jump away in fear. "The magic spell I used forbids the use of any escape routes, including the summons," he states before staring into the Sannin's eyes. "I heard stories about your teamwork with the toads, now let's see if you can work without them, dead last." Jiraiya grits his teeth. "I'm more than capable to take care of myself," he states, activating the Nara shadow binding technique through a seal, trapping the demon's shadow. Demigure just cracks his neck, breaking the bind easily, making the Sannin surprised, as he then activates the swamp of the underworld, which ticks Demigure off, seeing this man is ruining the suit that his creator designed for him. Taking advantage of the distraction, Jiraiya jumps up and releases oil towards the demon before setting it on fire using a fireball technique. Jiraiya lands successfully, having a look of victory on his face, which disappeared immediately as Demigure wasn't affected at all. "How I have complete resistance to any and all fire attacks. It was the way my beloved creator made me to suit my tasks, Demigure stated, loving the terrified look on the Sannin's face. Now it's my turn. Aspect of the devil in large arm, he yelled as his right arm became massive with a black color despite its size. Demigure wasn't weighted down as he disappeared in a blur, hitting Jiraiya with it, making the Sannin skid across the floor whilst bleeding and losing some teeth. Demigure then reveals his wings as he flies up, aspect of the devil tentacle wings, he speaks, launching thousands of dark needles at the Sannin, whom covers himself with his hair, using it as shield, parrying away the needles by using hair needles. Eventually Jiraiya runs out of stamina as he switches himself with a nearby locker, escaping the needles. From hell. Jiraiya breathes heavily. What is this monster? I never seen ninjutsu like this before, the old pervert thought to himself as he launches a huge water cannon ninjutsu towards the demon, whom smirks as he opens his inventory similar to how his lord does and gets a dagger out. You have been fun, even though I would like to play with you more. You're dangerous and I must catch you. Full counter, he yells, swinging the dagger horizontally in the direction of the water cannon, which stops momentarily before being launched back at Jiraiya, twice the speed and power, taking the old man down as he kneels. Demigure stands above him as he orders, kneel down. The Sannin does as he says without much fight, as a strong pressure is pressing on him, forcing him to kneel. Demigure smiles, seeing the confusion on the Sannin's face. This a special skill of mine called command mantra. No matter how much you struggle, you'll do as I say, for I possess a higher level than you, the demon explained as he opens a black portal, then turns towards the kneeling Sannin. Go through the portal, he orders, using his mantra, forcing the old man in. Nazarick throne room. Jiraiya finds himself inside the purple-lit throne room where Ain's old gown is sitting down on the throne of kings, a world item which enhances the level of the ones sitting on it even if they're already maxed leveled. Soon Demigure follows and the portal closes, then turns to Jiraiya. Kneel. The Sannin is once again forced by the command mantra to kneel down as Demigure follows through. I captured the spymaster as per requested Lord Ain's. This guy is Ain's? Jiraiya thought to himself, seeing he fallen into a trap. Good job Demigure, now do the rest, Ain's commanded as the demon got and used the command mantra to have Jiraiya confess everything from the location of the Kyubi, Konoha's loopholes, secret entrance ways, plans, and pretty much everything. Jiraiya looks down in shame, seeing how easily he confessed all of this top-tier information, and now Konoha is more screwed than before as this new threat has gained everything. No, I really fucked up, he thought to himself, trembling from fear and shame as the Pleiades take away all of his seals and contract. Ain's gets up from his throne, approaching this man. Know this trash that abandoned his responsibilities to him. Now Jiraiya, before I get rid of you, I want to know, why did you abandon me? What? Ain's slams the staff next to the pervert, making him tremble further. Don't play dumb with me, you were my godfather, you were supposed to look after me, but no, you chose to betray me. Jiraiya looks at the overlord with fear. Naruto? I was called that once, it's quite a shame that my name came from you, a man who betrayed my father, Ain's stated. Jiraiya scowls, he's not your father, Minato is a great shinobi whom life ended because of you. I see, so you blame for my father's death even though it wasn't really my fault, Ain's deduced. Kushina is to blame, to that bitch carried you and gave birth to you to kill Minato, Jiraiya stated, angering Ain's, who swung the staff, cutting off the Sannin's left arm, making him scream in pain. How dare you? How dare you speak like this about my mother in front of me? Ain's shouted as the throne room trembled from the overlord's anger as a powerful, furious purple aura envelopes him. Not only that, but you speak like you did everything for my father, and furthermore you dare ruin this place me and my friends made with your disgusting tongue. Ain's screamed loudly in anger until the repressed emotion skill of the undead kicks in, calming him down. The overlord breathes in relief. Sorry about my temper, he apologized to the present forces, whom just nod. Ain's returns to his throne. It doesn't matter what you think of me, super pervert, you outlived your usefulness, so I'll get rid of you. Jiraiya looks scared from the display of anger and the statement his former godson gave him. Now Naruto, please don't do this, he begged. Think about Minato and the third, they wouldn't want this. Ains hits the staff, stopping the pervert from talking. My father already gave me his blessings to hate everything about him, including that village, and I'm more than certain that the third is turning in his grave seeing the village become a tyranny. His eyes flash. Before I kill you I'll torture you like you tortured me. He laughs lightly, and I have the perfect punishment for you, super pervert of a Sannin. I'll banish you to Momwaro Island. All the men present, including Demigure and Seabass, gulped down. The aged butler approached his lord. My lord, are you certain about this? This fool won't survive and would kill himself, he advised. Ains nods. True, however, Demigure, use your mantra and have him unable to commit suicide. The demon adopts a large sadistic smile. With pleasure, he states, turning to the Sannin and doing just that, then opens up the portal, forcing the pervert in it. Momwaro Island. Jiraiya finds himself in this island as he goes around not really seeing anything wrong here. Then he spots a woman, adopting a perverted grin. The Sannin walks over to her. Hey, they're beautiful, do you have a map? The woman turns around, revealing herself as a man in drag, scaring the Sannin. Hey, girls, there's a new man here, he yells as other men in drag arrive chasing Jiraiya, who wishes to commit suicide but is unable. Nazarick throne room. Ains drinks a bit of liquor to calm himself for his coronation ceremony as the new daimyo of Wave and to carry out his plans with the new information he got from Jiraiya, whom is now suffering. A/N, done. This was quite a long chapter if I say so myself. Hopefully Jiraiya's punishment is fitting for him. 7 deadly sins: Meliodas, King, Ban, Gauther, Escanor, Merlin, Diane, Elizabeth and Elaine. Zelda, Taba, Keijo, Nozomi, Sayaka, Sanai, Kazan and Maya. Thanks for reading and have a nice day. Chapter 4. Wave Daimyo Castle. The people of Wave gathered in front of the gates of the daimyo's palace waiting for the introduction of their new daimyo. The waiting was over as Shaltir Bloodfallen had appeared on the ramp. Ladies, gentlemen and children of all ages, inhabitants of this beautiful piece of land, please allow me to introduce to you our new daimyo, the great Ains Ulgaun. As Shaltir introduced her master, the purple curtains behind her opened, revealing the overlord in his usual disguise of simply buttoning his robe, wearing gloves, and the mask of envy. Ains walked forwards as Shaltir stepped aside, kneeling before her master. The undead king raised his hand, stopping the people's cheers. Thank you. Thank you, he coughs as he starts addressing. People of Wave, for 3 years you were harassed by the forces of Konoha, the so-called strongest shinobi village. Until recently, where they killed my predecessor, the former daimyo, completely taking control of this beautiful land while turning its people into slaves. He began in order to gain their support. However, thankfully I finally emerged and interfered, putting an end to this oppression. So, I ask you now, is there any objections to my rulership on this land? No, you're the one true ruler. We prefer being ruled by you than Konoha's bastards, shouted a man. Yes, he's right, you came and saved us when we were in our last moments, a woman shouted. My lord, I believe the people here, including myself, are forever grateful to you, and the only way we can pay you back for everything you have done is by making you our daimyo. Tazuna spoke, so please accept this job. Tazuna is right, our hero is none other than you, Lord Ains. Long live Lord Ains, the people of Wave kept praising in loud voices. The floor guardians stood behind their leader with satisfied smiles. I have to say, this world seems a lot easier than many of the last ones, Shaltir commented to her fellow guardians. Experience was key, not to mention their other option were tyrants, Cocytus answered. True, it was easy to establish a good home base, but we mustn't take things easy, for all this is to our lord, Albedo reminded her fellow guardians. We weren't thinking of taking it easy at all, right, Mare? Aura defended before asking her brother for vouch for her. Yes, Mare replied nervously. I'm already aware of that, and thus captured the spymaster to ensure he won't cause problems, as well as going where Shaltir left off, Demigure stated, getting an angry tick from the vampire. Ains lifted his hands up. Now, are there any questions from the other nobles? The Sorcerer King asked, turning to the new appointed nobles who were handpicked by Demigure after the death of the former nobles who were killed by Konoha forces. that is of course after eliminating the puppet nobles Konoha put in charge. Lord Ains, I'm currently concerned with our standing in the elemental nations, one noble began, given the current circumstances from being invaded by Fire Country who possesses a lot of power, the formation of an anti-Fire Country alliance and the forces of Orochimaru and the Akatsuki organization. What is our standing in all of this? I'm curious as well since our country is very important for trade. Meaning the anti-alliance well capitalize on how we were almost turned into a puppet state and convince us to join them, however despite being tyrants Konoha possesses a lot of power, meaning if we provoke them our country might be finished, another noble spoke. This an interesting question, but rest assured I already decided on our next courses of action, Ains reassured the nobles, for now we'll remain neutral and as for allies I'll open a series of games here inviting all countries to take part in and we'll be part of them too. From these competitions we'll see where our standing is going to be. Tomorrow I'll send messengers to all my fellow daimyos of these games. The nobles nodded to one another, seeing the benefits of this idea. Not only will they get a better picture of their surroundings, but it'll be a successful advertisement stunt. After the announcements were finished, Ains left the stage as he entered his new palace being accompanied by his floor guardians. They reached the throne room as Ains sat upon his new throne while the guardians kneeled before him. Now what updates do we have, Demigure? The sorcerer asked. Thanks to the vigilante group led by Hinata as well as the 7 deadly sins and of course you and Lady Albedo, we have possession of 5 of the 9-tailed beasts. These include the 1 tail, the 4 tails, the 5 tails, the 6 tails and the 7 tails, Demigure answered. We also have gained 2 of the 10 tails rings that belonged to Akatsuki members Deidara and Sasori, lessening the group numbers as they are unable to recruit new members without these rings. Explain, Ains demanded out of curiosity. From what my tortures gathered from Jiraiya's captured spies, these rings are special and non-replicable since they came or claim to come from the mentioned 10 tails monster, as they were unable to recruit a 10th member after Orochimaru stole the 10th one during his defection, Demigure explained. I see. What about the puppets that belong to Sasori? Demigure smiled. They are better than before and will serve us well. Our engineers have turned them into killing war machines capable of mass destruction. Ains nodded. Cocytus used these puppets to amplify security on our country. Yes, my lord, and I believe since Jiraiya's elimination we should call back our spies since they'll represent wave during the games and be replaced by others, Cocytus suggested. I was planning on that, Ains revealed before turning over to Shaltir. Shaltir, I have another mission for you. What is it, my lord? The vampire asked. I have a target that I want to be eliminated for the time being. His name is Orochimaru. He's supposed to meet Sasori in Kusa. Take Saori's improved puppet Hirako to impersonate Saori to see if that meeting can be of use in a way to eliminate Orochimaru's way of immortality, but I would like you to refrain from putting an end to him as I plan to take his life myself, Ains ordered. Of course, my liege, your wish is my command. Ains turned to the Dark Elf twins, Aura and Mare. Please set up rings as well as other preparations to welcome our audience to the games. Yes, Lord Ains, the two answered at the same time. Albedo, how's the covered mission of capturing the 9 tails and taking over Fire Country from the inside going? Ains asked the floor guardian leader, whom one of her specialties is planning cover missions despite her rather brash nature. Yes, Narbro Gamma already came in contact with Hinata's spies, being your former apprentice Konoha Maru, or as he calls himself now Maru, as well as his 2 friends, your old teacher Irika Yumino, Anko Mistrashi, Shizen Kato and the ramen stand owners, Albedo revealed. The stand owners managed to get a few high-ranking officials drunk after Narbro caught their eyes as she worked there for her cover. She used the reading mind spell confirming the Kyuubi's location along with the security measures that were taken to keep it there. I have already sent Solid Snake to infiltrate the location to get the Kyuubi, while Hasanai Sabbath Group will assassinate the puppet daimyo along with his Umbu bodyguard, whom identities will be impersonated by Doppelkaspendand and Narbro respectively, to keep Konoha on a leash while you plan its demise. Of course, we'll get the spies to wave during the games. Very well, my loyal enforcers, let's get ready for the games, Ains ordered as he got up laughing lightly. Konoha underground location. The Umbus walked around carrying their spears while others were walking on the walls. Every corner was guarded heavily due to what lies down there. Soon a bell is heard as the Umbus walk towards a location while activating seals. The dining room is currently full of the Umbu guards taking their seats. In the cafeteria, the cook prepares to open a box of bread. As he leans down opening it, in a flash a hand wraps around him. The chef found himself struggling for air as the arms lock him in a cobra twist until he was knocked out completely. The man gets out of the box revealing himself as Solid Snake. That was a lot easier than I thought. Aren't they supposed to be ninjas? Well, whatever works, he mused to himself as dragged the chef to the back area taking his clothes. Snake now dressed up as the chef continues cooking the meals that varied from salad to beef, that had one thing in common, being a purple liquid that was poured to them by Snake. Alright, dinner is served fellas, he announced as the Umbu took their plates digging into their delicious meals. Soon they began struggling as they fell flat on their plates. Snake sneakily walks over to one Umbu carrying his hand, checking his pulse, then let it go. Snake watched as the open-palmed hand fallen on the table, making Snake smirk as he sneaks his hands into the Umbu's pockets, getting what looks like a seal paper. The agent, now switched back to his regular gear, walks over to the seals, undoing them. He kept walking around disabling any security measure he came across to with ease until he finally reached his destination. A giant orange-furred fox stood before him. He looked in pain as thousands of chains were dug into his flesh. The chains were black with what looked like red stuff going through them. Snake watched the flow of the red stuff being sucked out of the fox and transferred to pieces of paper. Well, I have to say, this one weird-ass weapon here. Silent scum, come here and dare say that to me, the fox growled as he grits his teeth from the pain. Snake looks at the giant fox. Well, I would nag at you for the scum comment, but I have got a job here, so I'm acting professional, the agent commented as he brought a blue stone confusing the fox. The stone suddenly brightened, making the fox's eyes widen. What are you doing? The fox demanded. Freeing you and taking you to a better place, Snake answered. The fox was about to retort, but the light engulfed, making him disappear. Snake looked around as he brought out another stone, being green. He activated it as it shined. He chuckles. This wasn't even difficult, he said to himself, opening a portal he went through. Fire Daimyo's palace. The daimyo was currently sleeping inside his quarters while being guarded by his samurais, with Konoha ninja roaming around also acting as security. One ninja was walking on the roof as he was suddenly grabbed from behind. He looks behind him seeing a white skull mask. The ninja attempted to cry, but his captor wraps his other arm around him, snapping his neck as he fell dead. Soon the corpse was discovered by other ninjas and samurais who leaned down inspecting it. The head samurai gets turning to his fellows. Sound the alarm, it appears there's a break-in, as he ordered. The corpse behind him suddenly got up as it shakes unnaturally, making the other samurai scared. Calm dash, one scared samurai attempted to tell his superior but was interrupted. Spread out, the commander cut him off as he ordered. The corpse then was enveloped by a giant gob, scaring the other samurais further. Cap dash, another scared samurai attempted to bring attention to the corpse. I want you all to be calm. I know it's been a long-ass time since there was a break-in, but we'll remain calm and follow the procedure, the commander again interrupted, while the gob behind him got bigger as it took form, turning into a death knight, further scaring the samurais. The commander finally notices the scared looks on his followers. What's wrong? They simply point behind him as he looked, seeing the death knight that simply roared as it cut the commander in half violently. The other samurai turn paler seeing the swift yet brutal death of their leader as they scream and run. The death knight roars again as it chases after them, cutting them to pieces. Ninjas who just saw that also scream as they look for the alarm, only to hear roaring footsteps looking behind them. Seeing more death knights, the dead samurais were turned to death knights upon their deaths, making the ninja even more scared. As they finally reached the alarm, they pull the lever down only for no sound to be heard. The ninja that pulled the lever looks at the lever confused and scared as the death knights cornered him. Seeing no other option, the ninja threw shurikens at them only to bounce off. He threw kunais only to yield the same results. He then activated ninjutsus only to not harm the beings. He was powerless as he screamed while the Death Knights slashed their blades at him, killing him off. The daimyo slept deeply on his bed, unaware of the chaos happening in his palace. Soon the doors of his quarters is slammed open, waking him. He was about to yell at the person that woke him up, only to welcomed by a terrifying sight of a samurai being bloody, the left half of his head along with most of his left side being cut with blood pouring out from him like a fountain. He fell down flat on his face dead. "Umbu, save me." The daimyo ordered his personal Umbu to come to his aid, only for a corpse of said Umbu to fall on him, causing him to scream. "Pathetic, is this really the monarch of this land?" asked a young man's voice, being Lubbock. "Tell me about it, he's more pathetic than Prime Minister Honest," another voice agreed, being Bullet. "Guys, it doesn't matter, we're here to do our job," scolded a girl's voice, being Akame. "Come on Akame, you can't fault them, I mean this guy is pretty pathetic if you ask me," Leone spoke in the guy's defense. Soon all of Night Raid's members had appeared surrounding the fire daimyo. The daimyo gives his best menacing gaze at them. "Who are you? And how dare you break into my palace?" The group of assassins weren't intimidated as they continued looking at the daimyo as a very little threat, which causes the daimyo to grit his teeth in rage. "How dare you? I'll execute you if you don't leave." Leone smirked as she got a dagger out of her pocket and threw it at the daimyo's feet, causing him to jump up out of fear. The lioness approaches the daimyo sitting. "Come on, execute me, take the dagger and kill me, I believe in you." The daimyo looked terrified of the woman as he continued backing away until he hit something behind him. He looks up, seeing Narbral Gamma making scream loudly from terror as he fell on his hands and feet trying to escape, only to be stopped by the battle maid, who simply stepped on his robe. He again screams loudly from terror as he starts crying, causing a tick on Narbral's forehead. "Silence, dung, you're going to make me go deaf from your screams." The daimyo gets on his knees, raising his hands up. "Please don't kill me and I'll give you anything, money, status, favors, anything you want, just please don't kill me," he cried as he fallen down sobbing for his life. Narbral approached him as she sat on her knees, making the daimyo to look up, having a hopeful expression on his face that has tears cascading down. Narbral approaches him, bringing a sword out before the daimyo could scream. Narbral in a flash cut him in half. "Pathetic fool, if you break down and cry easily, then what possibly can you offer me that milord didn't already give me?" Narbral asked before looking over to her shoulder. "Caspendand, have you remembered the dung's appearance?" Caspendand chuckles. "Of course, don't underestimate me, Narbral," he answered as he turned into the daimyo. He coughs. "Oh, please don't kill me," he said in the daimyo's voice as he laughed. "That was a good impression, right?" "I do admit it was good, thankfully I'll just play as the Umbu instead of this pathetic dung," Narbral answered as she thanked her creator that he made her more magic-focused despite being a doppelganger. "Very well," Caspendand said, "let's clean this up before morning arrives." Morning. Koharu along with her escort had arrived at the palace's meeting room, where they waited for the daimyo to arrive. The daimyo came being accompanied by the Umbu guard Konoha placed as he took his seat in front of Koharu. The elder Kunoichi bowed before the daimyo. "Good day, Lord Daimyo, may your reign be long and prosperous." The daimyo raised his hand. "Thank you, Koharu-san. Now I would like to know the reason for this visit." The elder composed herself. "Yes, it was rather sudden, but we came to you for assistance." Caspendand acted worried and confused. "What kind of assistance?" "I already give most of the country's finances to the village," he asked as his acting is spot on. "Yes, and we are thankful for that, but unfortunately we ran into problems during our failed invasion of Wave," Koharu revealed. "My goodness, how did this happen?" Caspendand asked, terrified. "We are not fully aware of the details, but it seems a rising threat had just made itself known," Koharu answered. "This threat's name is Ain Zulgaon and we must eliminate him immediately, so we would like to use the fleet of Fire Country to launch another attack on Wave and also build a new base on the remains of Whirlpool." Before Caspendand could respond to that, a ninja came landed in front of him. "Lord Daimyo, forgive me, but there's an urgency that needs your attention." "What is it?" "Messengers from Wave came demanding an audience with you, bringing word from the new Wave Daimyo," the ninja answered. Caspandan knew that the plan of his lord is already in motion and this is K. He looks over to Koharu. Koharu-san, please forgive this urgency. Of course, Koharu said while questioning in her mind. Ains has sent messengers here already. What is he planning? Soon the doors opened as the envoy from Wave entered. They stood in front of Caspandan before kneeling. Thank you for accepting us this quickly. Yes, after all it is from a fellow daimyo. Now what does the daimyo of Wave wish to share with me? The daimyo of Wave Ain-sama is angered by the invasion attempt by your end, however he's willing to overlook this for the time being. The leader of the envoy spoke, for he wishes to invite Fire Country to compete in a series of games he'll be hosting. Koharu, who was still there, narrows her closed eyes at the envoy and the outlandish decision of the new daimyo whom is currently there raising threat. She turns over to the umbu, giving her hidden signals. The umbu nods as she whispers into the daimyo's ear. For what purpose does he hold these games? Caspandan asked. To celebrate his coronation and to let his neighbors know he has no bad intentions to anyone, the envoy leader answered. The daimyo smiled goofily as he closed his eyes. I accept his invitation. Koharu was about to argue, but the umbu raised her hand, giving a hand signal which translated into, "This approved by Jiraiya-sama," to get closer to the threat. One of the spies contacted me and delivered this message. Koharu gave a silent nod as she watched the proceedings between the daimyo and envoy as they left. We'll see you in about a week, daimyo-sama. Yes, I can't wait. Koharu, who remained silent up until now, coughed, bringing back attention to herself by coughing. Yes, Koharu-san, you were saying? Nothing for now. I ask you to allow Konoha to represent Fire Country in the games, the elder simply asked. Of course, after all Konoha is the most powerful ninja village of all, Caspandan said while feeling sick about praising nations that weren't under his lord. It was needed, but he feels like washing his mouth after the old woman leaves. That's all. I'll now tell the Hokage about this, Koharu said as she got up. She bowed before the daimyo one last time. Thank you for your time. Soon she and her escort left as they brought out a kunai that shined as they disappeared. Caspandan coughs as he gets up. I'm going to the bathroom to clean myself. Acting like this pathetic human made me sick with myself. In Konoha Hokage office. Koharu arrived via the teleporting tech they developed using the fourth Hokage's notes back to the village. She sat in front of the Hokage. So? The fire daimyo was about to negotiate the plan, but an envoy from Wave came bringing word from the new daimyo Ain's Ulgaon. Tsunade's eyes widened. Ain sent messengers? Koharu nodded. Was it some sort of a threat? Koharu shook her head. No. Rather, he's willing to overlook the transgressions done against him, for Fire Country is invited along with other countries to compete in a games tournament that he's holding, and the daimyo foolishly agreed. Why didn't you stop him? The Hokage asked. I was about to, but the umbu escort we put told me it'll be beneficial, for Jiraiya approved of this himself, the elder revealed as the Hokage gestured for her to continue. Yes, it appears that one of Jiraiya's spies had contacted the umbu knowing about Ain's next course of action. Tsunade sighs, since this something Jiraiya would do and won't tell her about it beforehand. She looks over to Shizun. Shizun, bring me files about our ninjas so we can decide who'll represent us in the games. Shizun bowed, yes. As she went to get the files, she smirked to herself. You're really evolved from the loudmouth charge in head first little brother Naruto. Shizun praised her little brother figure, whom evolved from a loudmouth to the master planner he is now. Bridge of Kusa. Shaltir stood idly using a hiding spell that made her invisible while the improved Hirako puppet that was on auto mode waited on the bridge. The waiting was over as a figure had arrived whom Shaltir recognized as Kabuto. Hello, young Master Sasori. Shaltir yawned, seeing the interaction, but also feeling Orochimaru's presence. The fact that the snake thinks he's invisible is boring her to tears. He's a whole lot more foolish than that blue-haired human in our first world, the vampire thought to herself as suddenly Kabuto was about to chop the puppet, only for the auto puppet to activate the magic shield that stopped Kabuto's palm. Kabuto's eyes socket were so wide one would believe they would fall any moment now. How? What is this? The spy asked out loud before he smelled something burning. which was way too close to him. He looks down, seeing his own hand burning. He quickly removed it as he screamed loudly in pain. Hirako then brought out its sting tail and stabbed Kabuto's midsection, injecting deadly fast-acting poison. The albino-haired right hand of Orochimaru couldn't even let out a sound as his soul left his body. Orochimaru, who was hiding for the window of attacking the puppeteer, looked terrified at what he had just witnessed. He remained at his spot for a while before attempting to escape. He backed out slowly before bumping into someone. "Are you seriously one of the deadliest ninjas in the world?" Shaltir asked mockingly as she wrapped her arm around Orochimaru's neck. Orochimaru chuckles, "Well, I'm rather curious about you. You managed to improve Sasori's pathetic puppet, easily killing my right-hand man and evading my senses easily." Shaltir yawns, "Well, I wouldn't really consider it an achievement due to how slow and weak the two of you are. Please, underestimating me is a big mistake." Orochimaru shouted as hundreds of snakes shout out of his sleeves, lunging at Shaltir's face, making her yelp. Orochimaru smirks as he attempts to break free and turn around, then attack Shaltir, only for the vampire to relock him in her arm as she laughs. "Did you really think this cheap trick could faze me?" Orochimaru gulped in the first time he could consider ever. "How are you alive? Let alone being able to still lock me like this?" The vampire chuckled, "I have complete resistance to all poisons, for it was the way my creators, the supreme beings, wanted me to be to suit the tasks they gave me." Orochimaru became intrigued at her comment. Maybe he could track down these supreme beings and learn their secrets. However, as he was thinking about it, Shaltir sighed as she dug her fangs on his neck, causing him to scream as she sucks a huge amount of his blood, enough to keep him out cold but not dead. Shaltir gets on the bridge, dragging Orochimaru down with her. As Hirako approached the two, Hirako searched Orochimaru's mind for information, the floor guardian ordered. The auto-puppet nodded as it summoned a device that was attached to Orochimaru's head to take his secrets in speed sound and send them to Demigure's data collectors. Nazarick 6th floor. The floor was the jungle level ruled by the Dark Elf twins. It has a long-range jungle that was covered by a fake sky designed by the Supreme Being Blue Planet that changes based on the time of the day. A Roman Colosseum somewhere, and it's also the Chimera Ants Farm, a set of NPCs that the Supreme Being Kaido designed. When the guild were about to hit their NPC limits, they agreed they needed more minions. Thus, Kaido designed the Chimera Ant King and Queen, who can produce new minions with different attributes, advantages, etc. Currently the floor has 6 newcomers, calling it home, being the tailed beasts. Ains is face to face with the very beast that made his life horrible. "It had been a long time since our last meeting, Kyubi." The fox shrugs, "I can't believe the loud-mouthed idiot that was my jailer actually became this powerful." "Oh, believe it," Ains said, "long ago I dreamed of being the Hokage, but now I'm going to be something far greater." "You already are, and can I ask a favor?" The fox spoke seriously. Ain's eyes shone before he answered, "What is it?" "When it's time to destroy that shitty village, can I join? After all, these fools have been draining my chakra and using me as a mass weapon factory, and I would like to pay them back. I see no reason why I shouldn't." The fox smiled, "Excellent." A light shone close to Ain's being Demigure, whom used the ring of Ain's old gown to teleport to the floor. Ains turned around, giving Demigure his attention. The demon kneeled before his master. "Ains, Sama, the messengers returned bringing good news. Many daimyos, including those who have the 5 major shinobi villages, have accepted your invite." "What about Caspandand?" The demon smirks, "It was a rather easy task, for our assassins and Konoha are still unaware about Jiraiya's capture. Rather, according to Shizen Kato, they believe they are the ones who have the upper hand on us." Lastly, Shaltir and the improved Hirako had succeeded rather easily in their mission. It appears the secret to Orochimaru's immortality stems from the cursed seals. Elaborate. It seems the cursed seals have essence of his chakra, meaning whenever he's killed, he could use the chakra of the cursed seals to reborn. However, it comes at the cost of losing the cursed seals. Shaltir also eliminated his right-hand man Kabuto while discovering his numerous secret bases. Ains looked up thinking before looking back to Demigure, prepare task forces to wreck Orochimaru's bases, get rid of the cursed seals except for the one that Sasuke Uchiha passes while Anko's seal will be removed when we get her, and finally order Shaltir to come back. Yes. Ains turned around, that is all. Demigure got up as he kneeled one last time before teleporting. Ains sighs looking up, something on your mind, Kit? Kyubi asked. Yes, when I reunited with Hinata I was ready to marry her on the spot, but when she found out about other girls that are interested in me, she wants you to break it to them? No, she's okay with it, but she says that I'm cheating them, which honestly is true. Like all this time I devoted myself to living a new dream that I ignored simple things like this. And I can't really fault myself. Like Albedo and Shaltir were created by my friends, which makes them like their daughters. I can't violate my friends' daughters, and for those that my friends didn't make, well, I just wasn't interested at the time, or rather Hinata was always in my mind. Kyubi whistles, well that's tough, but let me tell you this. You are your own person, follow your heart, and I'm sure your friends are going to be fine about this, to entrust their creation's happiness to you. This my advice, you can follow it if you want or not. Ains looked at Kyubi with thankful eyes, thanks, that actually reassuring, I never thought you would be so wise. Kyubi closes his eyes and grits his teeth in anger, don't even think about me being stupid, after all I lived inside you for 12 years. Well thanks. Kyubi smirks, you're welcome. Well, once Shaltir arrives I'll have this talk with the girls, Ains stated before turning around. For now let's get ready for the games. A/N, done. Next chapter will focus on the arrival of the daimyos as well as the shinobi village's reaction to how militarized Wave is. Thanks for reading and have a nice day. Chapter 5. A/N, I'm back and I bring with me the update of this somehow popular story. I forgot character medias in the last chapter, so here they are. Akame Ga Kill, Lubbock, Bullet, Akame, Leone and Night Raid. Metal Gear, Solid Snake. Fate series, Hassan I Sabbath. Anyways, here's the chapter. Water Country, unknown location. The shinobis of Kiri are currently surrounding a lake in the middle of a forest. The thick mist is covering the majority of the place, making it difficult for regular untrained people to see through, but it doesn't bother the shinobi of Kiri, for they have been trained to withstand this mist. One Chunin-level shinobi looked tired as he was unable to resist his yawning. How long has it been? Shut up you big baby, it only been 3 days, a Jonin scolded. 3 days. And the three-tailed beast still hasn't been resurrected, the Chunin questions. That caused the Jonin to slap him and cover his mouth before looking around. Seeing the cost is clear, the Jonin lets go of his hostage. You idiot, don't spell the beans out in the open. For all what we know there might be Konoha spies or Akatsuki members. Yeah, we can't afford any more losses than we already have, another Jonin commented rather grimly through the communication device. It's been 3 years since the end of the Blood Wars in Water Country. Unlike other shinobi or regular wars, which was one nation against another, the Blood Wars was a civil war between regular shinobis and those with bloodline limits. The hatred was there since the founding of Kiri village, but became more apparent after the first ever Shinobi World War, where Kiri was one of the losing nations. Instead of acknowledging his mistakes, the second Mizukage, who got the position after the first was killed in the war, instead blamed it on the clans of Kiri that they wanted more lands for their services, which made Kiri stand alone in a chaotic front against many enemies. The citizens believed the Mizukage and began discriminating the clans. At first the clans ignored it, but when the second war ended, the new Mizukage proved to be worse than his predecessor, as he willingly sold lands to other nobles, lessening the village's power while also claiming that this was punishment for bloodline limit users as he sells their lands. This was the last straw for many clans as they began to rebel, resulting in the First Blood War, which lasted until the beginning of the Third Shinobi War, as both parties agreed on a ceasefire but would return to bloodshed amongst themselves after the Third War. The third Mizukage died during the war, resulting in his closest assistant Yugura, the Jinchuruki of the three tails, to be voted. Many breathed a sigh of relief, hoping that Yugura, being a Jinchuruki, would be able to close the rift the second and third Mizukages made between the people. At first their wishes seemed to prove them right, but suddenly Yugura turned feral, maximizing the amount of bloodshed, resulting in the extinction of many clans as well as many high-level shinobi like the Seven Swordsmen of the Mist to Go Rouge. Mei Terumi, a woman born to two clans, have founded her own faction who combated the fourth Mizukage Yugura and finally won 2 years ago, but their victory proved to be bittersweet because by the time the war ended, Konoha had begun their militarization and attacked Water Country at the day of Mei's victory, taking about half of the nation under their territory. The shinobi remain in their places as they return their gazes to the lake where Mei hid Yugura's body. Should the three tails revive, they make a new Jinchuruki. Still, even though we joined an anti-Konoha alliance, was it a good idea to let the Six Tails Jinchuruki go? The Chunin asked. It couldn't be helped. Utakata is a good spy and he only helped us in the finale battle and continues to do now because Mei respects him as well as that girl Hinata, not to mention the Six Tails alone isn't strong enough to withstand the Kyubi, the Jonin answered. The Chunin sighs, seeing that the former Hyuga girl helped them by getting Utakata to join Mei's side, and the girl continues being their best ally in this nearly feudal war against Konoha. Before they can reflect longer, the water of the lake began shaking, alerting them. They take their stances before the three tails beast got out, roaring its return to the plane of the living. The Jonin immediately activates his contact headphones. The three tails is alive, he announced, but he doesn't receive any response. Again, the Jonin presses on his ear. Can you hear me, Squad Alpha? He asked. As the Chunin approached his superior, seeing what's wrong, the Chunin suddenly stopped as he screamed loudly in pain. Hey, what's wrong? The Jonin asked, approaching the Chunin, but was stopped by a giant sword that had bandages wrapped all around it. The Jonin's eyes widened as he recognized the sword. His eyes fearfully followed the edge, seeing a smirking Kisame. The Jonin fallen on his back out of fear as he slowly retreats back. Kisame smirks further as he approaches him. Come on, don't be like that. I just came home, so welcome me with a nice red soup. Which is your blood if you didn't figure it out already? The Jonin yells loudly in fear as he speeds up his pace before bumping into someone. He fearfully looks up, being greeted by a pair of Mangekyo Sharingan eyes that shine brightly. The Jonin saw his life go through his eyes. As he had slowly fallen to his death, Kisame tchs, why did you that, Itachi? I wanted a nice red soup. Itachi simply walks by his partner. We can't lose any more time, we must make haste or Konoha might find out about this. Kisame tchs again as he follows after his partner. As the two men reached the lake, Itachi glanced at Kisame. You can go in and subdue the beast if you like. Kisame smirked widely as he was about to jump in. Then suddenly Itachi tackled Kisame down, avoiding as kunais that rained down, almost hitting Kisame. The two look over to where the attack hit, seeing about 1,000 kunais planted on the ground. Sorry, but that creature is ours, said a girl's voice, causing both men to look over, seeing Lakyu's and her party blue roses. Kisame smirks, well, who are guys? I don't reckon seeing any funny characters matching you in the bingo book. Lakyu smirks as she dramatically takes a stance, putting her sword in front of her face as she closes her eyes. We are the #1 adamantine adventuring party of the Sorcerer Kingdom, not to mention only all-female guild. I'm Gargarin the Wall and Bronze. The giant armored woman of the group introduced herself as she griped her hammer ready for the fight. I'm Evil Eye, the masked girl introduced herself, looking bored behind her mask. We're Tia and Tina, the shinobi twins. The twins introduced themselves. Lakyu's then spun around for dramatic effect as she pointed her sword at the duo, and I'm their courageous leader, Lakyu's Alvian Dale. Together we're Blue Roses. The Akatsuki duo simply stared at the group before them. Itachi coughed, what is your goal? If you stand in our way, we'll guarantee your deaths. Gargarin smirked, so we're fighting after all, as she jumped up, slamming her hammer down on Kisame. The swordsman smirks as he pulls out his sword, blocking Gargarin's attack. He swings his sword as Gargarin backflips, landing on her feet, smiling as she lets out a battle cry, charging at Kisame, who mimics her action. Itachi simply looked unapprovingly at his partner's way as he rushes towards the lake before Evil Eye jumps in his way, stopping him. The Uchiha jumped backwards, immediately avoiding damage. He takes a moment to catch his breath. He uses his Sharingan to see through his opponent, only for his eyes to widen as she doesn't breath, nor is her heart beating. "What are you?" "You don't need to know much," Evil Eye replied as she activates her icicle spell, sending needles of ice towards the Uchiha, whom activates the Great Fireball Jutsu, burning her icicles, creating a steam screen. Evil Eye waves her hands, clearing the steam. Seeing her opponent had disappeared, suddenly Evil Eye sent a back fist that connected to Itachi's chin, sending the older Uchiha skidding across the ground. He didn't have time to react as Evil Eye suddenly appeared in front of him, kicking him violently as he coughs. He looks around, seeing Lakyus approaching the lake as she starts chanting a spell. While the ninja twins go towards a certain direction that makes Itachi do a double take, Evil Eye caught onto this. "Don't worry about your leash holders, dog. Tia and Tina are going to finish them off before they get here." Itachi looks at Evil Eye with widened eyes. "How did you know?" "We have our ways," she answered as she again kicked the Uchiha, sending him skidding. Itachi immediately stopped himself as he got up, rushing at Evil Eye, whom takes a fighting stance. Itachi sends an open palm strike that Evil Eye blocks as she sends a punch to the Uchiha's stomach, making him flinch momentarily as Evil Eye took advantage of this small window, sending an open palm strike at the man's face as he had fallen to the ground coughing. Meanwhile, Kisame was faring a bit better than his partner against his foe. The armored woman was strong and had enough stamina to keep up with him. Kisame and Gargarin yelled loudly as their weapons clashed yet again, sending the two back further apart. They both have satisfying smirks on their faces. "I have to say you're quite fun to fight against," Kisame praised. Gargarin's smirk widened. "You're not bad yourself, pal." Itachi sees this with contempt. "Kisame, stop fooling around, we must get the three tails." Kisame sighed as he looks towards Gargarin. "Sorry, but our fight ends now," he stated as he began launching water cannons through his mouth and onto the ground, creating waves that he rides. Gargarin smirked as she took her stance, rearing her hammer back. As Kisame wave reached Gargarin, she released a battle cry as she swung her hammer, destroying the waves in an instant as Kisame jumped backwards, landing on his feet. Lakyus was finished as a brilliant blue light shined within the water. The light became brighter as it was swimming up the water and it got out. Inside the blue ball of light is the three tails that looked terrified as the light engulfed him. "Calm down, three-tail guy, we're getting you back to your family," Lakyus assured the turtle as he calmed down, while the light brightened in a blinding manner as everyone covered their eyes. Once the light subsided, the three tails was nowhere to be seen. Itachi's eyes were widened as he displayed surprise and awe in his nearly non-expressional face. "What happened?" Lakyus smirked as she looked at the Uchiha. "We saved this poor creature from your shady organization." Itachi was about to say something, but the twins returned as they landed on their feet. "We're back. Did these Konoha guys cause any problems to you guys?" Lakyus asked. Tia shook her head. "No, they were easy to deal with." "Yes, they were unaware of our presence as we snuck a bomb in their camp," Tina answered. Itachi's eyes widened in fear. "Konoha shinobi?" Kisame asked, looking confused. Lakyus nodded. "Yes, it appears Konoha managed to sneak some of their forces through the merchant guild in order to strip Kiri of three tails, lessening any chances of anyone matching their power." "Impossible, we made sure no one from Konoha was aware of this," Kisame argued. "He doesn't really care about run-ins, but even he has to admit something suspicious is going on. Since Konoha doesn't even know about this lake as far as he's concerned, he was a swordsman of the mist, so he knew this information. Rather, he's the one who deduced to Pain that Meitarumi would hide the Jinchuki's corpse here." Tia simply threw something at Kisame's feet. The giant man picks it up, seeing a Konoha forehead protector. The swordsman's eyes widened, seeing that the strangers weren't lying about the presence of Konoha ninja. Seeing this forehead protector is fresh, not broken or damaged. "It doesn't matter," Itachi yelled out as he glared at Lakyus. "Bring the three tails back now." Before Lakyus could answer, a rain of arrows was launched as Kisame tackled his partner, raising his sword up, protecting them from the arrows. The lizard men archers came as they were led by the lizard men male chiefs and Zaryosu. Kyoku stood forward as he pointed his spear at them. Now we suggest for you to surrender these rings, he suggested. Kisame was rather intrigued as he instead griped his sword further as he was ready to fight further but was stopped by Itachi. We're retreating. Sorry, but we need these rings, Zenburu announced as he clutched his giant fist as it was enveloped by iron. The giant crocodile-like lizard man jumped up as he landed down, hitting the ground, separating the duo from each other. Itachi coughed as he got on his hands and knees. Evil Eye appeared above him as she kicked him again. Kisame was locking weapons again with Gargarin as the two smirk widely. Gargarin activated a skill through her hammer, making it enveloped in a black iron substance. With the improved power, Gargarin was able to overpower Kisame as she pushes him on his hands and knees. Kisame activates his sword, attempting to suck the woman's chakra, but nothing comes, making Kisame confused, which only allowed Gargarin to plant the man inside the dirt as he was concussed by the hammer hitting his head violently. Itachi sees this as he activates his Mangekyo. A red ribcage appears around Itachi which protects him from Evil Eye's assault. The ribcage grows further, turning into a Susanoo that pushes Evil Eye away while also securing Kisame. Immediately Itachi activates his eyes again as he and Kisame are sucked inside a black hole. "Hui, get back here and fight," yelled Zenburu in anger. "What a bunch of cowards." "It doesn't matter that they got away," Kyoku said. "We were here to destroy Orochimaru's base. The fact that the Three Tails happened to be here was a coincidence. Still, I understand your feeling that we could have got an extra bonus by bringing the Akatsuki rings." "He's correct," Evil Eye replied. "We came here to destroy Orochimaru's base, nothing more." The group of Nazarick forces were ordered to come here to get rid of Orochimaru's base while collecting anything of value, which came here when Lockyus found out the purpose of this base was to capture the Three Tails. Orochimaru was impressed with how his former village used the Kyuubi to get this powerful, and he knew he can do it better, so he sought out any tailed beast he could get his hands on, which led him to Three Tails, since it was grounded here and didn't have a Jinchuriki. Suddenly Zaryusu pressed on his ears. "Yes, Zaryusu here." "Zaryusu, how's the mission?" Cocytus asked from the other side. "It was successful, not to mention we managed to get an extra point by getting the Three Tails." "Interesting. Anything else?" "Yes, we actually had a run-in with the Akatsuki organization members Itachi Uchiha and Kisame Hoshikage." "Delve deeper." Zaryusu nodded as he explained the encounter in detail. "Very well, the Three Tails is more enough bonus. You can return now to Wave for the games. I have high expectations for you there." "Of course," Zaryusu said, since he would compete in the duel tournament by Cocytus's request. Akatsuki hideout aim. Kisame kneeled before Pain, whom was overlooking the rainy sky from his window. "Did these people say anything about that man Ains?" Pain asked. "No, they didn't, but it's safe to assume they are on his side given they don't possess chakra and were powerful," Kisame answered. Conan closed her eyes in thought. It's been 3 years since they were supposed to start their plan, but until now, they didn't even collect one beast for the various circumstances, more specifically a certain village. "Damn Konoha," Pain said in a whisper. Kisame perked up as he remembered something important. Actually, Konoha ninja were there. Conan's eyes perked up as she glared at Kisame. "What?" Kisame explained what happened when two ninjas with a group of strangers went somewhere and spoke about getting rid of Konoha ninja easily, and even shown the proof by throwing a brand new Konoha forehead protector at Kisame's feet. "Is Itachi still recovering?" Pain asked. "Yes, he used his eyes after a long time, which causes him to faint, not to mention his opponent beating of him," Conan answered. "He won't be able to do much for a long while." Pain looked grim as he was suspicious of this information Kisame shared. Konoha Hokage office. Tsunade gazed with a calculating look in her eyes. In front of her are the gathered best ninjas. They have to compete in the wave games as well as gathering information. First is Team 7, consisting of Kakashi the copy. His experience should be useful in bouts as well as considering the fact he's a former Umbu, he can sneak around in special locations and finally copy any moves through his Sharingan. He's by far the most reliable man Tsunade has in this disastrous team. Sai the painter, just like Kakashi, he's a former Umbu and still is also will be useful in sneaking around, not to mention he has a good sealing background. Perhaps he could seal any of the undead Molascula revived for testing. However, he's one of Danzo's root, making him a wild card at best and untrustworthy at worst given whom his real master is, but would have to do for now. Sakura Haruno, she did train under Tsunade for a while but didn't do much progress and she quitted halfway through, preferring to lazing around. Continuing being on diet and doing regular labor, she mostly focuses on being Sasuke's good wife, which is her only redeeming quality since unlike many of her fellow academy students she didn't move on from Sasuke and actually is the hope of making a new Uchiha clan. By ninja standards she should still be a genin but was given a special chunin written test after her parents, whom are high members of the civilian council, bribed the shinobi whom is in charge of rank since Sasuke doesn't want a weakling wife. She's here also because of her parents' influence, but Tsunade is willing to give her a chance since they don't know what games Ain's thought of. And finally Sasuke Uchiha, whom is currently Konoha's groomed boy and proclaimed #1 shinobi. Tsunade doesn't want him there due to his temper and bad attitude, which would jeopardize their mission of collecting information about Ain's, but he would be useful in the games. But he along with Sakura aren't going to be part of the spy network. Next is Team 8, consisting of Kiba, one of the two heirs of the Inuzuka clan. His animalistic fighting style should be useful in the games as well as tracking skills, which would be useful in tracking Ain's important subordinates. And Shino, the heir of the Aburame clan, his insects should be able to sneak inside the clothing of some of Ain's most trustworthy subordinates to learn more about the man by listening in his private conversations with the subordinate in question. Team 10, consisting of Asuma Saratubi, unlike his fellow shinobis he's not going to compete because he'll be attending as the Fire Daimyo's guard. Due to him being one in the past, he would be able to oversee the Fire Daimyo's interactions with the other daimyos and especially Ain's since he became the Wave Daimyo. Ino Yamanaka, she has also trained under Tsunade. Unlike Sakura, she completed her training and actually is a passable chunin. She can use the switch mind jutsu with Ain's subordinates, learning their secrets and what other stuff Ain's entrusted them with. Choji Akimichi, he's more useful in the games than anything else. Finally, Shikimaru Nara, the strategist, would be useful in the games as well in collecting information. The lazy Nara really doesn't want to go back to Wave. Not only is his lazy skeleton wants to stay home, but his instincts are crying at him to stay away from these monsters. Some solo shinobis include Anko, who would be useful in information collecting and catching targets. Maru and his team would be useful at the games even though no one trusts them due to their loyalty to the now dead Naruto. They have proven to be Konoha's best team, even surpassing the teamwork of the Konoha 12. Hanabi Hyuga and her fiancé Hideki Hyuga, whom are the Hyuga clan's proudest fighters. They're here just to increase numbers and because of their clan. And finally Guy Mato, even though Tsunade doesn't want him involved due to the death of his students, the man is determined to avenge them in any way and shape possible, including collecting information since it's the best way to honor their deaths. Tsunade clears her throat as she overlooks them. Alright, we have gathered all of you here as the best shinobis Konoha has to offer. This an opportunity to show the other villages who's the strongest, some like Sasuke. Hanabi and Hideki smirked arrogantly while Maru and his team were having unapproving looks on their eyes, but this isn't the only reason. As you already know, a mysterious man calling himself Ain Zulgaon had made himself an enemy of a great threat to Konoha. Our job there isn't only to win but to collect information about him, weaknesses, loopholes in his forces and other things we can use in our advantage. Sakura pfft as she smirks, don't worry Lady Hokage, Sasuke will win all of the games and that loser Ain's would give everything he has to Sasuke once he sees he's beneath Sasuke. Maru looked at Sakura as if she grew another head. Do you really think that Ain's a man who healed Kankuro, reached the land of rivers before you and beaten the Akatsuki by himself would be impressed by Sasuke? He asked, pointing out actual facts, and if we believe the guy, not even Itachi can stand up to the woman that was with him. Sasuke looked at Maru with rage. Shut your mouth if you know what's good for you, brat. I'm the most powerful shinobi Konoha had produced in years. I was rookie of the year, no one was able to touch me. I led many successful missions and I'm currently an active member of the Shinobi Council. Maru wasn't threatened as he turned around whistling, uncaring about what the Uchiha said, which only frustrates his fangirl. Hey, did you not hear Sasuke, brat? If you did, then apologize. I don't need to, since nothing he said is true, Maru simply replied, angering Sasuke further as he caught the boy by his collar. Repeat that again. I said nothing you said is true. Don't believe me? Let's break it down. First, you became Rookie of the Year because the village wanted to satisfy your ego, because I'm certain Shino or Shikamaru was supposed to be the Rookie of the Year. You didn't lead any missions, rather it was Kakashi or other jonins there that lead the missions behind your back. You're an active member of the Shinobi Council? Then why don't I see something major contributed by you? Oh yeah, because you're just a puppet and you say no one touched you. Well, plenty did. Zabuza and Haku, Lee, Gaara, Itachi, Orochimaru, the Sound Four, and of course Naruto. Sasuke was livid of Maru as he attempted to punch him but was stopped by Kakashi. Enough. Tsunade yelled out in anger, you two are grown shinobis, so act like ones. The meeting was over as the members went to back their stuff. Maru, why did you provoke Sasuke? We could have been punished and not allowed to join, Udon said. He's right, Moegi argued, the Uchiha really likes to hold childish grudges. Maru smirked, don't worry, Gramps student knows our worth, and I just wanted to provoke Sasuke a little before we join big bro Naruto in wave. Udon and Moegi simply nodded as they too look forwards to meeting Naruto again. Nazarick Ain's office. Shaltir arrived as she knocked on the doors. Come in, her lord ordered as she entered. Hello Lord AI. Shaltir was ready to announce herself in a flirty manner before seeing all of her rivals in romance here. Eris, Aqua, Evil Eye, Albedo, Zeshi, Yasaka, Rias Gremory, Akino Heimjime, Semiramis, Medea, Medusa, Wonder Woman, Captain Marvel, Tamamo no Mae, Palutena, Rosalina, Larakel, Lana, Elise Katarina von Hohenheim, Louise Jorand Aurelia Uffelbake, Ina Suzanne Hirenbrandt, Queen Elizabeth of Oxford, Elsa, Musubi, Tsukiyomi, Kazahana, Matsu, Tao Jun, Helena Douglas and Kasumi. The women don't seem to be okay being in the same room together, evident by the auras they're releasing. Ain simply releases a little bit of his aura, making them silent. Once he sees all of them are silent, he clears his voice. Ladies, I have summoned all of you here today because I finally decided to solve the issue of not having an heir. Upon hearing these words, the girls all said to pick them until they noticed each other's and began fighting again. Ains releases his aura, silencing them. As I was saying, I decided that all of you would carry an heir of mine. No one of you will be left. Lord Ains will be the head wife? Tao Jun asked. It'll be me, a voice announced, revealing herself as Hinata, whom took her place next to the Overlord. Me and Ains knew each other's the longest, and I was the first to confess to him. Even after I thought he died, I kept his memory in me, refusing to look at another man. I was the same. I honestly knew about your feelings since you were showy about them, but I focused mostly on my conquest and didn't pay you attention, and because Hinata was still on my mind. I don't ask you to accept this, but I ask you to respect this, for both of us dreamed of reuniting together someday, Ain said in an emotional tone that caught his harem struck, since he barely spoke like that about love. Naruto, Hinata cried out as she hugged him. Hinata, Ains called out, hugging her. The girls were heartbroken as they looked to each other. They appeared to speak telepathically as Albedo kneeled before her master. We understand. If it means your happiness, then we'll give up our wishes of being your head wife. Still, we'll be your wives. I accept, Ain said. Now raise your heads, because I have something to share with you all. What is it? Wonder Woman asked. How do I say this? Do you remember the whole me being a skeleton and not having the thing? Yes, all of us do, Aqua said, as it was a known fact. Well, I actually figured out a way to do it. Almost all the girls approached him. How long? Larakel asked. When? Shaltir asked. Okay, calm down and I'll tell you. Ains calmed them down. Meanwhile, on the 7th floor, Demigur was currently interrogating one of the spies whom was bound to the electric chair. The man has seen better days, as he's fearful of the demon in front of him, so Itachi Uchiha, why is he loyal to that village? Demigure asked. I don't know, that kid is messed up if you ask me, the spy said. Like, how can someone kill their own family? How can someone continue working for the village that is planning on making an Uchiha clan that is loyal to them like tools? He's either plain insane or his mom dropped him on his head when he was a baby. Yes, I see, so there are some things Jiraiya's spy network doesn't know aside from Orochimaru-related stuff, Demigure mused to himself. The spy looked hopefully at the demon. That means you're going to let me go? Demigure laughed as the spy laughed nervously along with him. No, we're not going to let go. You'll tell Konoha about us, which might ruin Milord's plan for them. Sure, he can come up with a new one, but he really likes this one. Please, I'm just a simple civilian. Why did you work for Jiraiya then? I had no choice, I was jobless and my wife was going to leave me, so I agreed to just snoop around. I see that Konoha has no way to fight you guys, so I won't tell them anything, honest. You might keep your promise, but Konoha don't need to make you talk, am I right? They can just use a Yamanaka. They don't know I work for Jiraiya. The Sannin spy network is effective because not even his own allies know the identity of all of his spies. There is Root. The spy face turned pale as tried to back away. How did you know? He asked, knowing he can't lie to this monster or he'll torture him again, and he doesn't want to experience this place's torturing methods again. Demigure smirked arrogantly as he loved the surprise and fear the human had. Well, I was interrogating the spies that are in charge of delivering payments to the other spies, and I noticed that you have more money than those that are the same rank as you, which led me to believe you work for more than one man. Of course the other can't be out of Konoha, since a coward like you wouldn't gamble by helping the enemy out, so you chose the man in the shadows. Danzo, I believe that is his name. The spy looked down, knowing this his end. Kill me if you want, but please leave my family alone. Don't worry, Lord Ains is a fair man, he won't punish your family for your own sins, only you. The spy breathed a sigh of relief. Ains' office. Demigure was walking towards the office bringing good news to his lord. As he was making his way, he hears another pair of footsteps. Curious, the demon looks to the side, seeing Cocytus also making his way to the office. Cocytus, it's quite a surprise, we're both heading to the office. I believe the Orochimaru base task along with the security measures are complete. Cocytus nodded. Yes, all of the bases are gone, the only curse seals left are those in Konoha, and our raid squads have been called back. The security measures are also complete. What about you? I have gathered a lot of good information. I would have preferred if we got more, but beggars can't be choosers. The two arrived at the office's doors. As they knocked on it, "Come in," Ains said from the other side. Demigure opens the door as he sees the mess the office became. Lord Ains, are you all right? Was there an attack? Cocytus asked. No, it was just another girl fight, their lord answered, making both men sigh, knowing what he means by girl fight. So, what brings you here? The raids on Orochimaru's bases are complete as you ordered. All the bases have been destroyed and all the curse seals outside Konoha have been clenched. The raid squads have returned to Wave, and the Water Country raid squad managed to capture the Three Tails during their raid, Cocytus reported. I see. I was curious about the Three Tails' sudden appearance in the 6th floor, but Evil Eye had already told me the details, Ains said. The security measures are complete. No one can get in or out without us learning what they have done. Aura and Mare had finished their tasks as well, and they asked me to report it to you, Cocytus continued. Ains nods. Very well. What about you, Demigure? I was interrogating the spies as usual, but unfortunately I didn't find anything about Itachi's reasons for being loyal to that village, but we found something else. The leaders of the Anti-Konoha Alliance are having a secret meeting regarding the new Wave Daimyo and his standing in this war. When and where? Ains asked. It'll be held in about 2 hours in Lightning Country within the Valley of Clouds and Lightning. If you're going to meet them, then I suggest taking a raid squad with you, as Konoha are aware of this and actually sent ninjas to kill the leaders. Ains gets up from his office. Call the Pleiades. Lightning Country secret meeting room. Inside a secret location, the leaders of the anti-Konoha alliance have gathered, consisting of the 4th Reikage A accompanied by his bodyguard C and Darui, the 5th Mizukage Mei Terumi also accompanied by her guards Ao and Chojuro, the 5th Kazekage Gara accompanied by his siblings, and the 3rd Tsuchikage Inoki accompanied by his granddaughter Kuratsuchi and Akatsuki. Other guests included the 3 female daimyos Toki, Kazuhana and Haruna accompanied by their samurais. A clears his throat as he begins the meeting. As you may already know, Wave had at first fallen into Fire Country, or rather Konoha's control, but something happened. Mysterious beasts appeared and drove Konoha forces out, giving the land to their master, a man named Ain Zulgaon. Yes, I heard about him, Inoki said. Our Earth Daimyo accepted an invitation from him for a games competition he's holding. IWA will do its best to win and impress him. Kyumo as well will be competing, A said, and if Konoha is there too, we need to double our efforts to get Ains on our side. Yes, we should all focus on winning the games and get this guy Ains in our side, Kazuhana said. We don't possess a ninja village, but our regular forces should do well, especially with our new training. Regime, Toki and Haruna nodded along with Kazuhana. Did Hinata's squad contact any of you? Inoki asked. We haven't heard from her for a while now. Last time she spoke to me was when she and her group followed a huge amount of Konoha spies into a bar of some kind. The leaders each exchange information, all confirming they haven't heard from Hinata themselves. Mei seems to have spaced a little. Ains, I wonder what kind of man he is, she chuckled as she blushed. I can tell from the stories he's quite powerful, commanding these beasts. This only brings more curiosity into what the man is capable of. Oh no, she's at it again, Ao thought grimly. Milady, please focus on the task at hand. We can't possibly convince this man into being our ally by bribing him with sex. He might already have dash. He stopped as Mei glared at him. Stop or I'll kill you. Suddenly a black portal opened, making the bodyguards draw their weapons. Ains gets out of the portal wearing his usual disguise. He raises his hands. Put your weapons down, I'm here as an ally. The leaders don't buy it. Gara coughs, gaining attention. Please listen to this man, for he was my savior and is willing to join our alliance. The leaders look at Gara. Young Kazekage, what do you mean? Inoki asked. This man is the new Wave Daimyo Ains himself, Gara revealed. All of them stare at Ains, seeing that he came over to them. Hello, thank you for receiving Master Kazekage, Ains said as Gara simply bowed to him. Ains gazes at the others. Fear not, for I'm against Konoha. What proof do you have? A asked. He would like to jump in joy that they already have Ains in their side, but this could be a trick. Pleiades, Ains calls. Soon in what appeared to be wind speed, the Pleiades, with the exception of Narbril, appeared carrying heads of Konoha shinobi. Does this suffice? What is this? Inoki asked. Konoha knew about this meeting through their close spies, but thankfully since we got Jiraiya's spies captured we knew about this, Yuri Alpha revealed. Our lord is in your side, so I ask of you to hear him out. The leaders nodded, giving Ains their attention. Good, that's more like it. Now let's discuss the games, the overlord said in a satisfied manner. Day of the festival, Wave Country. Yuri along with Beta stood in the great Naruto bridge as thousands of horses are heard. The daimyos arrived as well as their ninjas and samurais whom will compete in the upcoming games. As the horses stopped before the two maids they bowed. Welcome to Wave, I'm Lord Ains, head maid Yuri Alpha, and please allow me to welcome you all as well as thank you for taking part of this festival my lord had prepared, Yuri said in a respectful tone. Before we begin, our lord has prepared a large welcome party for you, Beta continued. Well, I have to say I'm quite grateful for this, but where is Ains? The lightning daimyo asked. Lord Ains is currently busy and he apologizes for not welcoming you all personally, Yuri answered. Now, please follow us. The elemental people did as they were told and followed the maids until they reached the other side of the bridge. The elemental people were taken back, seeing a large building that looks like a fortress before them. In front of the fortress the Shinsengumi stood. Ahem, everyone please stand still as we inspect you, Kondo the Shinsengumi's leader said. We just want to make sure no smuggling or illegal stuff are being transported. The elemental people conceded as the Shinsengumi searched them. Thankfully no one was found. After the inspection, Toshi glared at the elemental people. Now, you're here as guests of Lord Ains. As long as you stay here you're expected to follow the rules. No stalking, no cheating in the games, no fighting outside of the games, and most important, being respectful. Am I clear? Sasuke looked bored hearing this. Man, he doesn't feel any power from him, making the Uchiha ignore him. This didn't go unnoticed as Sogo fired a bazooka at the Uchiha, missing him by a small margin, making ash near him. Sasuke snapped, "Hey, what was that for?" he yelled. "Don't you know who I am?" The sadistic samurai simply chuckled. "Oh, this was a warning shot. If this bazooka hit you then only ashes will be left." He then gave the elemental people his sadistic smile. "This goes for all of you. If you as much as break one of these laws I won't miss, nor is anyone missing. Got that?" They all nodded. Seeing this weapon that is destructive, Konoha eyed the weapon, interested how this metal thing fired a powerful shot. The Shinsengumi lined up. "Now, please follow our members into your assigned rooms," Kondo asked nicely. After a while, inside a restaurant, the elemental people got settled in their hotel rooms as they attended the large dinner party that Ains prepared for them. As they took their seats, Sanji the head chief came over, pouring liquor into the cups of the higher-ups, being the daimyos and kages. Sanji of course began flirting with the females. "Oh beautiful Kazahana, your beauty is like an early spring that shines through the remaining winter snow." He then looked over to Toki. "Oh, your beauty is that of a flock with colorful wings that reflects the rays of the sun." He then did the same with Haruna. "Oh, you're the beautiful spring of my heart that melts my sadness away." The kitchen's door opened, revealing a none too pleased Soma and Irina. "Dude, come on, I know flirting is your thing, but we need you inside," Soma cried. Sanji came over as the appetizers were served to the elemental people, whom at first were spectacle of the food as they never saw things like these before, but it was rude to turn them away. Thankfully one bite had changed it all as they began chewing down on their food after the dinner party, and a huge applause to the chefs. "Thank you, our chefs are grateful for your perception of their food," Yuri said. Now inside each leader's room is the forums of the games, explaining them from rules to genre and how to win. Please have them filled up by tomorrow, as after tomorrow will begin A/N. Done. Not much in this chapter, but the one after it we begin the games. I didn't delve much into the harem scene because I know all of you want the bashing stuff, which will begin in the next chapter. Before I forget, here are the character medias. Konosuba, Eris and Aqua. High School DxD, Yasaka, Rias Gremory and Akino Heimjime. Fate series, Medea, Medusa, Tamamo no Mae and Semiramis. DC Comics, Wonder Woman. Marvel Comics, Captain Marvel. Zelda, Lana. Kid Icarus, Palutena. Fire Emblem, Larakel. The Eighth Son, Are You Kidding Me, Elisa Katarina von Hohenheim, Louis Jorand Aurelia Uffelbeck and Ina Suzanne Heirenbrandt. Mario, Rosalina. Horizon in the Middle of Nowhere, Elizabeth of Oxford. Sekirei, Musubi, Tsukiyomi, Kazahana and Matsu. Shaman King, Tao Jun. Dead or Alive, Helena Douglas and Kasumi. Gintama, Kondo, Toshi and Sogo. One Piece, Sanji. Food Wars, Soma and Irina. Thanks for reading and have a nice day. Chapter 6. The competitions are ready to take as all forums and competitors been filled and confirmed. Milord, Yuri Alpha spoke as she kneeled before her master. Ains played with the wine glass in his hand before he chugged it down in one gulp before he got up and swung his arm. Perfect, let's go ahead with the plan everyone and let's enjoy a wonderful show. Yes, milord, everyone replied in unison. Hinata smiled devilishly beside Ain's throne. I wonder what my father will think of me when he sees me? He no need to worry, Hinata, the reaction he'll give use will be the one we need in our plan to destroy Konoha, Ains assured her. Trumpets were sounded off with many confettis exploding with cheers and shouts for the start of the games. Tsunade along with the other Kages were led by Yuri Alpha to the private booth in the arena reserved for them. The blonde-haired Hokage kept her eyes to the above booth where the daimyos would be. Asuma noticed her with a nod from his place behind their fire daimyo, who was getting stink eyes from the other daimyos. "Hello everyone and welcome to the first round of the Wave Games," spoke a well-dressed man with blonde hair, mustache and beard wearing green shades. "Now introducing our esteemed host and daimyo, please welcome Ains Ulgaon." The earth shacked as people cheered and sang from the distance. The Kages and the other daimyos along with their guards watched in horror as a giant golem made out of rock was approaching the arena. Many people screamed in fear at the sight of the monster. "Such noise, I demand silence." The boom of his menacing yet authoritative voice calmed the people as they saw a figure standing on top of the head of the beast, that of Ains, covering his skeletal form under his robes and wearing his mask along with gloves, now with the daimyo fan on the top of his head that had the kanji for wave imprinted on it. The monster stopped before the arena as it kneeled, allowing Ains to gracefully jump off right onto his seat on the middle among the other daimyos, who were all disturbed and fearful. "Roar!" The golem cried out before it disappeared in a flash of light. Ains stood off from his seat as he approached the edge of the daimyo booth, raising his arms up to address his people and guests. "To begin, I would like to thank everyone that answered their calls for this gaming tournament. For the longest time Wave had been a stop for all merchants and a very decisive location for military expeditions. For that reason it was silently agreed for it to be neutral and welcoming for everyone." All remained silent to absorb his words. "As of now, rather we'll admit it or not, we are in the midst of a war among shinobi villages, the fourth great shinobi war, if I dare say. This land wasn't spared either, so to try soften relations as well as help troops to unwind, we are holding these games, so let us all have fun." Yeah, many people cheered at the words of the Wave daimyo. Ains returned to his seat as the daimyos applauded him along with that of the fire daimyo. Taking advantage of the excitement, the announcer grinned. "Now in our first competition we're hosting a one-on-one hand-to-hand fights." He pointed into the sky where a giant blimp was flying carrying a TV screen displaying the names of the competitors. Mato Gai vs Kenichi Shirahama. Sakura Haruno vs Mai Shiranui. Sasuke Uchiha vs Omi. Hanabi Hyuga vs Hinata Hyuga. Omoi vs Yago. Kuratsuchi vs Kiba Inazuka. Choji Akimichi vs Shizuka Karui vs Asuka Kazama. Kahayo vs Toph Beifong. Matsuri vs Shikimaru Nara. Who is facing Hanabi? Hisashi asked in both surprise and anger from where he sat next to his clansmen who had similar reactions. In the daimyo booth, Asuma leaned in to whisper to the fire daimyo as Caspandan nodded, turning to his real master. "Mr. Ains, I would like to know whether there's a typo in the announcements." "I assure you nothing is wrong," Ains corrected. "Then please hand over Hinata Hyuga," Asuma spoke up. The overlord turned to the chain smoker with a glare which had his eyes shining brightly crimson behind his mask. "Excuse me?" Asuma gulped, feeling terrified greatly from that one glare. "What my guard means is that this person is a wanted criminal," Caspandan nervously corrected. "He really needs that shower after all this, acting like a pathetic human." "Regardless of what you think, Wave is a neutral territory. We answer to none but ourselves, and Hinata Hyuga is a mercenary whose services I paid for, and she offered to fill up my roster." Down in the arena, the competitors began making their way in, with 10 stone platforms being put in place for the fights. Guy entered his platform being greeted by a young man with short spiky brown hair and confident smirk, whilst Sakura looked on with envy at her opponent, a very beautiful and buxom woman with long silky brown hair wearing a red costume that leaves very little left to the imagination, and Sasuke looked down with disgust at a bald dwarf wearing a red Shaolin Gi. "Is this a joke?" "What is the joke?" asked the dwarf. The Uchiha sat at the level of the dwarf. "Are you my opponent?" "Yes, I am. My name is Omi, a Shaolin monk that commands the element of water," the boy proclaimed proudly. Sasuke chuckled before he laughed, angering Omi. The arrogant Uchiha looked up to the daimyo booth. "Hey Ains, get me a real opponent." The overlord had to use some passive magic skills from stopping his servant to jump in and kill the Uchiha for the disrespectful way of talking to their master. "Sasuke Uchiha, this a friendly competition, not of pride. If you wish, I'll disqualify you and give the win to Omi." Sasuke sneered at this. "You think I can't win? Isn't this why you wanted a different opponent?" Ains asked with a sarcastic tone of voice that made some laugh, much to Sasuke's anger. Fine, but don't cry when I kill him." Sasuke turned back to Omi with a sadistic smirk that made the boy monk narrow his eyes at him. "It's been a long time, traitor," Hanabi coldly greeted her disowned older sister. "That it had. How is being the heir of a clan feels?" Hinata asked. "Not much going on aside from keeping the status quo. What brought you here?" "I'm a free woman. My services belong to whoever pays me well." "In money or sex?" "Influence," Hinata answered. Omoi steeled himself, facing the man before him, a monk wearing shinobi clothing, as both were required to take off their weapons. "Hey there, how about we go out after I beat you?" Kiba asked in arrogance as he licked his lips, checking Kuratsuchi out. The granddaughter of the Tsuchikage vomited a bit in her mouth. "No thanks, I don't want any dog stink on me. Sorry if I end this quickly, I need to see how strong Ains is," Shizuka told Choji, who opted to remain silent. Karui and Asuka smirked towards one another as they both smashed fists. Kahayo Yuki closed her eyes, standing before a girl who's blind. "Troublesome facing someone from Suna again," Shikamaru muttered, facing Matsuri. "To think I would stand before the man that once interested Lady Tamari. This a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity," Matsuri spoke as she looked over to the Kage booth to see Gaara. "Fighters, get ready and start." Guy rushed at the young man before him, throwing his kicks, but he easily caught them before he spun. Guy around the green beast managed to land on both his hands as he helicoptered his legs at Kenichi, who managed to block them, sending a kick to Guy's gut. Making the adult Jonin roll back, clutching it, he looked up just in time for Kenichi giving him a spin kick to the face before he grabbed Guy, first hitting him with a karate chop to the back of his neck, followed then elbow strikes from Muay Thai to his gut before finishing it off with a jump followed by a kung fu kick that sent Guy flying out. "Kenichi Shirahama wins," the announcer cried out, much to the shock of Konoha, since Guy is their best hand-to-hand combatant, acknowledged as the best in all corners of the shinobi world, yet this kid none heard of until now beaten him. Kenichi bowed the crowd as they cheered before he left to await his next opponent between Sakura or Mai. Kenichi's opponent's identity was pretty obvious. As soon as the battle began, Sakura rushed blindly at Mai, throwing sluggish punches and kicks that the adult and more beautiful Kunoichi was able to counter and block before throwing far more precise and elegant attacks at Sakura. The pink-haired was barely standing on her knees, her breath turned rigged with many bruises and swellings coloring her body. "I'll take down COW." Mai looked at Sakura with a lazy glare as she easily blocked another sluggish punch before kneeing Sakura in her stomach, making her fall and cough uncontrollably, disappointing Mai further when Ains asked her to come and compete in a gaming tournament he's holding in a world dominated by shinobi. She expected to finally meet some match, but alas, this girl is obviously far from being a shinobi. "Please surrender, I look like the bad guy here pummeling someone so weak. I'll not let you take Sasuke." Sakura screamed as she lunged yet again at Mai, who shook her head rather than block. She evaded getting behind Sakura before grabbing the arm that had the clenched fist in it and twisted behind Sakura, making the pink-haired fangirl cry out in pain. "Listen girl, I'm new around here and I don't know who this Sasuke guy is, but I'm already taken," Mai spoke, trying to be civil. "What, you spread your legs for that Ains guy?" Sakura asked with a smirk. "I knew that man was a pig when I first saw him." "Sorry to disappoint, but it's not Ains," Mai answered, much to Sakura's shock. Not that she had time to react as Mai twisted her arm, breaking it with a rather sickly crunch, making Sakura cry out in pain. Mai released her hold on Sakura, who fell face first on the stone floor, crying as she held her arm while the referee checked on her before pointing at Mai. "Mai Shiranui wins," the announcer spoke as more and more people cheered, obviously not from Konoha, happy to see another one of them eating the dust, which helped ease some of the men that cried knowing Mai is taken. Meanwhile, the Konoha group, while expecting the pink-haired banshee to lose, were becoming more alert at the way the competition is going for them. Sasuke threw a kick at the young monk, who jumped over it before he kneed the Uchiha in the face, followed by a boot to his face. The last Uchiha staggered back holding his face in anger as he rushed at Omi before going down to sweep the young monk, who fell back, allowing a smirk to appear on Sasuke's face as he threw another kick towards Omi, but the young monk managed to stand back on his hands and pushed himself above the kick the Uchiha thrown at his way. Sasuke's eyes widened at this, what Omi needed to roll in the air towards the Uchiha and give him a long-winded spin kick that sent the Uchiha flying back out of the arena onto the wall. Omi wins. Silence fell on the arena before cheers erupted as Konoha's prized boy had been defeated. Sasuke picked himself off of the wall, glaring at Omi, who smirked at him. The Uchiha, who brought his hand up as it began to emit electricity before any more foolish actions took place. Sasuke found a giant blade pressed against his neck. Everyone froze, including the other fighters, at the hulking figure of the Death Knight threatening the Uchiha's life. Sasuke's glare hardened as he was about to shout, but was hit with a small pebble on the back of his head. He turned around to see the Umbu from Konoha shaking his head at him. Begrudgingly, Sasuke withdrew. Hanabi and Hinata began with an exchange of palm strikes, with Hanabi being of the traditionalist Hyuga stance whilst Hinata is more lean, which allowed her to fall back and sent a kick up her young sister's stomach, making her stagger back. Hinata then stood back up immediately and fired a palm strike to her sister's face. Hanabi managed to plant her feet back in the last second, just as she inches away from being eliminated. The young heiress fell on her knees, breathing rigidly, glaring at her older sister, who kept a neutral expression. Hanabi wiped the saliva off of her face before she lunged forwards to hit Hinata with another palm strike, but Hinata blocked and allowed the strike to swim through her arm as it brought Hanabi closer for Hinata to grab and give her a German suplex, a move which she learned thanks to Naruto when he had her in her group train for upcoming battles. This move sent shocks at Hanabi's neck base, making her remain still for Hinata to get up and kick her in the stomach so hard she rolled out of the ring. Hinata Hyuga wins. The cheers became harder and more fired up as more and more Konoha shinobi are losing, while Konoha were becoming more agitated, not more so than Hisashi. Farce. Hinata used an illegal move. Next thing, Hisashi and his entourage knew someone flew right to them and landed before them with a bow. Demigure raised his head up and met the surprised and fearful expressions of the Hyuga clan, which he enjoyed. Hisashi Hyuga, if you are unpleased, then file a complaint through the proper channels. Lord Ains isn't going to take any disturbance of peace lightly. The dangerous tone of voice made Hisashi gulp as he sat back down whilst Demigure flew away. The Hyuga clan head looked to his disowned daughter as she left victorious. Omoi and Yago were equals, with the Kyumo-nin managing to land a few well-placed hits at the monk before he finished it off with a palm strike to the stomach that made the monk skid until he was out of the arena. Omoi wins. Omoi breathed a sigh of relief as he gave a thumbs up to his master killer B and Kage-A. Kiba, like Sakura, was also charging around blindly but fiercer, but like my Kuratsuchi could easily block and counter with kicks to the mad dogs on his nose, breaking it. The Inuzuka held his bloody nose, glaring murderously at the smirking Iwa Nin, letting out another snarl as he rushes at Kuratsuchi, but she easily evaded and caught him by his waist before she launched him backwards, landing him out. Kuratsuchi wins. Kiba didn't like this though and rushed at Kuratsuchi, who had her back turned to him, but like with Sasuke, he was caught by a Death Knight which kept the mud in his clutches. Tsunade gulped and mentally cursed the Inuzuka for his animalistic behavior, which now every other non-Konoha guest is jumping on with jeers and insults. Choji breathed raggedly as Shizuka was easily evading his heavy blows with her agility as she stood on the top of his head. The fat Nin of Konoha looked up with anger as he clapped his hands up hoping to crush Shizuka, but she easily landed down and sent a punch up his lower jaw which paralyzed him somewhat, making him wobble around before Shizuka punched him a second time on his stomach, making him fall backwards and out of the ring. Shizuka wins. More and more cheers are heard from the crowd as yet another Konoha ate the dust. Karui and Asuka were equally matched with both prowess and skills. Karui threw a heavy hook towards Asuka, who caught it as she was about to counter, only for Karui to counter on her own as she caught Asuka from behind before she pushed her forwards, landing her face first onto the stone, then caught Asuka by her waist and sent her backwards, landing her back first out of the arena. Karui wins. Kahayo didn't fare well against her opponent, who easily could feel her movements and vibrations shown as she towered over Kahayo, who raised her arms up in surrender. Toph Beifong wins. Matsuri evaded another attack from Shikamaru. Though the Nara wasn't allowed to use his shadow binding, he was still a jonin. One of the best Konoha had produced, placing Matsuri on the ropes as she was in a worse shape than he is. Shikamaru sent a slap to Matsuri's cheek, making her stagger back as more and more slaps came her way until she edges away from falling off. "Come on, Shikamaru!" Ino screamed, hoping to at least one victory for them. It was bad enough Sasuke lost, but now Hanabi, Kiba and Choji, not to mention Guy too, as Sakura was predicted. Shikamaru grimaced at the annoying shriek from his teammate, which was what Matsuri needed, as she jumped over Shikamaru, getting off guard before drop kicked him on the back, sending him out of the arena. Matsuri wins. The cheers were higher and higher as Konoha failed to win a single fight, something that wasn't lost on them. The first game hand-to-hand fighting was a total loss for Konoha, as Toph won, beating Kenichi in the final. Ains stood before the blind girl, handing her the trophy. "Congratulations, Toph." "Thanks, Lord Ains." The blind accepted her trophy as she waved it around. "What was that?" Tsunade bellowed at the Konoha nin, who were kneeling before her, all of them angry with the exception of Guy, who accepted, and Shikamaru, who was annoyed. This was the first game of a much larger gaming tournament, and the first impression we made for this new enemy of ours, Ains, is that we're no threat to him at all. "Fear not, Hokage, for we still have other opportunities to make up for our loss." Guy spoke with remorse. "It may started bad at first, but as long as we continue we'll win." Tsunade gritted her teeth, as she must keep her tongue and morale high. They still have more games to play and win, not to mention Hisashi will also need her signature for handling Hinata's situation. "The first phase of the plan is going well, my lord." Demigure spoke to his master, kneeling before his throne. "Not only are Konoha are losing their cool, but more of the neutral daimyos are getting impressed by the performance of the other shinobi villages for lasting longer and winning fights, but of course we had to make sure they don't all of the fights, and much less against our own." "That is correct. After all, Yago and Asuka weren't among our elite, simply normal subjects, and our training regime had helped both Omoi and Karui beat them. However, Toph was a different kind of animal." Ains spoke, turning to his magical mirror, watching all of his guests. Most of them seemed happy with Matsuri getting praised like Omoi and Karui, while Kuratsuchi is celebrating and Shizuka is having a meeting with her kunoichis, and Kahayo is being comforted by her comrades. The first game is a total loss for Konoha and a blow to Sasuke Uchiha's pride. Soon the Uchiha will be convinced to try his defecation attempt a second time, only now there is currently no Orochimaru to house him, but it'll be a rematch. Ains would settle. Kenichi, the mightiest disciplined Kenichi Shirahama, king of fighters, my Shiranui. Xiaolin Showdown, Omi Killer Instincts, Yago Tekken, Asuka Kazama. Avatar Last Airbender, Toph Beifong. Chapter 7. The bleachers were filled before a giant track field stretching to thousands of tracks, easily filled with many obstacles from ravens to high fences. "Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the next game of the Wave Tournament, the 100 miles race," spoke the blonde announcer. "This race is meant to show who is the best rider on mounts. For this to be a fair competition, Lord Ains had dictated that any large four-legged animal can be used as a mount. Now let's meet our competitors. Zariusu Shasha, servant of Ains Ul Gown, representing Wave Country, and this my companion, and Mount Rororo, a four-headed hydra." The shinobis were both terrified and intrigued of this giant mount, believing that it could be someone related to the snakes. Temari, sister of the Kazekage Gara, representing Suna and Wind Country, and this my Mount Kamatari. The blonde kunoichi introduced herself, petting the one-eyed weasel. Kiri, medic Nin of Kiri, representing after mentioned village and water country, along with my companion Appa, spoke the young man next to a giant sea otter. "Hear me, hear yo, I am Killer B, brother of the Rakage, representing Kyumo and Lightning Country, with my companion Ponta. A parting gift from my fellow musician Enka Sabu will win this fool's." The eight-tailed Jinchuruki rapped, much to the annoyance of his older brother. Akatsuki, representing Iwa and Earth Country, and this my Mount Hihimaru. The large Iwa Nin patted the giant baboon next to him. I'm Kiba Inuzuka and this my companion Akamaru. We're going to make up for that loss. We don't care whether you have giant snakes or weird rodents, we're going to win," the arrogant Inuzuka introduced himself. Other consisted of samurais from spring, vegetable and bird countries using a giant white tiger, a giant boar and a flightless giant bird respectively. "Alright competitors, on your marks," spoke the judge carrying a giant gun, "get set and go." Bang. With the firing of the gun the mounts ran forwards carrying their masters on their backs. The first track was a normal one which favored Akamaru, who easily bypassed the others. Take that. Kiba's celebration proved to be short-lived as a spinning jump hit him in the face, staggering him back, whilst the others easily catch up and jumped over the spinning obstacle towards the next part of the racetrack, which was a swampy area. Since they had been traveling through the swamps of their homeland, Zaryosu and Rororo took the lead, easily evading and going past the jumping flying fish and rapping snakes. Temari's weasel cut through the animals along with the vines, while the samurai followed a similar tactic. Kiri and his mount took to the water, swimming underneath to evade those obstacles and catching up to Zaryosu. Akatsuki and Killer Bee easily crushed and cut their way, all the while Kiba, who entered the swampy area last, was having difficulty as the numerous smells were getting to both him and his partner, making them easily hit by flying fish, wrapping vines and the like, shown as the other racers already bypassed the swampy area towards the next area being a fiery field of burning coal. Rororo would had problems in the past going through here, but long years under Nazarick had toughened the Hydra as it ran through the fiery coals. Temari used her wind style to fly both herself and her mount over the course and even bypassed Zaryosu, passing the area before him. Kiri used his water techniques to cool down the coal, allowing both himself and his partner safe passage, while Akatsuki and his mount had no issues walking through the coal, much like Zaryosu and Rororo and Killer Bee along with the samurai had their mounts slam the ground so they can cut the coal and allow themselves safe passage. Kiba and Akamaru finally made it through the swampy area towards the burning coal area, which everyone had already passed, angering the mutt and his companion, who turned into a drill, cutting their way through to the end, catching up with the others in last place. The daimyos watched the race with smiles. Normally in this shinobi world all they get is fights, so a race like that is a nice change of pace to them. The water daimyo turned to Ains, "Say Sir Ains, what is that creature your man is riding?" "It's a hydra and I appreciate the good eye you have, water daimyo," Ains answered, giving praise to his fellow daimyo. "Is there any possibility that we can buy one?" the spring daimyo Koyuki asked. "It'll make for a good addition to one of my movies." "Yes, I am aware, and rather I'm a big fan of your movie, spring daimyo. Hopefully we can work a deal after this." Asuma wasn't liking this. Ains was already becoming popular with the other daimyos, which will persuade him to side with their shinobi villages over Konoha, and worst, Kurenai's student was making a fool of himself, still in last place after samurai. In hopes of salvaging things he kneeled to his daimyo's ear and whispered something. Caspandanda nodded as he turned to Ains. "Sir Ains, if it's not much of an issue, I would like to know if this hydra is a summoning contract." Ains turned to the supposed fire daimyo with a shake of his head. "I'm afraid the hydra isn't a summoning creature, it's a regular animal." Asuma turned back to the race, focusing on Rororo. "That thing is a regular animal? Where the hell could this thing grow without being attacked by humans?" Back to the racing game, the competitors found themselves in the next obstacle course, being a track covered with slippery ice. Rororo managed to keep its balance and skate, the same with Temari, who still kept the lead using her weasel's proficiency with wind to slide through the ice. The spring samurai followed the same tactic and Killer Bee simply had his mount tiptoe around the ice, while the others were having difficulty catching up, allowing the leads to reach the next phase of the race, being the final stretch it started with Temari still in the lead, but Zaryosu began catching up to her along with Killer Bee and soon late the other competitors. The long road kept going on and on, which prompted some of the competitors to slow down and converse the energy of their mounts, which made Kiba smirk as he had his companion run faster and faster, seeing the finish line with a smirk so wide he was about to cross, but Akamaru, feeling the fatigue, tripped and fell. "Hey Akamaru, what's wrong?" The mutt couldn't answer, only whimper and breath horribly. The earth began to shake violently before Kiba and Akamaru were ran over by the other competitors crossing the finish line. "We have a winner," the announcer screamed with excitement, showing Zaryusu in first place, Temari in second, Killer Bee in third, Akatsuki in fourth, Kiri in sixth, the Spring Samurai in seventh, the Bird Samurai in eighth, the Vegetable Samurai in ninth, and lastly Kiba in 10th and last. This was an exciting race, ladies and gentlemen, not only to see how good the mounts are but how talented and strategic their riders are. The crowd cheered for the skills they saw once again. Only Konoha weren't pleased as Kiba was last place, once again falling another competition. Ains descended down to the winners holding a trophy, giving it to Zaryusu. "Sasha, congratulations Zaryusu, Sasha, and you as well Rororo." "We both thank you very much Lord Ains." The lizard man and Hydra bowed lightly before their master. Ains turned to the other riders. "You all did well, riders." The other lightly bowed in respect. The other daimyos began to murmur between themselves, "This Ains guy is loved by not only his people but ours as well." The water daimyo spoke. "Maybe we can ask him for advice." The earth daimyo spoke in agreement. "I know I can use it." The wind daimyo sighed deeply, hoping to repair his relationship with Suna. "Not to mention he commands respect," the lightning daimyo added. "Well, I for certain would be interested in a bigger trade agreement and some movies," Kyuki said with reddened cheeks, with both Haruna and Toki nodding their heads as they turned to their fellow female daimyo. "Can we be part of these movies as well?" they asked at the same time. Asuma narrowed his eyes at the overwhelming positive opinions the new wave daimyo is getting. The Hokage and council wouldn't like this. Asuma was correct in his assumption. After another celebration for the winner, Tsunade called him in for report about the interactions amongst the daimyos, and she wasn't liking how popular the wave daimyo is becoming. At this point another wave campaign would be disastrous. Knock knock. "Lady Hokage," Hisashi spoke from the other side as he let himself in without permission, carrying scattered and tattered papers with two black eyes. "What did you do now?" Tsunade demanded. "Me and my clansmen wanted an audience with the wave daimyo regarding Hinata." Tsunade sighed internally, holding herself back from hitting the Hyuga clan head. "What did I tell you? This a clan matter, the Hokage has no saying," Hisashi quickly rebuffed. "The guards actually beat us and told us not to bother their daimyo. These fools even dared to say if we weren't guests they would have had us executed. The nerve of them." Asuma's expression matched that of the Hokage about the idiocy of the Hyuga clan head. "Hisashi, as much as you like to boast about clans and how the Hyugas are the most influential in Konoha, please keep in mind to the daimyos it means nothing." "What do you know?" Hisashi quickly retorted, "Your clan has no special bloodline nor made investments of our level." Silence. Tsunade quickly demanded, "The last thing I need right now is infighting amongst our numbers." Hisashi, what Asuma said is true, and right now all the daimyos are being swayed by Ains. Regardless of how you view your riches, no, they're nothing compared to daimyos, especially when they all decide to fund the other villages. Or even Hinata's guerrilla warfare against us. When they do that, I'll extort your clan with the heaviest taxes known in history. Got it?" Hisashi girt his teeth in anger before he turned around and left. What the three didn't know is that above them, hiding in the ceiling, is a rat that has a paper on its face resembling a yellow eye. "Kiba, you so useless," Sakura criticized the mutt shinobi. "If Sasuke was in that race he would have won." "Shut it!" Kiba yelled. "Sasuke is no better than me, he lost the hand-to-hand combats too." "I didn't lose to a girl," Sasuke retorted as he took a sip of alcohol. "The girl was the granddaughter of the Tsuchikage. You on the other hand lost to a bald midget," Kiba retorted back with a victorious smirk, causing Sasuke to break the glass, activating his Chidori. Bang. The Uchiha and the rest of them were stopped when the bartender shot a bullet inches away from Sasuke's face, scratching him. Klavu, also known as Sous-Chef, placed the bazooka away. "Please keep your voices down or leave." Before the three of them could retort, they were caught by Ino, Choji and Shikamaru, quickly bowing and taking their leave. "Well, these guys are terrible shinobis. Told ya," Mai said to her companion and boyfriend Andy Bogard as the couple enjoyed some shots, getting flirtier with one another. Watching the Konoha group taking their leave was a frog wearing the same piece of paper the rat that spied on Tsunade did. As Lord Ain's suspected Konoha aren't united, spoke a short young woman with messy green hair and 2 red demonic horns with a squirrel tail wearing the same piece of papers as the animals on her face along with a red kimono. Many infighting are occurring. Good Bao Huang Ains praised her, an NPC created by Ain's Ulgaon member Kaido, mostly working for intelligence. She served them good in Yggdrasil death game and Ains himself since he began his spree of conquest. Lord Ains, couldn't we execute Hisashi Hyuga? Albedo asked with gritted teeth. Ains remained calm. It wasn't the first time he refrained his subordinates from killing pawns even if they were egregious and rude individuals. As Bao Huang had revealed, the Konoha shinobi aren't united. Sure, they have a lot of strength thanks to the Kyubi chakra, but put that aside and they would be the weakest village. The weakest? Weren't they considered the top dog of the 5 great shinobi villages? Mare asked. At one time it was during its founding, making deals with many clans and keeping the strongest of the 9-tailed beasts. However, under Hiruzen's late reign he made some terrible decisions, such as giving the civilian council a voice in order to better administer matters. The civilians he gave them this power were originally competent, but soon after Danzo, Hiruzen's rival, began whispering to them, threatening their lives in order to fund himself, and they allowed their incompetent children to inherit their positions, and it had been a downward spiral since then. There was some hope when Hiruzen retired and named Minato Namikaze his successor. The young Hokage had connections to the fire capital and could get rid of Danzo and the incompetent civilians and lessen the influence of the corrupt Hyuga and Uchiha clans, but it was never to be. Ains answered. I see these infightings would fracture this illusion of a united Konoha, and one of them will give us a reason to invade, Demigure revealed. As expected of you, milord. Well, it'll be more than that, Ains said, surprising the floor guardians. What do you mean? Shaltir asked. Where's the fun in spoiling the surprise? Ains asked with glowing red eyes. One Piece, Bao Huang. King of Fighters, Andy Bogard. Chapter 8. Another day, another competition in the Wave Games. Today's game is fencing. The ancient robots set up the boards of which fencers would stand upon, whilst the excited spectators could hardly wait for another exciting game. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the fencing game. In here the best swordsmen and women will fight until one is claimed to be the best. I don't know about you, but I'm ready to meet the competitors. The smoke screen exploded in which the competitors came out from. The first competitor is a giant robot with an orange home and a gigantic build compared to a bodybuilder with 2 plasma blades attached to the forearms, Fulgor, servant of Ain's Ulgaon. The next was a blonde-haired man from Kumo, see Jonin of Kumo. The third was Chojuro from Kiri. My name is Chojuro, one of the 7 swordsmen of Kiri. Nice to be here. The fourth was Sasuke with a Chikuto. I'm Sasuke Uchiha from Konoha and the winner of this. This was received with boos from the crowd, which bothered the egotistical Uchiha, who had his hand on his weapon ready to draw, but the shake of Kakashi's head made him grunt and let go. Very well, if the 4 of you please take your positions. The 4 followed with Chojuro facing C whilst Sasuke stood in front of Fulgor. The Uchiha could have sworn the machine's eyes glowed in anger, but he dismissed that. All he got to do was charge his lightning element through his Chikuto and win. Ready? Get set and go. Sasuke wasted no time drawing his Chikuto and sending lighting through it, wiping at Fulgor, but the machine used its claw weapons, snapping the lightning whip as if it were nothing. Sasuke's eyes widened and his throat got dry. Upon this, which was a perfect opening for Fulgor to rush in, and began cutting the Uchiha all over from his mouth to his butt with his plasma blades. Ahhh. Sasuke's screams were heard across the arena to the joy of the spectators. Even Chojuro and C stopped their duel to see this. Sakura had to be held back by Shikamaru using his shadow binding. Sasuke, you're hurting him. Crap, stop this UAH. Sasuke choked and barfed out blood when Fulgor stopped his stomach. I doubt this will satisfy my father, but he wishes for you to live. Fulgor brought his blade out as Sasuke fell face first into the board. The arena was silent seeing this slaughter play out in front of their eyes, but soon enough they remembered another duel is taking place which both combatants despite their prides were willing to lose, fearing Fulgore. In the end Chojuro won, but he chose to throw in the towel before his duel with Fulgore, allowing the machine to take the trophy given by Ains. Tsunade narrowed her eyes as she treated the Uchiha's injuries. In all of her years of treating cuts she never saw ones this deep. That weapon Ain's accursed servant used was something else. Will he be okay? Sakura asked with Ino standing next to her. He will be fine before the games are over. You better rest up or you won't be able to compete in the last game. Uchiha Sasuke simply chose to glare in silence and clutch his fists in anger. He had been bested again, he was made a joke again. Just how strong are these people? His mind recalled when he first met Ains in the Suna mission, in which he failed to gain the upper hand on the man. Regarding his armored companion whom he claimed could make Itachi her bitch, this isn't fair. I had been training all of these years to get to this level and yet. Hey Sasuke, his annoying fangirl chosen to be his first bride in the CRA, Clan Restoration Act, interrupted his thoughts as she smiled. Tomorrow's competition will have me as the winner. Nah, forehead, it's going to be me. Ino yelled, his other fangirl chosen to be the second bride. The two girls began to argue, which thankfully drifted their attention away from him, allowing him to sink back to his thoughts. Power, he needs more of it, but he was stopped by that loser whom he killed. After that mission Konoha offered to overlook the crime and blame his teammate along with Orochimaru's cursed seal for his defecation while providing all the power they can give him. It was either that or be locked in an umbu cell whilst his semen samples were being collected. Choosing the former, Sasuke was given everything he needed and wanted. He was the first to receive any and all weapons and techniques developed and tested. They were strong, they made him stronger. The mission in Suna, in which the Akatsuki, the group his treacherous older brother was a part of, was supposed to finally see the fruits of his decision, but then all of this. Is his loyalty to Konoha worth it anymore? Today's competition was exclusive for females, being, welcome ladies and gentlemen to the Keijo competition. Many, especially men, were excited for this game as the competitors came out wearing the best of swimsuits. Introducing our competitors representing Wave, we have Kazan Aoba and Nozomi Kamanashi. Both girls greeted fans with Kazan's shyness earning her quite the fan following, especially as her choice of a swimsuit consisting of light purple bikini top and matching Beach Boy shorts. Nozomi seemed more boisterous with her pink bikini with flower designs in white. Representing Kyumo, Mio Kusakai and Atsuko Yoshida. Mio was a blonde girl with a round body and build wearing a blue bikini, whilst Atsuko was a muscular tan girl wearing an orange bikini top and matching Beach Boy shorts. The two were given Kyumo nationality by Ains due to their appearance matching the people of Kyumo. Representing Kiri are Saya Kagatana and Mari Murata. Saya was a young woman with short black hair with a white headband wearing a dark blue bikini with black strings. Mari was a young woman with semi-long brown hair styled in a ponytail and two bangs wearing a white bikini with yellow spots and short sleeves. Both were given Kiri nationality. Representing IWA are Sayaka Miyata and Non Toyaguchi. Sayaka is a young girl with a smaller and less gifted build to the previous competitors, wearing a white bikini with light blue ends and bottom strings. Non was more rounded and softer, wearing a red bikini with red puffs. Both were given IWA nationality. Representing Suna are Rin Rokudo and Koton Fujisaki. Rin was a young woman with short blue hair that had two bangs stand up like cat ears, wearing an orange/black bikini. Koton was a young girl with short blue hair and light blue edges, wearing a blue bikini with light blue streaks running across it. Both were given Suna nationality. Representing Spring are Hanabi Kawai and Usagi Tsukishita. Hanabi was a young woman with short lavender hair wearing a yellow bikini with green ribbons. Usagi, as her name suggested, looked like a rabbit wearing a light green bikini with puffs. Both were given Spring nationality. Representing Bird are Sanai Huin and Maya Sakashiro. Sanai was the tallest and most beautiful competitor the crowd seen, with long black hair that has a white ribbon on it along with her purple bikini. Maya had long blonde hair with a red ribbon on it wearing a black bikini. Both were given Bird nationality. Representing vegetable are Nami Nanase and Iase Kurojiri. Nami was a young woman with long orange hair wearing a red bikini with white puffs. Iase was a young woman with tied-up blue hair wearing a bikini made out of leaves. Representing Konoha are Sakura Haruno and Ino Yamanaka. The crowd wasn't cheering for either girl as Sakura looked horrible in her pink bikini top and matching skirt bottom whilst Ino looked better in her leather purple bikini. Alright ladies, please enter. Step upon the land to begin. The competitors did as told. Standing above a giant platform, all duos took their spots before the bell was rung. Ding! Ding! Without warning, Ino and Sakura got surrounded by every other girl who unleashed their attacks upon them, pushing flying into the water, drowned. Sakura Haruno and Ino Yamanaka from Konoha are losers. After the splashing of Konoha, the duos began competing with one another, with Nozomi and Kazan getting the win and trophy from Ains. This outrageous! Kurenai screamed as she and the other senseis of Konoha gathered. This last competition, not only was it sexist, but everyone had ganged up on Ino and Sakura. Kakashi let out a sigh seeing losses for his team 2 days in a row. What do you suggest we do? We file a complaint. Sasuke's opponent, I doubt it was an armored man but a moving object, most likely controlled by Ains himself. Kurenai answered with narrowed eyes, we can also get Hinata back. She wanted her surrogate daughter back more than anything ever since the day Hinata turned rogue. Part of Kurenai died unable to fathom that her precious Hinata would choose something over her. We can't do that. Asuma spoke up, if we file a complaint it'll only make Konoha and by extension Fire Country look worst by being petty over our losses. Sasuke and everyone else had signed that all damage got and how the competition would go isn't the responsibility of anyone. I guess the Wave Daimyo isn't a fan, is he? Guy asked. Not one bit, he's actually holding a drinking party tonight with the other daimyos excluding our own, Asuma answered, letting the grim atmosphere settle in. What about Hinata? Kurenai still asked, wishing to see her. Hinata is employed by Ains. How is the contract? I don't know. Until then we better stay away from her, especially after what Hisashi and his clansmen tried to do, Asuma answered grimly again. Cheers! The daimyos cheered as they drank their alcoholic drinks. Man, this really good liquor, wish I could meet the one who made this. The lightning daimyo mused with a red face. He was an old friend of mine who I lost contact with, Ains answered. Gaara approached his old friend. Tell me, Ains, what competition is coming next? It would be the last, being the free fighting competition like those of the Chunin exam, Ains answered. Then have you prepared good opponents for Konoha? Anoki asked. That I have, along with a special surprise for Sasuke Uchiha. Welcome ladies and gentlemen to the fourth and last competition of the Wave Game, the free fighting competition. Yuri announced, causing many to cheer. Chapter 9. Trumpets echoed around the giant coliseum that was built for the final competition of the event, being the free fighting tournament. May it be hand-to-hand, blades, or jutsu. This one is the ultimate settlement. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to our final game. Again we thank the great daimyo Ains Olgaon for hosting this wonderful event here in Wave. The people cheered. Now to reveal our competitors. Kiba Inazuka vs Benjamin Daimyo. Shino Aburame vs Antoma Vasilisa. Zeta Hanabi Hyuga vs Yuri Han. Shikimaru Nara vs Iron Man. Choji Akimichi vs Kafka Hibino. Kakashi Hataki vs Laxus Dreyer. Guy Mato vs Lloyd Garmadon. Kurenai Yuhi vs Hinata Hyuga. Sai vs Martian Manhunter. Sasuke Uchiha vs Pandora's actor. The Konoha group kept their eyes on these opponents, with Kurenai feeling sick in her stomach that she has to face her daughter, but perhaps it's a good thing she can teach her again and get her back. Now let us begin. Say, Sir Ains, who is this Pandora's actor? Asked the bird daimyo Toki, taken back by such a name and the fact he's facing the Uchiha. He is a very loyal follower of mine, too close if you ask me. he personally wanted to come here himself. Ains thought back to when he first laid out the plan of the competition. Many of Nazarick wanted to destroy Sasuke and Team 7, but Ains had thankfully spared his former teammates and teacher, as each member had something important to do, that is. Except for Pandora's actor. His creation. Well, his child wanted nothing more than to put a smile on his face, and maybe this love for his parent had overridden his programming that he's willing to leave the treasure hoard for it. Regardless, the child told him it'll be the show of the century against Sasuke. Kiba Inuzuka vs Benjamin Daimyo. Kiba, along with his companion Akamaru, came into the arena given the regular boos they always get ever since they had arrived at Wave. Just you wait to see the true alpha. Grumbling under his breath, he waited for his opponent, and soon enough a man with a scarred face that reached to his missing ear and short black graying hair came forwards wearing a white bodysuit. The man snarled and spat at disgust right between Kiba's feet, angering the feral Konoha Chunin. "You got a problem with me? Your scent is very disgusting, mutt." "Yeah, and you're even worse, isn't that right, Akamaru?" The dog in question was trembling in fear before this man. "Akamaru, there's nothing to be afraid of, he's just one guy and he's old." "Are the two fighters ready?" Yuri Alpha asked, feeling terrible for the dog as he sensed what his master isn't sensing. "Ready," Kiba replied, enthusiastic to show this man and his friends their place. "Let's get this over with," Benjamin said. "Begin." Kiba immediately used his signature move, being the drill at Benjamin, who sighed before he pulled out a gun, shooting Kiba right on the shoulder. "Tisk, so predictable, and you got promoted to give orders," Benjamin spat in disgust as he played with his gun. Angered at the taunt of his ability, Kiba roared again, standing on all fours and rushing at Benjamin, who easily sidestepped and kicked Kiba hard in the stomach, sending the feral boy crashing into the wall. "Bastard!" he roared as he spun in the air once more, activating his favorite and one move as Benjamin again twirled his gun before he shot Kiba's other shoulder, canceling his move and falls into a knee to the chin from Benjamin. The crowd cheered at this as Kiba's anger got worse, turning to his companion that remained stiff this whole time. "Akamaru, what is wrong with you?" The dog whimpered in fear. "Come on, it's time to show our technique off." Kiba rushed to his companion as smoke erupted. What stood there was a white-furred dog with two heads. Good to see there's more to the arsenal other than spinning in the air, but this hardly an improvement." The dog roared as it came at Benjamin, who rather than fire his gun placed in his back pocket. "Let me show you what a real monster looks like." Benjamin's body trembled as the air around the arena grew heavy and he began to get larger and shape shifted into a giant monstrous jaguar. RAH. The roar sent a chill down the arena as the word jaguar brought its claw down, sending the two-headed dog crashing into the ground. It picked it up and began smashing the smaller and weaker creature all over the arena before the technique was undone and Akamaru scrambled away in fear of the monster. "Coward!" Kiba yelled at his companion before he turned to the word jaguar with anger and disgust, letting out another roar, but the beast didn't move as Kiba came into range. The beast opened its maw, biting down on Kiba's head with a sick crunch as he resisted trying to pull out, but the beast's maw was stronger as he closed harder and harder on his skull. Until a snap was heard and Kiba ceased to move. The arena grew cold as the beast released his victim, falling down still alive but still and afraid. Only the peeing on his pants was the indication of Kiba's life and his loss. Kiba Inuzuka is unable to battle. Benjamin Daimyo is the winner. Benjamin shifted back to his human form as he punted Kiba in the head. "Return to sucking your mother's breasts, pup. The battlefield is no place for you." He walked off as the medics moved Kiba away. "Who, or rather what was that thing?" the Earth Daimyo asked, holding himself in. "The last thing he needs is to make a scene similar to the dog." Benjamin Daimyo, "He's a high-ranking military officer under my command. I do apologize if his actions had scared any of you. He simply can't stand rookies that are way into their heads," Ains answered, assuring the other daimyos. "Say, will he be open for acting?" Kyoko the Spring Daimyo asked, though she felt the chill. This guy and especially his monster form would look good in one of her movies. "It'll take some time since he's very dedicated to his job," Ains answered her. Asuma had mentally given himself a face palm again. Kurenai's apprentice made a fool of himself and pied on himself on top of that, and these monsters that had somehow evaded public eye for so long, rather than scare the other daimyos, they instead are impressing them, especially the actress who had the gall to turn down the lead role in Ika Ika. Paradise adaptation. Shino Aburum vs Entoma Vasilisa Zeta. Shino walked to the arena willing to make the loss his foolish teammate had made by besting this person. The maid came to the same time he did, and like Akamaru his insects were screaming in fear and danger of her like a predator ready to consume them. Are both combatants ready? Yes. Ready, Entoma replied in a more cheerful tone as saliva came from under her mask, ready to eat her meal. Begin. Shino immediately placed distance away from Entoma, who caught up to him immediately, prompting Shino to launch some beetles at her, but not as soon as they were launched they began to disappear as Entoma was eating them like candy. What kind of monster are you? I'm no monster, just a cute maid, she replied, eating one last beetle. Say, do you have the recipe for these things? Shino narrowed his eyes at her in disgust for eating his companions away, prompting him to take a different approach as he had his insects hide whilst he engaged her with hand-to-hand combat. Entoma tanked his attacks before she pushed him away, summoning a green bug that attached itself to her arm, turning into a blade which Entoma used to close the distance between herself and Shino, cutting away at his clothing and skin. Shino sent a kick at her, but another giant insect appeared attaching to her other arm, forming a shield that protected her from Shino's kick, letting him clutch it in pain as Entoma plunged the blade into his stomach. It came as a surprise to the Konoha group to hear their friend scream as he barely spoke. Entoma retracted the blade out of his stomach as he spat blood, with Entoma standing over him kicking him. Hey, where's the delicious bugs? Shino smacked his hands together as the earth shook and the insects surrounded Entoma, trapping her within a prison enforced by chakra. Shino breathed heavily as he smirked, but it quickly fell as the cell crumbled after getting hit by lightning, and his beetles fell alive, but barely. He fell onto his knees knowing the result. I surrender. Shino Aburum surrenders. Entoma Vasilisa Zeta is the winner. Entoma celebrated her victory by eating the insects. Good thing this girl isn't an enemy of IWA, that Tsuchikage said. The Kamizuru clan would have looked like children in front of her. That were Jaguar would make for a good trainer for my forces, the Reikage mused. Ains would be open for deals when this is over, the young Kazekage assured his fellow Kages. Say, Kazekage, does Ains have any woman in his life yet? The Mizukage asked, knowing the real prize is not within the talented people but who leads them. That is something he didn't share with me. Lady May plea dash. Aoi, complete that sentence and I'll kill you. The Hokage on the other hand felt rage. First Kiba and now Shino. It is most than likely that the Jonin teachers are her best options along with the Uchiha brat to score a win. Hanabi Hyuga vs Yuri Han. Hanabi came to the arena ignoring the boos she was getting as her opponent stood before her. The attire made Hanabi narrow her eyes. The red light district is the other way, whore. Yuri chuckled, yes, and the kindergarten is right next to it as well. Hanabi gritted her teeth in anger at how her insult backfired. Are you ready? Yeah, Yuri said lazily. I'm ready. Begin. Hanabi took her stance as she activated her Byakugan, going for the palm strike that Yuri easily evaded and kicked Hanabi in the face, causing her to roll back in the ground before Yuri closed in again, punting her in the face. Come on kid, is that all you got? Hanabi gritted her teeth as she threw sand at Yuri, who easily waved it away with her kick. Hanabi smirked as her opponent was wide open for her bit. Yuri didn't show any reaction as she shifted her weight and fell upon Hanabi, sitting on top of her, quite the comfortable seat. Yuri mocked as she smashed Hanabi back with her, but making the young Hyuga roar out in anger as she grabbed more sand ready to hit Yuri's eyes with, but the brown-haired beauty activated her eye, making Hanabi stiff as her eyes shifted back to normal. Yuri then launched Hanabi upwards and followed after her, sending spin kick upon spin kick to her back before she came on top of her and launched her down with a kick to the stomach. Hanabi fell down as Yuri managed to beat her fall and sent one last kick to her back, showing her glowing purple eye again before she smashed Hanabi against the ground. Once the dust subsided, Hanabi's eyes were spinning. Hanabi Hyuga is unable to battle. Yuri Han is the winner. Hisashi couldn't keep the scowl out of his face seeing his family's fighting style shamed in front of the whole shinobi world and the presence of not only the kages of the other major villages but their land's daimyos as well. The Hyuga will need a very long time to recover from this shame. Ao, who was guarding Mei, shook his head at the foolish Hyuga heiress. It's not her fault she lost, it was her clan, the fools who can't adapt and use their eyes as good as he did. The Raikage barely suppressed a chuckle at this, remembering the Hyuga affair those many years ago. Shikamaru Nara vs Iron Man. Shikamaru sighed, knowing that defeat is inevitable for him. He thought about surrendering immediately but knows he'll not hear the end of this when he gets back home about quitting in front of the enemy without facing them like Shino, so he might as well do that. Before quitting, his opponent descended from the sky wearing his armor. Are you both ready? Let's get this over with. Yep. Begin. Shikamaru immediately placed some distance between himself and his opponent, activating his signature technique of shadow binding, but his opponent lit up his palms, making the shadows disappear as he quickly closed in the distance and smacked Shikamaru with an iron fist to the cheek, sending the lazy Nara tumbling across the ground as he spat out saliva. His opponent closed the distance again, kicking him in the stomach, sending him upwards as he was about to fire something from his palms. Shikamaru quickly raised his hand up. I quit. Shikamaru Nara surrendered. Iron Man is the winner. Much to the disappointment of the arena, Shikamaru was helped up by winger creatures that had get a safe landing as he sighed in relief. Why did you quit? His opponent asked as his face mask retracted, showing his human face. It was obvious that I was losing anyways. Your light can UND my shadows and I'm weak physically, not to mention your armor probably has more to it. I wasn't going to find out. That's an interesting piece of tech there, Sir Ains. Will it be possible to trade this with us? The lightning daimyo asked, rubbing his hands together. Is it waterproof? Followed the water daimyo with a similar fashion to his counterpart. Can it be controlled by puppeteers? The wind daimyo asked. Yes, it can be traded, but leave this business for when we finish this show, and it is waterproof, Ains told the daimyos, making them excited. Damn it, if they get their hands on a power suit like that then things will be difficult on out end, Asuma thought to himself, knowing that he better get one himself as he whispered into the fire daimyo's ear. With an internal sigh of playing this foolish role, Caspandand adjusted his voice cords before turning to his master. Sir Ains, this armor is quite dazzling. We at Konoha were actually thinking of making one ourselves. Maybe we can draft plans together. Interesting. I'll be happy to take a look at what you're developing. Choji Akimichi vs Kafka Hibino. Choji tried to cheer himself up that he needs to make it up for his friends as his opponent was face to face with him, making Choji glare. You guys are bullies. Are you any different? Asked the older man. Are you ready? Yes, both affirmed. Begin. Choji quickly enlarged his fist, sending at Kafka, who ducked under it before he rushed at Choji with a raised fist, making the fat man smirk as he sent a headbutt at Kafka, enlarging his head, but Kafka didn't pull back on his punch as he hit the young fat man, sending him skidding off. Choji was shocked seeing that his enlargement had easily been dealt with and puffed down like a balloon. How? He looked over to his opponent, seeing that his fist shifted to that of a monster's, causing Choji to glare harder. You're monsters. He then enlarged himself and rolled into a ball ready to ram Kafka, who morphed his other hand and held back on the giant rolling man before he chugged him upwards and jumped up, launching back down. Choji was still a giant but no longer morphed into a ball as he closed his hands on Kafka, squashing him within. The victory was short-lived as Choji felt his hands being forcefully placed back as Kafka had fully shifted into a beast and punched Choji back into the ground before he landed on his stomach, making Choji's face come to him as he laid down more and more punches until one final punch that knocked the boy out. Choji Akimichi is unable to continue. Kafka Hibino is the winner. Choji, you bum, how could you lose? Yelled his teammate Ino, angered to see that her more combatant friend lose, since it was obvious that Shikamaru would throw his match, which he did. Just wait for Sasuke's turn, Ino pig, and he'll show them how it's done, Sakura scolded, whilst Ino wanted to retort she knew better, and besides, seeing Sasuke win, this is even better for her. Asuma resisted the urge to palm his face at his students as they failed. Shikamaru was at a clear disadvantage, thus him quitting was the best choice. Choji, on the other hand, was easily defeated by this monster of a man. I got to up their training when we get back. Kakashi Hatake vs Laxus Dreyer. The Konoha folk started to rest easy, feeling that Kakashi would be able to win. He wasn't a feared nin for nothing. The one-eyed man stared at his mountain of an opponent that didn't acknowledge with any greeting other than a bored sigh. Are the combatants ready? Yes. Whatever. Begin. Kakashi quickly placed some distance between himself and his opponent, creating a rock slide that made its way towards Laxus. That didn't dread, rather he simply shot forwards, lightning destroying the earth slide. Kakashi quickly revealed his Sharingan eye as he rushed at Laxus with a kunai in hand. Laxus lazily evaded all of Kakashi's slashes before he bit down on the kunai and snapped it in half with his teeth. Kakashi took the opportunity to stare at Laxus with the Sharingan to place him inside a genjutsu, but Laxus simply punched Kakashi away, making him skid across the ground. Buddy, are you really an elite ninja? Kakashi bit back his surprise at how the Sharingan didn't work and quickly threw a smoke bomb at the ground, but Laxus waved the smoke away. Kakashi was nowhere in sight before something came from underground, launching 2 fingers into Laxus's ass. 1,000 years of death. Laxus turned around unamused before kicked Kakashi, launching him at the wall. Kakashi wiped his nose as the Sharingan was closed before it slowly opened back, its totems shifting into that of a shuriken. Are you going to be serious now? Kakashi activated the Mangekyo Sharingan power, making a black vortex next to Laxus's arm, making the man quickly evade it from being ripped apart. Kakashi then activated the black flames of Amaterasu before he activated the Chidori in his hand, launching it towards Laxus, hitting his chest. The arena collectively gasped, those of Konoha with relief and those of the other shinobi villages in disgust, but soon enough Kakashi's Chidori disappeared, getting sucked by Laxus. Thanks for the treat. Wadash. Kakashi couldn't continue his sentence as Laxus hit him with a lightning-fast and powered punch that launched him into the wall once more. Lightning Dragon Roar. Laxus unleashed his move upon Kakashi, frying him until he stopped moving. Kakashi Hatake is unable to battle. Laxus Dreyer is the winner. Defining cheers echoed all over the arena. Tsunade couldn't keep her jaw up seeing her most elite jonin fall like this. Asuma was also unable to fathom this failure, whilst Sakura simply shook her head, trying to reassure herself that Sasuke will avenge their master. Guy Mato vs Lloyd Garmadon. Guy stepped into the arena seeing his opponent taken back by his appearance. Not that his age was a matter, but rather his body being made of blocks. Are you ready? Yes, both shouted. Begin. Guy quickly dashed at Lloyd with a kick that the young boy ducked under and caught his leg before he chugged him upwards. Guy managed to balance himself midair and counter a kick from Lloyd, but the fact it was made of block caused a sting to him as he fell back, ignoring the pain before going to Lloyd once more. Lloyd countered Guy's offense before he kicked him away, creating an energy ball that he launched at the man, who opened his gates to tank the ball before rushing at Lloyd with intensity. Lloyd was hit before Guy went on the offensive again, however through all of that, Lloyd kept tanking before he stopped Guy in the midst of his attacks and chugged him into the ground. Lloyd remained in midair as a dragon made of blocks appeared under him, shooting energy balls upon the falling Guy, who evaded them as best as possible, but he was soon kicked in the face by a diving Lloyd, who crashed onto his back right into the field. Lloyd jumped upwards and landed his entire weight on Guy's spine, making the man scream before his eyes retracted back. Guy Mato is unable to battle. Lloyd Garmadon is the winner. Lloyd bowed to the crowd before he left. 2 Konoha Jonin were down. What exactly is Jiraiya thinking, green lighting this? Tsunade had these very thoughts in her head as she bit down on her thumb. Now she was down to 3 fighters, or 2 considering size true allegiance. Kurenai Yuhi vs Hinata Hyuga. Kurenai didn't care about the losses now. Right now what mattered is to see and talk to Hinata, who stood in front of her giving her a dirty glare. Hinata, it's been a while. It had, she coldly replied, though this isn't the place or time to catch up. It'll be just trust me. Are the two of you ready? Yes. Begin. Hinata closed the distance and shot a palm strike at her former mentor, who ducked and went behind Hinata, grabbing her head. Hinata, why are you doing this? Hinata elbowed her opponent before throwing her over his shoulder and locking her arm above her back as she replied. Because it's the right thing to do. Kurenai gritted her teeth as she pushed Hinata back, attempting to kick her, but her former apprentice managed to block and pull her in for a punch to the jaw followed by palm to the cheek. Kurenai went to grab Hinata, but she easily evaded and got behind Kurenai before she unleashed a massive form of strikes. It's over. Hinata declared. Kurenai tried to move, but her body wasn't obeying her commands as it fell right on her face. Kurenai Yuhi is unable to fight. Hinata Hyuga is the winner. Is this some sort of a joke? Hisashi bellowed in rage. His day was ruined when he saw Hanabi get defeated, thinking at the very least Kurenai will be able to discipline his wayward daughter and bring her back, whilst also getting joy of seeing her get defeated effortlessly, but it didn't happen as Hinata won. His daughter seemed to notice him as she pulled her eyelid and stuck her tongue in his direction. Hisashi gritted his teeth in fury. The Raikage watched the match with narrowed eyes. This girl was the one that considered a failure? She was supposed to be kidnapped by his ninja during the diplomatic mission to Konoha, which was a cover for that operation which ended in failure. No wonder that creep wanted her. Sai vs. Martian Manhunter. The Root Nin sighed internally at the useless shinobi of the Hokage. It's up to him not only to get a win but get information for Danzo. Are you ready? Both simply nodded. Begin. Sai pulled out his blade and swung at his green man opponent, who stopped the blade with his index nail. Sai parried his blade off and threw slashes at him, which he kept blocking with said index nail before he morphed his hand into a giant fist and smashed the blade. Sai rolled back, evading a punch from his opponent as he got his scroll out and made several paintings which he made come to life to attack. Manhunter remained still as he punched the living drawings into ink, whilst Sai brought another scroll out and drew a giant tiger in it, which lunged forwards after the last small painting was dealt with. The tiger wrapped itself around Manhunter and pulled him in with him inside the scroll. Sai wrapped the scroll up, ready to make an escape. The fight is still on, boy. Feeling a cold sweat on his brow accompanied by a chill, he looked back to see Manhunter standing behind him, who then gave him a punch to the face. Sai gasped as his eyes widened in fear. Did he place me inside a genjutsu? He looked up and didn't see his, prompting Sai to look around for him. Suddenly the ink in his pockets began to morph and wrapped itself around Sai, keeping immobile. Some ink was in front of his face as it morphed into Manhunter's face. Yield now or there will be consequences for your sealing attempt. I surrender. Sai surrenders. Martian Manhunter wins. Guess a replacement for Naruto will still be a loser. Sakura sighed but had a smile, as now Sasuke will come and win this whole thing. Just the best scenario for her fangirl fantasy. Ino wanted to think the same but knew better, seeing everyone including their teachers getting beat like drum. Tsunade tried not to let her fury shown. This idiot almost put them in a diplomatic crisis for his sealing attempt of Ain's fighter. She'll let Danzo get an earful of this when they get back. Well, it's about time, Ain said with a chuckle as CZ and Solution provided their master with a popcorn and cola, both having smiles, though more apparent on the latter than the former, who still had her poker face. The daimyos were also anticipating for this, to see Konoha's and Fireland's prized boy be humiliated. Caspandand also had a smirk hidden under his fan. Sasuke Uchiha vs. Pandora's actor. Sasuke came out in the arena, but rather than booze he got something else. Kill him. Kill him. Kill him. He spat out in disgust. Did these people forget how he saved them from Zabuza and Haku? It didn't matter, he'll beat his opponent and win this tournament and get Ains to take back what he said about him. Sasuke was taken back, but what he saw, is this guy supposed to be my opponent? His poker face and dressing made the Uchiha snort. Yes, I am Pandora's actor, faithful servant to the great Ains Olgaon, who is a god in bones, the symbol of fear and power. Sasuke's eyebrow twitched as he turned to Yuri Alpha. I demand a switch. I'm afraid that's not possible. If you wish to forfeit, then it is allowed. Sasuke spat out in disgust on her feet, making her narrow a glare at him. Fine, I'll finish this clown. Yuri had an internal smirk at this. Begin. Sasuke pulled out his blade and swung at his opponent, who parried with his hand, which he morphed into a blade, stopping Sasuke in his tracks. The Uchiha roared in anger as he threw furious swings at Pandora, who parried them very easily before he swung his own morphed blade, breaking Sasuke's. The blazing of blades comes to an end as the superior blade dash. Shut up! Sasuke yelled. He breathed fire at Pandora, who morphed his body as the fire approached. When it came to hit the Uchiha, the smirk disappeared as the fire was extinguished, leaving nothing but steam. Once it subsided, standing there was Zabuza. What? Zabuza rushed in and hit Sasuke with a punch to the stomach, followed by hitting the blade against his head before planting the handle against his stomach, making him gag. What's the matter, Uchiha? It came to my attention you defeated this man, so why are you struggling? The voice was that of the clown, which means he's using a henge technique, a good one, but to Sasuke that didn't matter as he placed his legs against the blade and pushed it off of him and went for a wire which he threw at Pandora, who cut it with the blade before closing the distance with Sasuke and punching his cheek. Water dragon bullets. The dragon of water came out and shot water bullets that hit Sasuke, immediately crashing him into a wall. Angered, Sasuke rushed at Pandora again, but smoke exploded, blinding Sasuke for a bit. When he came to, he was surrounded by ice mirrors as his eyes widened in surprise and fear. Perhaps this one could provide an easier battle? Pandora's actor again morphed into that of Haku before he threw needles at Sasuke from every direction, digging deep into his flesh and skin, leaving him immobile. The ice mirrors disappeared as Pandora's actor again changed forms to that of Lee as he kicked Sasuke up into the air before going upwards and kicking him down. Yosh, maybe this form is better for you. Sasuke's blood boiled, being reminded of the dead last of their senior year that humiliated him in the Chunin exams, but he chuckled remembering how he defeated him. He rushed at the Lee lookalike and sent a kick of his own towards him, which he easily ducked under and offended Sasuke with quick kicks and blows that overwhelmed the Uchiha, skidding him back. Sasuke prepared for the next blow, but again Pandora's actor morphed, transforming from Lee into Orochimaru and his snake, scaring Sasuke, remembering the forest of death, allowing the snake to crash into him into the wall. What's the matter, Sasuke? I thought this one will be better considering you wanted to join him once. Maybe you are a scaredy cat after all. Sasuke gritted his teeth in anger and began shooting every technique that Kakashi taught him, only for Pandora's actor to easily evade them and crash into Sasuke time and again. I don't like the form of a pedophile so much, so this will do. The change of his voice came another morph to that of Gaara in his younger years. Sasuke smirked as he used the speed to hit the bastard who had sand protecting him before making a cocoon for protection, prompting Sasuke to use the Chidori and pierce the cocoon, which quickly wrapped itself around Sasuke's hand. Desert tomb. Pandora's actor clutched his hand, crushing Sasuke's hand and breaking it. Pandora's actor then kept hitting and burying Sasuke in the sand until great energy exploded out of Sasuke. The Uchiha stood tall, activating his cursed seal, which fixed his broken arm. You asked for this. Using his webbed hands for wings, he rushed at Pandora's actor with the Chidori, only for him to morph into another form that kicked Sasuke in the face, skidding him back. Let's do this, bastard. The voice shocked Sasuke as well as those of Konoha, seeing that Pandora's actor took the form of Naruto. The dead last who you killed will probably be the best form for you to win against or lose to. Sasuke chuckled. You really are a failure to use that form. Sasuke rushed again using the Chidori, but Pandora activated the shadow clones that jumped over Sasuke and held his wings in place, letting him fall as Pandora rushed to Sasuke, kicking him in the face before turning around and letting out a fart at it. Sasuke got more enraged as he made the Chidori explode, destroying the clones, and rushed at Pandora again, throwing the Chidori at the ground, making a giant electric current that fried the arena. How's that? Pretty bad, bastard, Pandora answered from behind with a smirk before he opened his palm, making a sphere of chakra in it. Rasengan. He planted the sphere into his back, making him scream out in agony before he fell, his cursed seal retracting as he turned back to human. Sasuke Uchiha is unable to continue. Pandora's actor is the winner. Cheers echoed through the arena as Sakura and Ino felt their hearts sink at their beloved's loss, and Tsunade simply had her face buried into her hands from this embarrassment, whilst the others bellowed in laughter and began to mock the so-called prodigy of Konoha. But then a single sound came. It was a clap. Looking up to the daimyo's booth, Sasuke saw Ain stand from his chair clapping for his fighter. Good job, Pandora's actor, you have shown that failures can be something if given proper guidance compared to spoiling useless geniuses. Of course, Lord Ains, Pandora was back to his actual form as he saluted. It was your will to show the true power of hard work rather than gifts and talent. Sasuke began to see red, gritting his teeth and activating his Sharingan. He let out a roar of anger and jumped towards the daimyo booth, making a Chidori aimed at Ains ready to pierce him. Bang. He got shot in the head by CZ Delta back down into the arena, where he was quickly seized by Death Knights. Before any of the Konoha group could make a move, they were also seized by the Death Knights and taken away. Ains coughed. Thank you all for joining us on this event and hope for safe travels. A/N. Okay, the wave games are over, though I wanted to make more, but nonetheless, with Sasuke's attempt on Ains' life, Konoha and Fire Country aren't getting anything easily. Hellboy Benjamin Daimao Street Fighter Yuri Han Marvel Iron Man Kaiju number 8 Kafka Hibino Fairy Tail Laxus Dreyer Ninja Galoid Garmadon DC Martian Manhunter. Thank you for reading and have a nice day.